Chapter 1003. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, give up. This immortal goo cannot be saved. By Chun Tian urged. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not reply. At this moment, his hands were clasped together, emitting a warm orange light. An immortal goo was almost cut in half. It was hanging on by the orange light. Its aura fluctuated. It was very unstable. Lien Jiusheng also had a worried expression. He was a refinement path great expert. In his opinion, this immortal goo had already been sentenced to death. Even Lien Jiusheng could not save it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was determined to try. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was a wisdom path goo immortal. Any goo immortal at his level, even if they cultivated one path, they would be proficient in one path and knowledgeable in 100 paths. He had no shortcomings. He could use wisdom path to imitate the specialty of other paths. He could even surpass them by taking a different path. Right now Lien Jiusheng could not do anything to this immortal goo. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had wisdom path methods. He had a trace of hope. But this method, in Bai Chun Tian's and Lien Jiusheng's opinion, was too risky. If there was a slight mistake, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would suffer a backlash. His Dao marks would become chaotic. Not only would he be heavily injured, he would not be able to use any immortal goo for 30 years, otherwise his injuries would worsen. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sharp and formless sword chi shot out from the immortal goo. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not even react, but fortunately, this formless sword chi only brushed past his ear, cutting off a strand of his white hair. Bai Chun Tian jumped in fright. All right. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression eased. He let out a breath of turbid air, saying in relief, I pulled out the sword chi in the goo. This immortal goo can be saved. Ever since falling heavenly river burst out with countless sword lights. They swept through Central Continent. A sword light with extraordinary sharpness, like in his previous life. It pierced through Celestial Court and cut Heaven Overseeing Tower into two. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord urgently called back Bai Chun Tian, Lien Jiusheng, and Bai Tsang Shui. After the four immortals discussed, Bai Tsang Shui went to the bottom of falling heavenly river to investigate the situation, while the other three immortals used the sword chi to corrode Heaven Overseeing Tower. The injuries did not worsen. He hurriedly repaired it. Soon, under the illumination of the orange light, the immortal goo in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's hand recovered at a visible speed. Lien Jiusheng's eyes shined as he clapped. Pagoda Lord, your method of sacrificing your emotions to repair the immortal goo is a wisdom path method. It was truly unique. He actually came back from the dead. Amazing. But why do you have to take such a risk? This is only a rank 6 immortal goo. Our Celestial Court has a lot of it. We can refine it again. On the other hand, if you are injured and unable to fight for 30 years, it will be a great loss to the Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, saying slowly, I don't know why, but recently, ever since the start of the Refinement Path Convention, there has been a strange phenomenon. I felt something was wrong. It was as if there was a hidden danger brewing somewhere. Once it happened, there would be terrifying consequences. We have just repaired Fate Goo once, it can display half of its power. But just as I was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower, a sword light slashed at me. Heaven Overseeing Tower was split into two. Is this all a coincidence? Bai Chun Tian and Lien Jiusheng looked at each other, their expressions turning solemn. I won't hide it from you. I have had this feeling recently as well. Bai Chun Tian said solemnly. But this feeling only started when I repaired Fate Goo. Lien Jiusheng also said. So it was not just me who sensed it. I had thought that my junior disciple had met with a calamity, causing me to sense it. But now, it seems that it is not so simple. Tower Lord, you are a wisdom path goo immortal who controls Heaven Overseeing Tower. Your feeling is stronger than ours. I am afraid something is really going to happen. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the immortal goo that was being repaired in his hand. Thus, I am willing to take the risk to repair this immortal goo as soon as possible. Although this is not the core immortal goo of Heaven Overseeing Tower, saving it will solve the biggest problem of Heaven Overseeing Tower's injuries. We can repair Heaven Overseeing Tower as soon as possible. and use its power to deduce the truth with our senses. Also, Boqing died in the tribulation back then. Why did he suddenly appear now? There seems to be a close connection between the two. Next, I will continue to use this method to repair other immortal goo. During this process, I need to be fully focused and single-minded. If Fairy Bite Songshui replies, you two need to inform me immediately. Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng replied. Understood. Immortal zombie Boqing's matter continued to spread as time passed. It affected Central Continent and the Celestial Court. While Central Continent's Gu immortals were focusing their attention on falling Heavenly River, Fang Yuan had already obtained the greatest harvest and was cultivating on Dang Hun Mountain. Right now he was standing at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, waving his hand and releasing tens of thousands of souls. These souls were mostly beast souls, like rabbit souls, goat souls, horse souls and so on. Wolf souls, tiger souls and other fierce beast souls were slightly smaller. There were also plant souls, while variant human souls and human souls were the least in number. Actually, the transaction of souls had always existed, because in this world, there were many soul path Gu immortals. Soul path Gu worms had appeared since the immemorial antiquity era, but they did not form into a system. Only with the rise of a Gu immortal could soul path be created and flourished. This Gu immortal was one of the 10 venerables in human history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the founder of the Soul Dao, and he was also the one who brought the Soul Dao to the pinnacle of history by himself. In his era, among 10 Gu masters, almost half of them chose to cultivate soul path. In soul path cultivation, the soul was one of the most important resources. To refine soul path Gu worms, most needed souls as Gu materials. To refine soul path Gu worms, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered and hunted souls. Thus in history he had the highest killing nature among venerables. And the prosperity he brought to soul path also caused his era to be filled with slaughter. The world was dark and unstable. Because many Gu masters and Gu immortals also cultivated soul path, they naturally slaughtered and hunted souls as cultivation resources. It was also in that era that the transaction of souls was created. It was done openly and openly. After that, Spectral Soul died and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared. This benevolent Immortal Venerable did not compete with others, he loved peace. As he grew up, he knew about the suffering of the people, he knew about the harm Spectral Soul caused. Thus, when he became an Immortal Venerable and became invincible in the world, the first thing he did was to suppress soul path. Soul path Gu masters thus decreased in numbers. The transaction of souls was forced to go underground. The 5 regions in the world started to recuperate, their killing nature was eliminated. The unrest also gradually subsided. The most touching thing was that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not use force, he used virtue to convince people, he used his actions to influence them. Thus even now, even in Jewel Yellow Skies, the largest and most free market in the world, the transaction of souls was very rare. Fang Yuan's souls were obtained by Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. Ever since Fang Yuan and He Lulan cooperated, they were in charge of the transaction of souls. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. They were the local tyrants of Northern Plains, especially Fairy Li Shan. She was the third in command of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. She had Mountain Pledge Gu and a wide network. These souls immediately met with disaster when they landed on Dang Hun Mountain. After being cleansed and shaken by Dang Hun Mountain, the souls shattered, turning into countless soul essences that fused into the mountain. Not long later, because of these soul essences, a new batch of Guts Gu would be produced on Luohun Mountain. Normally speaking, the stronger the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. At the same time, the higher the intelligence of the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. This batch of souls is only ordinary. Because there are few fierce beasts and no desolate beasts, there are very few variant human and human souls. The number of Guts Gu produced will not be many. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind as he started to walk on Dang Hun Mountain. This batch of souls did not come from Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. Fang Yuan obtained them himself. He was different from before. He did not need Fairy Li Shan's help, nor did he need to make a move personally. He could obtain souls stably. Of course, it was not from Jewel Yellow Skies, but from Western Desert. Western Desert was the most developed place in the 5 regions for commerce. Over there, Feng Yuan was no longer a newcomer who was unfamiliar with the place. He had already cooperated with Western Desert's Xiao clan for some time. He had obtained a certain degree of recognition, and obtained the crucial token. Western Desert's Xiao clan was a superforce. It was not hard for them to obtain souls. But if the soul transaction was exposed, Xiao clan would never admit to it. The soul transaction could not be exposed, and Xiao clan was a righteous path force after all. Feng Yuan obtained souls from Western Desert's transaction. It was naturally to guard against He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Although he had signed an alliance agreement with them, it did not mean that from now on, Feng Yuan did not need to guard against them. Feng Yuan had the heart to guard against others, but Feng Yuan also had the heart to harm others. If Feng Yuan started to cultivate his soul, it would definitely attract the suspicion of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Feng Yuan did not want to leave any clues for them. If he secretly used Guts Gu to cultivate, it would definitely cause the number of Guts Gu to decrease drastically. To make up for this flaw, Feng Yuan secretly sent in his own soul to fill the gap. The precious Guts Gu were easily obtained under Feng Yuan's feet. Feng Yuan did the same. Once Guts Gu left Dang Hun Mountain, they would immediately be destroyed. But if they used the air sac Gu that Feng Yuan invented, they could be packaged and sold. After expending a large number of Guts Gu, Feng Yuan's soul had grown to its limit. If it continued to grow blindly, his soul would collapse on its own. Feng Yuan felt that even his immortal zombie body had a feeling of being squeezed. It was like an adult wearing clothes that were a size smaller than his youth clothes. Chapter 1004. Actually, the limit of an immortal zombie's soul capacity was higher than an ordinary body of flesh and blood. It was just that it lacked the effect of nourishing the soul. Only a living body of flesh and blood could nourish the soul. In a dead body, the soul would wither. The main reason why Feng Yuan's soul could last until now was because of the Guts Gu. Other than that, he also used some other soul path methods to nourish it. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable caused great damage to all living beings in the world, his soul path also flourished for an era. Countless outstanding soul path experts appeared, and created a vast number of soul path methods. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, there were still many precious soul path methods that were passed down to benefit future generations. I do not cultivate soul path. Soul path Gu immortals have soul path Dao marks in their bodies. They can allow their bodies to contain stronger souls. After realizing that he had reached his limit, Feng Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and went to Starform Blessed Land. Luopa Valley was placed here. Feng Yuan entered Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley had been modified by Shadow Sect. It was completely different from before. But after Feng Yuan asked Tai Bai Yinsheng to take action, Luopa Valley regained its original environment. Luopa Valley's terrain was complex. It was like a maze. The legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was trapped in a maze and could not find a way out. Feng Yuan imitated Renzu and came to Luopa Valley. He directly let his soul leave his body. A wave of gray-white fog spread out. This was the famous fog. Feng Yuan's soul was shrouded by the fog. It gradually loosened. After the fog passed, a wave of eerie wind blew. This was the famous Luopa wind. The eerie wind was like blades. Feng Yuan's soul was cut by the wind blades. Countless wounds were created. The unparalleled pain made Feng Yuan almost go crazy. This pain was rooted in the depths of his soul. It was 10,000 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. Feng Yuan raised his head and roared, but he lacked a body. He could only let out sharp soul cries. After enduring for a while, Feng Yuan struggled to realize that he had reached his limit again. He wisely chose to retreat, and his soul returned to the immortal zombie body. With the protection of the immortal zombie body, the power of the fog and the Luopa wind was greatly reduced. Instantly, it dropped by a large margin. Feng Yuan was able to safely leave Luopa Valley. He checked his soul. After experiencing the fog and the ravages of the lost soul wind, Feng Yuan's soul had shrunk by a large margin. It was clear that he had suffered considerable damage. If he stayed any longer, it wouldn't be to the extent where his soul would scatter and scatter. But the enslaved Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong It was probably going to get out of control. This was because the soul was the cornerstone of a slave. If the soul was severely wounded, the slave's effects would be greatly reduced. This would give the enslaved a chance to resist and escape. I wonder how the Ren ancestor managed to stay in Luopa Valley for such a long time back then. Feng Yuan sighed and returned to Dang Hun Mountain. He continued to use Guts Goo. Guts Goo might be a mortal goo, but it was indeed a legendary item. Using it to treat the injuries on the soul would produce instant results. Very soon, the injuries on Feng Yuan's soul completely disappeared. He was completely healed. At this moment, Feng Yuan inspected his soul again. Very clearly, he found that his soul was at least twice as condensed as before. Moreover, the soul itself seemed to be coated with a layer of oil, emitting a faint eerie light. He then sensed the burden on his soul caused by enslaving the Featherman Gu immortal Zhouzhong. It had also shrunk by 30%. Earlier in Luopa Valley, Feng Yuan had suffered inhuman torture and pain. It was all worth it. Because in Luopa Valley, the impurities in his soul were removed. It was like a piece of iron being forged and smelted countless times, before finally turning into steel. The quality of his soul immediately rose to a new level. And on Dang Hun Mountain, Guts Goo continued to be expended. The soul was growing at an unimaginable speed. The quantity was rising steadily. Luopa Valley refines the soul. Dang Hun Mountain strengthens the soul. Qualitative and quantitative changes combine together. The soul's foundation grows by leaps and bounds. This huge success came so quickly. No wonder in my previous life, after He Lulan and Fairy Lishan obtained Luopa Valley, they went back and forth between Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley all day to increase their soul foundation. They're getting a thrill from cultivating. Feng Yuan sighed. He wanted to imitate He Lulan and Fairy Lishan, but he still had many things to do. The most important thing in front of him was the Battle of Etian Mountain and the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Undeniably, the stronger Feng Yuan was, the higher the chance of him obtaining Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage at the crucial moment. Feng Yuan could only try his best to think of every possibility, to arrange every important matter in a more reasonable manner. He squeezed out every minute and second he had, seizing every minute and second to cultivate. Finally, Feng Yuan received news of the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage appearing. What's going on? I set up many methods near Etian Mountain, but they were actually silently taken out by someone. Feng Yuan took some time out of his busy schedule to personally investigate southern border. But he did not find any valuable information. Just like in his previous life, Etian Mountain repeatedly showed an intense battle from ancient times. In the intense battle, the mysterious Gu Immortal with the red lotus mark on his forehead used the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage to suppress the rank 8 enemy with great strength true martial physique. This Gu Immortal has a red lotus mark on his forehead. Is it related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable? When I was reborn, I had already failed, but in the river of time, a red lotus suddenly appeared, turning my defeat into victory and successfully reborn. What is the relationship between the red lotus in the river of time and this mysterious Gu Immortal? Feng Yuan was confused. He could only shake his head and leave. He still had many things to arrange. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage might have appeared, but there was still some time before the Battle of Etian Mountain. During this period of time, Feng Yuan had to at least get rid of the repercussions of enslaving the Featherman Gu immortal Zhouzhong. Through Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, Feng Yuan's soul foundation had risen sharply, while Zhouzhong's soul was still at the same spot. After removing the burden of enslaving the Gu immortal, I can easily sneak into Etian Mountain and secretly refine the immortal Gu house. The body nourished the soul, and the soul was filled with intelligence, producing thoughts, wills, emotions, and thinking. The increase in soul foundation was greatly beneficial to Feng Yuan's refinement of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage. Besides the aspect of the soul, if I can make Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu my own, my battle strength will also rise greatly. That would be even better. Although he had tried several times with all-out effort immortal Gu, he had not succeeded. At this moment, Feng Yuan's rebirth plan had reached the final juncture. He resolutely gave up on the refinement of all-out effort immortal Gu. He did not want to struggle in this pit. During this final period of time, Fang Yuan did his best to make preparations. Central Continent. Immortal zombie Bo Qing left falling heavenly river and slowly rose. Below his feet, falling heavenly river's surface was surging with waves, crashing against the shore and sweeping up piles of snow. The blood was already gone. Countless fierce beasts in the river felt Bo Qing's aura and scurried away in fear. At the bottom of falling heavenly river, a large number of Gu immortals lost their lives. Even Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortal by Tsang Shui was not spared. I lost many immortal Gu, my battle strength is going to fall. Immortal zombie Bo Qing spoke in a low voice. What should we do now? At this moment, standing beside him were Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, Shadow Sex Envoy Lan, Immortal Zombie 7 Star Child, Bloodpath Demonic Immortal Song Zixing who was known as Blood Dragon, as well as Hairy Man Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yumu Chun. For some reason, this situation was different from his previous life. In his previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing died at Bo Qing's hands. But now, both of them were alive. Maybe this was Fang Yuan's plan, using Mo Yao's fake will to lure out Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun did not speak. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child spoke. Next, Song Zixing, Yumu Chun, and I will work together and use an immortal killer move to teleport the 4 of us to Central Continent's northeast area to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had already made arrangements. In his previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing died. Only Yumu Chun was left. He could not use this powerful immortal killer move. But now, it was different. In Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious and shocked. He looked at the 4 immortals led by immortal zombie Bo Qing, attacking one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could no longer watch. Because he, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect. In Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had many disciples and grand disciples. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Heavenly Lotus Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiusheng and Bai Chen Tian. There is a huge change at the bottom of falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui has already died. Immortal zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking Combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The 2 immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go. The 2 immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon they reacted. The 3 immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters at the next moment. At this time, Bo Qing and the others had just arrived. Beside them, the remnant light of the teleportation immortal killer move had yet to dissipate. The 2 Gu immortals looked at each other, their battle intent surging. What happened? Heavenly Lotus Sect's Gu masters and Gu immortals were still confused. Fight! A super battle of rank 8s erupted Central Continent, Gu immortal blessed land, underground cave. Success! Fang Yuan looked at the Gu formation in front of him, his eyes shining with joy and regret. These last days, he had been using the light of wisdom to make deductions. He had obtained a powerful Gu formation to refine Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Gu. This Gu formation actually used the light of wisdom as the core. It used Mo Yao's fake will as well as poison path Immortal Gu Woman's heart and wisdom path Immortal Gu Unravel Mystery to refine Bo Qing's Immortal Gu. Chapter 1005. Southern Border, Etian Mountain. Fang Yuan walked barefooted, taking big steps. His appearance had changed greatly. His muscles were bulging, his chest was exposed, his hair, beard, chest hair, and even the hair on his legs and legs were very thick. Its fur was an earthy yellow color, and its clothes were almost tattered. His cheekbones were protruding, the joints of his fingers and toes were much thicker than a normal person's. His nose bridge was short and short, his 2 nostrils were facing outwards. The nose hairs inside were also very thick, as if they were rushing out of his nostrils. Don't be fooled by this ugly appearance. It was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan based on his previous life's memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, the original owner of this appearance had joined Etian Mountain at this time. But after Feng Yuan revived, he secretly killed this person. Feng Yuan replaced him and came to Yitian Mountain. The sun had just risen. There was a thin layer of fog. Yitian Mountain was still very quiet. Birds chirping could be heard from time to time in the forest. At this time, the righteous and demonic battle had not even started yet. In his previous life, when Feng Yuan disguised his identity and joined Yitian Mountain, it was already the time when the righteous and demonic paths were fighting intensely. Even the foot of the mountain was guarded by demonic path lackeys. But in this life, Feng Yuan appeared several months earlier. At this time, Xiaoshan had just been exiled by Xiao clan He Zhou Xingxing, and Sun Peng, who had created Yitian village not long ago. Feng Yuan walked past the foot of the mountain, but did not see anyone. After climbing halfway up the mountain, he finally saw a glimpse of Yitian village through the gaps of the lush forest. Yitian village was still under construction. It had not been completed yet. Who is this person? Which Gu immortal's pawn is he? He does not seem to be a pure human. He seems to have hairy man bloodline. Humph, this bastard. I'm afraid no one will choose him as a pawn, right? Far away, the southern border Gu immortals discuss with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan walked calmly. He was confident and calm. In his previous life he used familiar face. These southern border Gu immortals could not see through it. In this life he had used the immortal killer move that used attitude Gu as the core. Familiar face, if this was seen through, it would be strange. He strutted along. He walked toward the mountain peak. After a while, when he approached Yitian village, he was finally stopped by someone. The newcomer was a rank 3 demonic Gu master. But the person Feng Yuan was disguised as was also a rank 3 Gu master, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked seriously, "Who are you?" Feng Yuan cupped his fists and said rudely, "I am Huang Sha. I heard about Hero Zhao's matter, so I came to seek shelter with you." The rank 3 demonic Gu master's body shook. He wasn't shocked by the name of Yellow Sand, but Feng Yuan's voice was too loud. "All right, lower your voice. What are you yelling for? Since you know the name of the leader, then follow me to pay respects to him." The rank 3 Gu master picked his ears and left. Feng Yuan snorted. He tried to catch up. His physique was larger than normal people. He took big steps. In just 3 steps, he had caught up to the former. The demonic Gu master was unhappy. He stretched out his hand and pulled Feng Yuan back. "Why are you running so fast? If you want to join Yitian village, you need to know the rules. Do you understand? First come first serve. My position is higher than yours. Follow behind me." Oh. Feng Yuan quickly nodded his head, showing his bulky physique. He had a large physique and a small brain. "We need to focus on the construction of this building. If someone attacks in the future, we need to defend this place. We need to set up at least 100 iron snake vine Gu." Xiaoshan pointed at a place, instructing the Gu master beside him. At this time, he heard someone shouting, "Big chieftain, your fame has spread throughout the 4 seas and the entire southern border. Now another hero has joined us." Xiaoshan heard this and was overjoyed. Turning around to look, he saw Feng Yuan. The joy in his heart dissipated. He was slightly disappointed. But at the same time, he had a joyous smile on his face. He quickly walked forward, patting Feng Yuan's shoulder. Such a strong man. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, cupping his fists. "You are Hero Xiao? I am here to join you. You have guts. You dare to go against the righteous path." Saying so, Feng Yuan gave Xiaoshan a thumbs up, saying, "Just based on this, I am convinced. I am willing to follow you, but you have to feed me 3 meals a day." Xiaoshan saw that Feng Yuan was so boorish. He felt even more disappointed. But on the surface, he did not show it. He praised Feng Yuan and gave him a mission on the spot. After Feng Yuan left, Xiaoshan called Zhou Xingxing, asking, "This Huang Sha, what is his origin? I am not sure." Zhou Xingxing thought about it, smiling. "Big brother, what kind of person are you? You come and go as you please. How can such a minor character enter your eyes? I happen to know this person. His father is human, his mother is hairy man. He was born as a slave who mined sand and rocks on the sand mountain. In the end, he obtained an inheritance on the sand mountain and became a Gu master. Later, he occupied a part of the river with a water path Gu master. They became known as the White Sand Generals. Later, they were defeated by Tai clan Gu masters. White General died, but this Huang Sha escaped. His whereabouts are unknown. To think that he admires Big Brother's fame, he came to join Etian village. So that's it. I remember now. There was indeed news of the White Sand generals attacking Tai clan's merchant ship. Xiao Shan nodded. His expectations towards Feng Yuan fell to rock bottom. They even dared to attack Tai clan's merchant ship. This showed that these two were rash and did not use their brains. Moreover, this Huang Sha actually had hairy man bloodline. Xiao Shan looked down on him even more. Variant humans like hairy men, feathermen, and snowmen were all slaves of humans. How could human Gu masters treat them equally? If Feng Yuan's cultivation was rank 4 or 5, Xiao Shan might be able to break the prejudice and pay attention to Feng Yuan. But this Huang Sha that Feng Yuan was disguised as was only rank 3, even though rank 3 was higher than ordinary Gu masters. But in this Etian village, it was not eye-catching. Thus, Xiao Shan soon threw this Huang Sha to the back of his mind. Feng Yuan was working at the construction site. Right now, I have already joined Etian Mountain. I was sent here by Xiao Shan to build Etian village. This shows that this person does not care about me. Very good. This is the goal I want to achieve. So far, everything is going smoothly. If Feng Yuan's cultivation was higher and Xiao Shan paid attention to him, he would have a heavy responsibility in the upcoming righteous demonic battle. If he did not carry out this task, he would expose himself. If he did, he would waste time. If his cultivation was lower, he would become cannon fodder and be sent to the front lines to attract firepower and waste the enemy's primeval essence. After a few battles between righteous and demonic, he would be sacrificed. Only with rank 3 cultivation, it would not be high or low, he would be a small leader. He would not be given an important task, and it would not be strange for him to survive in the battlefield. The forbidden zone for immortals on Etian Mountain only targeted immortal apertures. It did not target immortal Gu. In his previous life, at this time, Feng Yuan was still deducing a method to seal the immortal aperture. But in this life, he directly grasped this method and joined Etian village several months in advance. Even though his immortal aperture was sealed, his body was still an immortal zombie. During the day, Feng Yuan did some manual labor at the construction site. It was easy. At night, when everyone else was asleep, he was still energetic, secretly refining the graceful chaotic dual stage at the bottom of the mountain. Graceful chaotic dual stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was unbreakable. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had no soul fluctuations. From the looks of it, it seemed like his soul had completely perished. But with his previous life's memories, Feng Yuan did not dare to be careless. He did not probe the great strength true martial immortal zombie. Instead, he focused on transforming his battle will. The southern border Gu immortals who participated in this duel had to use these mortal Gu masters as pawns to make them fight intensely, so that their battle will could resonate with each other. The pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would be transformed into the Gu master's personal battle will. But Feng Yuan was here personally, and was also a wisdom path grandmaster. He did not need to do this. Even if he did not fight, he could increase the battle will in his mind and transform the immortal Gu house's battle will. His efficiency was several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. As long as Feng Yuan transformed the battle will in these immortal Gu houses into his own battle will, then he would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then. That was to refine the immortal Gu house and become its true owner. Thus, if Feng Yuan wanted to successfully seize graceful chaotic dual stage from these southern border Gu immortals, there was still a hurdle. At the final juncture, the pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would be divided and transformed by everyone. But there could only be one winner. Thus, these battle wills would compete with each other and engage in an intense battle. In this fierce battle, any loser would vanish into thin air. There could only be one winner. I am a wisdom path grandmaster. I have a huge advantage in the battle of battle will. Moreover, I will definitely take the lead and transform my battle will several times faster than others. The more battle will I transform, the more advantage I will have in the decisive battle in the future. As long as I follow the plan, there is no doubt that I will obtain the immortal Gu house. I am just afraid of an accident. While Feng Yuan was thinking, The other southern border Gu immortals were also having their own thoughts. Shao Clan's supreme elder was paying close attention to the battlefield of Etion Mountain. He had barely survived the previous tribulation, and the next tribulation was approaching. He had no hope, but with the appearance of the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage, this Gu immortal saw a trace of light in the darkness. Thus, in this unprecedented duel, he staked everything he had. He had bet almost all of his assets. His stake was the highest among all the immortals, and according to the rules of the duel, one of the chess pieces he chose, Shao Shan, became the first Gu master to ascend Etion Mountain. Shao Clan's first supreme elder also became the first person among the southern border Gu immortals to transform the battle will in the immortal Gu house. I must succeed in this contest for the immortal Gu house. I cannot fail. If I do not have the immortal Gu house, I will have no chance of surviving this tribulation. Chapter 1006. But looking at it now, I have made a good start. I have converted the most battle will among them. As long as I maintain this advantage, the immortal Gu house will be mine. Shao Clan's supreme elder cheered himself on, but he was also clear. The biggest problem was how to maintain the current advantage. According to the bet, the second would be Wu Clan's Gu immortal, Wu Dangji. This female immortal of Wu Clan was also a very shrewd person. She would rather sacrifice some of her cultivation to allow her chosen pawn to enter Etion Mountain early. I hope Shao Shan will not disappoint me. Shao Clan's ancestors' wish was precisely what the other southern border Gu immortals did not want to see. Now that Shao Clan's ancestor had already established an early advantage, the southern border Gu immortals wanted to see Shao Shan defeated or even killed, so as to disrupt Shao Clan's ancestors' advantage and give them a chance. Wu Shintong arrived near Etion Mountain. Everyone this time, I am carrying the clan's heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I will not hesitate to eliminate the demon's den. He pointed at Etion Mountain with a solemn expression and surging battle intent. There were many Gu masters around him. Among them, 3 had the highest cultivation, rank 4 Gu masters. One was Wu Clan's elder, his personal bodyguard, Wu Shintong. The other 2 were clan leaders of Wu Clan's clans. Wu Shintong was a rank 4 peak stage enslavement path Gu master. He was thin and pale, coughing from time to time. He was like a sick scholar who could not even withstand the wind. But no one dared to underestimate him, because he cultivated enslavement path. This path could always fight one against many. On Etion Mountain, the strongest person is Shao Clan's original leader, Shao Shan. Below him are Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing, 2 demonic path Gu masters. These 3 are all rank 5 Gu masters. In my opinion, we should slow down and invite some righteous path experts to hold the fort. This will not only be safer, we can also fight and not let these demons escape. One of the rank 4 clan leaders suggested. Wu Shintong's expression sank. He wanted to do this, but this mission was forced by the clan, and there was a time limit. It was so harsh and rushed. Wu Shintong could not help but wonder if he had become a sacrifice in the clan's political struggle. He had done his best to rely on his connections to recruit these people around him. Wu Shintong would never understand the truth of Etion Mountain. The Gu masters who were usually high and mighty, they were all used as gambling tools by Gu immortals. He naturally did not know that at this moment, countless southern border Gu immortals were looking at him with expectant gazes. You don't have to persuade me. As long as everyone protects me, even if they have rank 5 battle strength, how long can they last against the beast horde? Once their primeval essence is depleted, the merit of killing a rank 5 will be yours. Moreover, since I'm personally making a move, I'm naturally confident. Don't tell me that I'm courting death? Wu Shintong was also a person with means. This short sentence dispelled everyone's hesitation and boosted their morale. Speed was the most important thing in war, and what they were aiming for was the effect of surprise attacks. A moment later, under the command of Wu Shintong, the entire mountain of beasts charged up Etion Mountain. At this time, Etion village was still under construction. The demonic path Gu masters were in a panic. They were used to fighting alone. Even though Shao Shan and the others tried to organize them, they did not see any results in the short term. Shao Shan was extremely anxious, thinking, Etion village has just been built. There is still less than half of it left before it can be completed. This is the first time we are clashing with the demonic path. Etion village is like a flag. It cannot fall. Once it falls, our morale will fall. It will be like being hit in the head. We will not be able to raise our heads. If we lose our momentum, who will take the initiative to submit to me in the future? Thinking of this, Xiaoshan quickly ordered the demonic path Gu masters to defend Etion village to the death. Xiaoshan's thoughts were indeed insightful, but he had greatly overestimated the coordination of demonic path Gu masters. If demonic path Gu masters fought alone with righteous path Gu masters, they usually won more than they lost. But if there were many of them, in a battle of equal numbers, the righteous path usually won. Without coordination, the demonic path Gu masters were just a mob. Facing the huge beast horde, they did not defend themselves. They immediately fell into the situation that Wu Shintong wanted to see the most. At first, large numbers of wild beasts died under the attacks of the demonic path Gu masters. But soon, the overwhelming attacks of the demonic path Gu masters started to weaken and become sparse. After all, mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. The wild beasts broke through the blockade of firepower and attacked the demonic path Gu masters. The demonic path Gu masters' casualties were increasing. The situation was tilting towards the righteous path. Good fight. Amazing. The southern border Gu immortals looked at the battlefield with joy in their eyes. Xiao Clan's ancestor had a grim expression as he stared at Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan was also an experienced person. He knew he could not let the situation continue like this. He quickly shouted, "Rank 5 and Rank 4 Gu masters, follow me. We will go down the mountain and kill the enslavement path Gu masters. The rest of you, retreat as you fight." In this situation, the demonic path had suffered huge losses. Although the righteous path had few Gu masters, they did not lose a single person. Everyone knew that a single person would not be able to gain any benefits. Only by relying on each other could they carve out a bloody path and have a chance to escape. Xiaoshan's words were quickly answered by everyone. The difference was the rank 4 and rank 5 Gu masters gathered around Xiaoshan with joy in their hearts. As for the remaining rank 2 and 3 Gu masters, their faces were pale. The people who broke out of the encirclement were strong. Even if they were not strong enough, they could escape by themselves after breaking out of the encirclement. But the Gu masters who stayed in the mountain were surrounded by beast groups. There was no way to escape. They could only wait for reinforcements. Only Feng Yuan, although he had a ferocious expression on his face, was calm on the inside. Even if the beast group expanded by 100 times, they could not pose any threat to Feng Yuan. Moreover, he was a reborn person. He knew how the situation was developing. Sure enough, the following development was similar to his previous life. In this sudden battle, the demonic path Gu masters advanced against the beast group. Many Gu masters died in battle along the way. But in the end, they still reached Wu Shintong. Xiaoshan, Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing. The 3 rank 5 Gu masters were forced into a desperate situation. They attacked the righteous path's defensive line. After an intense battle of life and death, the righteous path lost 2 rank 4 Gu masters, while Wu Shintong retreated with heavy injuries. Wu Clan's rank 4 elder tried his best to stop them. At the crucial moment, a group of flying birds came to their aid. The demonic path's plan to kill Wu Shintong did not succeed. They could only retreat to Etion Mountain helplessly. That night, Xiaoshan gathered the remnants of the demonic path army in a cave. He was bathed in blood. His eyes were red as he shouted with a hoarse voice, "Wu Shintong is not dead, he is truly a threat. As long as he is alive, we will have to face the fearless charge of the beast groups. We have to kill him, otherwise Etion village will never be rebuilt." After Xiaoshan finished speaking, there were very few people who responded. The demonic path Gu masters had just lost. Their morale was very low. One of the rank 3 Gu masters said dejectedly, "Leader, let's retreat. The righteous path is too strong. It is natural that we cannot win. As long as there is life, there will be hope. Let's leave this dangerous place first. In the future, we can go to another mountain and rebuild Etion village. It is possible." Just as he finished speaking, Xiaoshan's eyes shined with a sharp light. His body moved as he attacked. He raised his blade and killed the demonic path Gu master who spoke, shouting, "This person has shaken our morale. His death is not to be regretted. Anyone who dares to retreat will end up like him." Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing immediately stood up and walked to Xiao Shan's sides, looking at everyone with hostility. The demonic path Gu masters were intimidated by Xiao Shan's aura. They spoke one after another, willing to fight to the death. Xiao Shan's expression softened. "I know it is not easy for all of you. You are all heavily injured. But no matter how heavy your injuries are, they are still better than our comrades who sacrificed themselves today, right? Everyone, rest in this cave tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will gather everyone's strength and charge down the mountain. We will not rest until we kill Wu Shintong." Everyone quickly agreed. Fang Yuan was also among them. His wounds were still bleeding, of course. This was just a disguise. It was not worth mentioning. The night sky was getting darker. The cave was not big. There was not enough space for the demonic path Gu masters to sleep. Xiao Shan had purposely chosen this cave. It was convenient for everyone to monitor each other. Even if someone needed to relieve themselves, they had to do it in the cave. Soon, the cave was filled with the stench of blood, sweat, and feces. The demonic path Gu immortals tossed and turned. They were worried about tomorrow's battle. They could not sleep. Only one person was snoring. It was Fang Yuan. His snoring echoed throughout the entire cave. Xiao Shan was sleeping with his eyes closed. When he heard this sound, he slowly opened his eyes. After seeing Fang Yuan, he laughed lightly and said loudly, "This heartless fool." His voice attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Shan continued, "Everyone, don't worry. I have complete confidence in tomorrow's battle. That Wu Shintong has already been heavily injured by us. He will definitely die tomorrow. I, Xiao Shan, swear that I will not run away. If I go against my oath, may the heavens strike me down. I will be hated by all." The demons' morale was boosted. They admired Xiao Shan's heroic spirit. But they did not know that Xiao Shan was wholeheartedly trying to subdue the immortal Gu in his body and obtain Xiao Clan's ancestors' approval. Unless he was at the end of his rope, he would not leave this place. Xiao Shan treated these demonic path Gu masters in the cave as his chess pieces. And he himself was a chess piece of Xiao Clan's ancestor, but he did not know it. On this night, as a chess player, Xiao Clan's ancestor was also anxious and worried. He was anxious. After today's battle on Etian Mountain, after the results were out, he left his residence and went to a certain mountain peak. He had been standing in the mountain wind for a long time. "Master, Xiao Clan's ancestor is asking for an audience, but you refuse to meet him. He is a rank 7 Gu immortal. He has already been standing outside the cave for over 2 hours. If this drags on, it won't be good, right?" Lu Xuanfeng cautiously asked. Chapter 1007. His master, rank 7 lone immortal old man Yuxia, was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Hearing Lu Xuanfeng's voice, he did not move, his eyes still closed. After a long while, Xiao Clan's ancestor spoke again, his voice transmitting into the cave. "Brother Yuxia, I am willing to take out another 10 heavenly dragon pearls. Please help me this time." Old man Yuxia slowly opened his eyes, saying to Lu Xuanfeng, "Disciple, go to Etian Mountain first and resolve this crisis for Xiao Shan." Lu Xuanfeng quickly knelt down, kowtowing 3 times towards old man Yuxia. "Master, disciple is going." Although he said so, Lu Xuanfeng was still kneeling on the ground, showing no signs of getting up. Old man Yuxia laughed. "With your crafty nature, you are too careful." Saying so, he blew a breath of cold air towards Lu Xuanfeng. The cold air seeped into Lu Xuanfeng's stomach, lingering there. "This immortal Gu can save your life. Go." Lu Xuanfeng was overjoyed. Kowtowing 3 more times, he stood up and said with a cheeky smile, "Disciple is actually thinking for Master's sake. It's fine if I lose my life, but Master will have no one to serve you in the future. What will you do? Disciple is indebted to Master. I have not even repaid him. How can I die so easily? Go." Old man Yuxia sighed, waving his hand at Lu Xuanfeng. Wu Shintong led the beast group to attack Etian Mountain. Etian village had just been built when it was destroyed. The demonic path's morale fell. Xiao Shan was determined to counterattack. But that night, Rank 5 Demonic Path Gu Master Lu Xuanfeng infiltrated the Righteous Path camp and killed Wu Shintong, bringing his severed head to Yitian Mountain. Xiaoshan was overjoyed. He said to Lu Xuanfeng, "Brother Lu is righteous. We have to thank Brother Lu for saving all of our lives." Lu Xuanfeng was an astute person. He quickly cupped his fists, saying sincerely, "Brother Xiao is too kind. I only picked up a bargain. If not for Brother Xiao and the others fighting bravely and heavily injuring Wu Shintong, how could I have taken his life so easily? If there are 10 parts to this contribution, I only take 1, the remaining 9 belongs to everyone." When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that Lu Xuanfeng was much more pleasing to the eye. Xiaoshan's heart sank. He did not manage to kill Lu Xuanfeng by flattering him, so he quickly changed his words. "Stabilize Lu Xuanfeng and rope him into Yitian's stronghold." Just like this, the Righteous Path's first wave of attacks collapsed under the attacks of Xiaoshan, Lu Xuanfeng and the others. Feng Yuan hid at the side and did nothing. From the beginning to the end, he looked on coldly and did not arouse any suspicions. He recalled the information he had gathered in his previous life. It seems that in this life, Wu Shintong is heavily injured but not dead. Xiaoshan's situation is critical. The Xiao clan's old ancestor behind him also went to ask Yu Xiaolao to take action. This old man Yu Xia is a famous itinerant immortal of the southern border. He had a grudge with the Wu clan. The Xiao clan's old ancestor also invested heavily, causing him to increase the stakes at the last minute, pushing Lu Xuanfeng to Yitian Mountain in advance. As for the Wu clan's female immortal, Wu Dangji, she was schemed against and her chosen chess piece lost his life. Although she converted a lot of battle intent, she suffered the greatest loss. The battle between the righteous and demonic sides of Yitian Mountain is actually led by the contest of southern borders Gu immortals. Mortals are like ants. Let them scheme against each other. After this battle, the battle intent I converted has already surpassed Xiaoshan. I have become the number 1. Like this, Feng Yuan made a huge profit silently. The battle intent that was converted in the dark increased, but no one noticed it. Time passed, the second battle between righteous and demonic erupted. In the first battle, Wu Dangji suffered a loss. She was not resigned to it. Old man Yu Xia raised the stakes at the last minute. Why couldn't she? Thus, she chose another person and joined forces with Shang clan's Gu immortals, not repeating the previous mistake of fighting alone. Landing on the battlefield of Yitian Mountain, Wu clan sent Gu masters to attack Yitian Mountain again. At the same time, Shang clan's 2 newly advanced elders, Yan Tu and Zhu Kai Bei, also joined them. Both sides challenged each other at the foot of Yitian Mountain. Both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang went up the mountain together, joining Yitian village. These 2 Gu masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in southern borders Gu master world. Yitian village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the Righteous Path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang, the Righteous Path invited a female Gu master, Hong Feiyu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the Righteous Path. However, it was difficult for Hong Feiyu to fight against 2 flying masters of the demonic Dao alone. At the moment of life and death for Hong Feiyu, Shang clan's reinforcements arrived. It was white light swordsman Wei Yang. With Shang Yanfei's help, Wei Yang's aptitude rose. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Feiyu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Feiyu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang alone, finally stalling for time until the Righteous Path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the Righteous and Demonic Paths, entering the ranks of Flying Masters. Southern Border's 3 Flying Masters became the 4 Great Flying Masters with Wei Yang at the head. With Wei Yang's addition, the Righteous and Demonic battle fell into a deadlock again. However, as Second Zombie King went up Yitian Mountain, Enslavement Path showed its might again. The Righteous Path lacked an Enslavement Path expert like Wu Shintong. They had no choice but to retreat. Thus, the second battle between Righteous and Demonic ended. Behind the scenes, the southern border Gu immortals schemed and schemed. It was something that mortal Gu masters could not imagine. The only person who understood the situation on Etian Mountain, Feng Yuan, was also silently making a fortune, turning a blind eye to it. He had used Huang Sha's identity and met Wei Yang on the battlefield. This was Shang Yanfei's capable general. He had once taken care of Feng Yuan, and by Ningbing in Shangclan City. At this moment, Wei Yang had made huge progress, while Feng Yuan had already become an immortal. It could be said that things had changed. After this battle, Feng Yuan's converted battle will was already far ahead. The scale was so huge that even if all the southern border Gu immortals' battle will were added together, it would still be slightly inferior to Feng Yuan's. Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. Rumble, explosions and explosions could be heard endlessly. The surrounding 100,000 li had turned into a barren land. Sand was flying everywhere. There were also deep pits in the wasteland, burning with flames. Chunks of glaciers were piled up, and traces of lightning were scattered about. There were also rivers of blood that flowed wantonly on the battlefield. Because of the Rank 8 battle, the original mountainous terrain was completely changed. It was completely changed. And this was the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect's base. It was a famous mountain with deep natural Dao marks. Otherwise, the messy battlefield scene would be even more serious. After a round of battle, the Shadow Sect immortals led by Sword Immortal Bo Qing retreated a distance, breathing roughly. Looking ahead, there were 3 immortal Gu houses floating in the sky. One was Canary Pavilion, small and exquisite. One was Yuyang Palace, beautiful and magnificent. But the Shadow Sect immortals' gazes were focused on the immortal Gu house at the center. This immortal Gu house was rank 8. It was called Heavenly Pool. From the outside, it looked like a pond. It was not big at all. It could even be said to be the smallest immortal Gu house in the world. But in this Heavenly Pool, there were green lotuses and blooming lotuses. Or closed. Inside each lotus, there was an immortal aperture blessed land or grotto heaven. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Heavenly Pool. This was the foundation of Heavenly Lotus Sect, created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its greatest use was to store immortal apertures. If we don't take down Heavenly Pool, Heavenly Lotus Sect's losses will not even be severe. Song Zixing said solemnly. But it is too hard to take down. Among the 10 venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was most skilled in healing and recovery. This Heavenly Pool has inherited his style. If it is not destroyed in one attack, it will be able to recover in a short period of time. It can even recover. Yu Mu Chun's expression was grim. 7-star child Immortal Zombie shook his head. Not just Heavenly Pool, the other 2 Immortal Gu houses are also in a difficult situation. And Bo Qing is his greatest weakness. He is already in the enemy's hands. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's greatest weakness was Mo Yao's remnant soul in his body. This remnant soul was like a wooden barrel. Its greatest weakness was too easy to target. In the previous life, Bo Qing died because of this. His soul was destroyed by Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. In this life, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing even lost Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This Gu was Bo Qing's trump card against Wisdom Path methods when he was alive. After losing it, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was even more restricted in battle. He was in a passive state. Let's go. We have achieved our goal of delaying them. 7-star child Immortal Zombie retreated first. He turned into a rainbow and left. Bo Qing and the rest followed closely behind. Escaping from fate and attacking the 10 great ancient sects. You are so daring. Your crimes are unforgivable. You still want to leave? Heavenly Lotus Sect's 3 immortal Gu houses chased after them. From Heavenly Pool, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice could be heard. It was filled with anger and hatred. 7-star child's expression changed slightly. He said to the other Gu immortals. In this situation, we can only let one person sacrifice his life to stall for time for the rest to escape. I'll go. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing immediately spoke. I'll go. Green, Blue, and Song Zixing, your battle strength is higher than mine. It will be of great help to our plan. Yu Mu Chun had a plain expression. He stayed behind. The 3 immortals' gazes flickered. They did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Only Yu Mu Chun was left behind. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Hee hee, demonic path people are skilled at betraying their friends. You think you can stop us? Who gave you such arrogance? The righteous path Gu immortals shouted furiously. The 3 immortal Gu houses charged over. Yu Mu Chun showed a smile as if he was facing death calmly. You think we have no arrangements? Saying so, he landed on the ground. A huge Gu formation flickered with dazzling light. The news of this battle could not be concealed by Central Continent. After Fong Yuan learned of it, his gaze flickered. This matter was too different from his previous life. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was not dead. This way Fong Yuan, who stole his immortal Gu, was definitely a thorn in his side. Fong Yuan sent his consciousness into his sealed immortal aperture. Inside, there was a mysterious immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was one of the gains Fong Yuan stole from immortal zombie Bo Qing. But the truth was this immortal Gu's original owner was not Bo Qing, it was Mo Yao. Precisely because this immortal Gu was filled with Mo Yao's will, Fong Yuan could use Mo Yao's fake will to refine this immortal Gu so quickly. As for the other sword path immortal Gu, their true owner was Bo Qing. They contained a large amount of Bo Qing's will. Thus, when Fong Yuan used the same Gu formation to refine these immortal Gu, he would need to spend a lot more time. Forget about these sword path immortal Gu. They will not be able to make it in time for this battle. As for this mysterious immortal Gu, I have been investigating it these last days, but even with Land Spirit of Langya, I did not gain anything. Right now righteous and demonic have fought for the 6th time. The scale of my battle will in the immortal Gu house is probably over 30 times the total number of southern border Gu immortals. If I were to fight with them now, I would be able to wipe out the southern border's battle intent in less than the time it takes for an incense to burn. Even among southern border's Gu immortals, there were many who had wisdom path attainment. But so what? Not mentioning Fong Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, just the scale of his battle will was enough to give him an absolute advantage. Southern border's Gu immortals had already lost all hope. There was no chance of victory. It could be said that these Gu immortals were no longer a concern. But Fong Yuan was still filled with worry. After so long, there is still some pure battle will left in the immortal Gu house. I wonder how many of them there are left. Can I make it in time? Fong Yuan raised his head to look at the sky. In the sky was dark and hazy. Fong Yuan could not help but feel some pressure in his heart. The pure battle will in graceful chaotic duel stage far surpassed Fong Yuan's expectations. His original plan was to collect the immortal Gu house and leave in a carefree manner. But now, time had already dragged on. When would it end? Chapter 1008. Time passed, more than a month passed. In southern border, be it the Gu immortal world or the mortal world, all of their attention was focused on one place. This place was Tian Mountain. Under the incitement of the Gu immortals behind the scenes, countless righteous path and demonic path Gu masters joined the two sides. The 7th righteous and demonic confrontation had already ended. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path's supply line. When the righteous path was in danger, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Southern border super forces, Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan, and others, all of their clan leaders appeared and joined the battlefield. In this battlefield, rank 3 Gu masters were like bystanders. The rarely seen rank 4 Gu masters were everywhere, while rank 5 Gu masters were the main battle strength. Life and death blessed land. Spectral soul demon Venerable's dream realm had completely dissipated. 7-colored light shined dazzlingly, forming a cocoon of light. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds came from the cocoon of light. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon of light. Old Man Inkstone had a haggard expression, but his gaze was filled with joy. Under his ardent anticipation, the cocoon of light finally exploded. A naked young man appeared in front of Old Man Inkstone. He floated in the air with his eyes closed, as if he was in deep sleep. Old Man Yenshi hurriedly took a few steps forward, using his hand to caress the young man's robust body, from his thighs to his chest, and then to his cheeks. Old Man Inkstone could not conceal his excitement. His fingers were trembling as he stroked the young man. He muttered, "Success. I really succeeded. I recreated Runzu's method, using the dream realm to create a brand new 10 extreme physique. This is the moment of history." "Ha!" Old Man Inkstone laughed before calming down. "You were born from the dream realm. You created something from nothing. You used rule path become true immortal goo. Let's call it the pure dream reality seeker physique." Saying so, Old Man Inkstone flipped his palm and took out a lump of soul. This soul was as black as ink and immediately flew into the pure dream reality seeker physique. Elder Inkstone waited for a moment. There was still no movement from the pure dream reality seeker physique. His brows furrowed even tighter. What's going on? Still not waking up? It doesn't make sense. He quickly inspected it, and after a while he let out a long sigh. Looks like this pure dream reality seeker physique is indeed flawed. There were many dream path Dao marks on his body. They actually formed a force in his body. Any soul that entered it, they will gradually fall into a deep sleep, and their memories will be erased. What should we do? Elder Inkstone paced around anxiously. The lifespan of the pure dream reality seeker physique is already decreasing. Time was limited, so I didn't have enough time to study it in detail and solve this problem. What should I do? After a long time, the pure dream reality seeker physique finally opened his eyes slowly and woke up. He looked at Elder Inkstone in ignorance. Then he looked around, his eyes wide open, revealing an incomparably naive expression. Elder Inkstone felt regret. He had spent a lot of effort and methods to finally awaken the soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique, resolving the flaw of the soul falling into a deep sleep. But the memories contained in the soul were almost completely gone. But it doesn't matter. The pure dream reality seeker physique body is a consumable to begin with. The quick increase in rank 9 battle strength is the trump card to protect the core. As long as this plan succeeds, the pure dream reality seeker physique body's flaw is nothing. What's the big deal? Thinking of this, Old Man Yenshir faintly smiled, a pair of black eyes staring at him, sizing him up, his tone difficult to hide his appreciation. Good. Pure dream reality seeker physique body, you are my greatest achievement in researching dream path. Many of Bo Qing's immortal goo were stolen, his battle strength fell. You will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you and who am I? Who am I? Ing Wuxia asked curiously. You are me, I am you. I am Elder Inkstone, and you shall be called Ing Wuxia. Elder Inkstone chuckled. Next he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Ing Wuxia's mind. Ing Wuxia felt a surge of information flowing into his heart. Elder Inkstone continued. Remember, you only have 18 hours to live. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Time is limited. I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it has no offensive power, it is the peak of dream path in the current 5 regions. It is at the forefront of the current era. Even those celestial court goo immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, one move can dominate the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a goo immortal, I will give you a complete set of goo worms. You need to practice it then. Southern border, Etian Mountain. Feng Yuan, who was recuperating on the bed, suddenly shook. He opened his eyes. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes, but it soon became calm again. He looked around. There were many injured people on the beds chatting. Some healing goo masters were moving around the injured, some were healing them, while others were checking if their injuries were worsening. The air was filled with the smell of blood, lingering in the air for a long time. After the 7th righteous and demonic confrontation, Etian village's sick area was filled with injured people. Now that both sides had stopped fighting, both righteous and demonic sides were licking their wounds and recuperating. Thus there were fewer and fewer injured people in the sick area. Most of them recovered from their injuries and walked out on their own. But a portion of them were too injured to recover and died here. People loved life and hated death. This sick area became a place that demonic path goo masters avoided. However, Feng Yuan did not mind it at all. He purposely got injured. He also disguised his injuries as if they were serious. Familiar face could even deceive rank 8 goo immortals. Not to mention these mortal goo masters on Etion Mountain. This was the best place that Feng Yuan had found to convert the pure battle will of the immortal goo house. It was only in this place that he could openly lie down, calm down, and transform his battle intent almost constantly. Even though there were people coming and going, they could not threaten Feng Yuan, who was a goo immortal. Feng Yuan's strategy had shown results at that moment. After spending so much time, the battle will of graceful chaotic dual stage has finally been completely converted by me. Next, it is time to eliminate the battle will of other goo immortals. I am the sole ruler. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply. He did not hesitate and immediately took action. Inside the immortal goo house, his battle will created a tsunami that instantly drowned the other battle wills. The battle wills of these southern border goo immortals were fighting for themselves. They could not react in time and were engulfed and destroyed by Feng Yuan's battle will. At once, Feng Yuan poked a hornet's nest. The southern border goo immortals were shocked and furious. Some screamed, some flew out of the cave, some were dazed, not daring to believe this was real. They communicated and immediately understood that someone had not participated in the bet. He had secretly converted his battle will and deceived all the southern border goo immortals. The southern border goo immortals' anger and hatred could not be extinguished even if 3 rivers were poured into them. All their previous efforts had been for naught. The plot to plot against others now seemed like a joke. Who is it? Who dares to trick us like this? Find him and kill him. He is openly challenging the whole of southern border's goo immortal world. Not just kill him, I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will extract his soul and torture him for 1,000 years. The southern border goo immortals had aggressive auras as they surrounded Etion Mountain. They could no longer hide their traces. Countless overwhelming auras rose rapidly and enveloped the whole of Etion Mountain. The righteous and demonic path goo masters were dumbfounded. This, what is happening? Immortals, are they immortals? Such powerful auras, they are the legendary goo immortals. To think that I would be able to witness it in my lifetime. So many immortals. Is this a scheme of the righteous, demonic path? The goo masters of both sides fell into chaos. Their respective camps were filled with commotion. It is useless. There is a forbidden zone here. You don't have the immortal aperture sealing method. How can you enter? Feng Yuan sneered in his mind. But on the surface, he had a panicked expression. He acted like the people around him. At this crucial moment, Feng Yuan could not be careless. The forbidden zone could keep goo immortals out, but it only targeted the immortal aperture. It did not affect immortal goo. This meant that goo immortals could attack Etion Mountain from afar. Who is it? Come out. You have the guts to take our things, but don't have the guts to admit it. The goo immortals were flustered and exasperated. Their shouts were like thunder that resounded in the world. Even Etion Mountain was shaking from these shouts. Not to mention the mortal goo masters. Including the rank 5 goo masters, many of them had pale expressions and were shivering. Feng Yuan's disguise did not reveal any flaws. After getting rid of the other battle wills, he immediately led the battle will army and started to take over graceful chaotic dual stage. This process needed some time. However, Feng Yuan was not worried that the southern border goo immortals would attack without saying a word. For righteous path goo immortals, they had to protect their reputation and would not commit such a massacre. Among the demonic path goo immortals, some placed their immortal goo on their pawns, like how Shao clan's ancestor left immortal goo on Shao Shan. Immortal goo were very fragile. Even a child could crush Feng Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. If they disregarded everything and attacked Etion Mountain, these immortal goo would be destroyed. As for lone immortals like Old Man Yu Xia, his beloved disciple Lu Xuanfeng was trapped on Etion Mountain. How could he easily make a move? More and more goo worms fell into Feng Yuan's hands. The secret of the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage was revealed in Feng Yuan's mind. So this immortal goo house is a time path immortal goo house. It can use the power of time path to seal any attacks from the outside world. And then use it. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What an ingenious idea. Chapter 1009. The specific reason could no longer be verified. All in all, The Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had suppressed the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie for so many years. The two had reached a delicate balance. The Immortal Goo House was almost ownerless. It was filled with pure battle will. Right now, Fong Yuan had completely turned his battle will into his own, and even pushed out the other Southern Border Goo Immortals. Since rebirth, he had planned for a long time, and his wish had finally been fulfilled. Fong Yuan was filled with joy, but at the same time, he could not help but feel nervous. Faster, faster. Fong Yuan urged himself inwardly. Even though the battle will was his, he still needed some time to take over the Immortal Goo House. At this time, Fong Yuan was at his weakest. If any of the Southern Border Goo Immortals took things too hard and directly attacked Etian Mountain, Fong Yuan would have no choice but to resist and be exposed. The Southern Border Goo Immortals were flustered and exasperated. Anger and hatred filled their hearts. If they really found Fong Yuan, they would definitely attack together and tear Fong Yuan into pieces, turning him into bone paste. Their feelings were completely understandable. After all, these months, these Goo Immortals had put in all their effort to fight for first place. They had used all sorts of methods to seize the Immortal Goo House. But in the end, the hope in their hearts crumbled. The Immortal Goo House that they yearned for day and night had already become someone else's. If Fong Yuan followed the rules of the bet and defeated the Immortals step by step, the Immortals would have time to accept this fact. But Fong Yuan was sneakily ignoring them, leaving them at the side. This act of seizing the Immortal Goo House, in the eyes of the Southern Border Goo Immortals, was no different from robbery. It was extremely treacherous and shameless. What did their efforts count for? It was completely useless. Even though the Southern Border Goo Immortals did not attack, they used all sorts of investigative methods. In just a short while, Fong Yuan felt dozens of ripples sweeping past his body. He was naturally even more nervous. His muscles and tendons were twitching uncontrollably. His hair was standing on end. Even though he had the Immortal Killer Move familiar face. But it was only an improved version. Even if it was the original version, it could not guarantee that Goo Immortals would be able to decipher it. Fong Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 7 and rank 6 Goo Immortals. But in terms of deceiving a rank 8 Goo Immortal, he was not very confident. Time ticked by. It flashed across Fong Yuan's mind. In Fong Yuan's mind, all kinds of thoughts were surging like a tidal wave. As the Immortal Goo House was gradually taken over by Fong Yuan, the internal structure of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was clearly displayed in Fong Yuan's mind. Fong Yuan made use of his time, trying his best to identify these Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo. Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment was a huge help to him at this crucial moment. Using these Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo, Fong Yuan deduced all sorts of aspects of the Immortal Goo House. Thus, Fong Yuan had a deep understanding of the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. In a very short period of time, he had grown from nothing to something, advancing by leaps and bounds. I did it. Fong Yuan's eyes lit up. At this moment, he had finally succeeded, completely taking over the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. This Immortal Goo House had completely become his. Fong Yuan could move this Immortal Goo House with just a thought. Bam! Right at this time, the ward's door was kicked and smashed. Xiao Shan, Lu Xuanfeng and the other rank 5 Goo Immortals led a large group of people. They charged in with a fierce aura. This and that, they are all suspicious characters. Kill them all. Xiao Shan was filled with killing intent. He pointed at the 3 beds and shouted. It turned out that the Southern Border Goo Immortals were not only frantically investigating, they had also sent their own pawns to the camps of the righteous and demonic sides. They launched a bloody purge. Anyone who was suspected by the Goo Immortals would be killed, so as to provoke the mastermind Fong Yuan, who deserved to be cut into pieces. The Southern Border Goo Immortals were anxious. Even if their identities were exposed, they could not care less about the truth of the Battle of Etian Mountain. Although they did not see through my familiar face, I am still suspected? Fong Yuan muttered in his heart. Among the 3 suspects that Xiao Shan had pointed out, Fong Yuan was one of them. Looking at the rank 5 Goo Master Sun Pang who charging towards him with a sinister smile, Fong Yuan's heart was calm. He was not nervous at all. Of course, on the surface, Fong Yuan still showed a confused and angry expression, shouting, "What are you doing? I am not a spy of the righteous path. I don't care if you are or not." Sun Penghu shouted, pouncing towards Fong Yuan and kicking Fong Yuan's chest. Fong Yuan's chest immediately caved in. His heart ruptured and large amounts of blood gushed out. Fong Yuan gave a miserable cry, raising his hand to counterattack. But he was sent flying by Sun Penghu's punch. Bam! Fong Yuan's corpse crashed into the wall and slid down, collapsing on the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died on the spot. "Let's go to the next area." After dealing with this, Xiao Shan waved his hand and led everyone away in an imposing manner. What was left were the panicking wounded and the corpses of 3 unlucky people. Fong Yuan naturally did not die. This was only a disguise. The disguise of familiar face, although limited to a human form, could easily show the appearance of death. Fong Yuan still needed some time. Taking over the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage was not enough. There was still one more thing for Fong Yuan to deal with. That was to suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie. There was still a lot of immortal essence left in graceful chaotic duel stage. Fong Yuan activated the Immortal Gu House and combined with his battle will, forming a grand force that attacked the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The slumbering rank 8 immortal zombie suddenly opened its eyes and resisted intensely. Fong Yuan snorted in his heart. It is not so easy after all. He was not surprised, because in his previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had taken the initiative to come out. The great strength true martial immortal zombie's reaction was also one of the scenarios that Fong Yuan had deduced. The Strength Path 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie was something that Fong Yuan had to obtain. Fong Yuan would not let it go so easily. He had prepared many methods to deal with this situation. But just as he was about to make a move, tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky. The ground also started to shake. The southern border Gu immortals were uncertain. They shouted, "What is going on? This seems to be the sign of a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Why would a calamity and tribulation descend for no reason? Is someone undergoing tribulation again? Who cares who is undergoing tribulation? What I am most concerned about now is to find that thief who stole the Immortal Gu House." Fong Yuan was also very surprised. "It is not time yet. How could it be early? Oh no, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity has already descended. Is Shadow Sect still far away?" Fong Yuan knew that the situation was bad. He could not help but hesitate. The calamity and tribulation started early. Is it the influence of my rebirth? Shadow Sect is mysterious and powerful. Should I retreat? Actually, at this time, giving up on the great strength true martial immortal zombie was not a bad idea. After all, in this world, there was not only the great strength true martial immortal zombie here, there was also He Lulan. Even if He Lulan and Fong Yuan had signed an alliance agreement. But as long as the alliance agreement's time limit was up, or information path methods were used to break the alliance agreement, Fong Yuan could deal with He Lulan. In the past, Fong Yuan did not have the strength to deal with He Lulan, because He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness behind her. But now Fong Yuan had the Immortal Gu House. As long as he did not care about his immortal essence, he could suppress these 3 female Gu immortals, no matter if they were rank 7, rank 8, or even one of the 10 extreme physiques. With the Immortal Gu House in hand, Fong Yuan was filled with confidence. However, it would be a pity if I give up. This is a rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. Even if she tries to harm He Lulan, that is in the future. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? How can I guarantee that it will succeed? The alliance agreement was just signed. If I give up on this place and deal with He Lulan, I am afraid a long delay will lead to trouble. Just as he was hesitating, a change occurred in the sky. Old Man Inkstone appeared, leading the 10 extreme Gu immortals to form the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The southern border Gu immortals were heavily surrounded. After a moment of shock, they became even more furious. A Gu immortal shouted, "Who are you? Are you the one who caused the Immortal Gu House?" A rank 8 Gu immortal snorted coldly. "Cowards, show your true face if you dare. I want to see who dares to scheme against me in southern border." Old Man Inkstone looked at the deities of Southern Border and sneered in disdain. He then turned around and looked at Ing Wuxia. I have told you everything I need to tell you, remember it well. Ing Wuxia blinked innocently, nodding. Go and die, don't worry about me. He had only been born for 12 hours and his cultivation level had reached rank 6, becoming a Gu immortal. But towards the world and the concept of life and death, he was still very ignorant. Old Man Inkstone shook his head helplessly. His original intention was naturally not to create such a helper. It is a pity that my human path attainment cannot compare to Renzu. Renzu's 10 extreme physiques can live forever. The pure dream reality seeker physique I created can only live for 18 hours. Even though I have gotten rid of the weakness of the soul hibernating, the memories in the soul will still be gradually erased by the dream path Tao marks. This way, even if he forcefully imparted knowledge to Ing Wuxia, it would be useless. The more he imparted, the faster he would forget them. Only by letting him remember them would there be a slight effect. Old Man Inkstone concealed the regret in his heart. I will go now, but before I die, I will make a divination for you. Be careful of your own people. Old Man Inkstone said his final words as his body turned into a cloud of sand, dissipating in the wind. Along with his soul, many Shadow Sect Gu immortals sacrificed themselves, sending their souls into the formation. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had been greatly perfected under the heroic sacrifices of many Gu immortals, reaching 90% completion. Southern Border's Gu immortals had already tried to break this formation. Now that it was 90% complete, these Southern Border Gu immortals were shocked and shocked. Above their heads, the 1,000-pearl light tribulation descended from the sky. Southern Border's Gu immortals temporarily gave up on breaking out. They turned to deal with the incoming tribulation. To be continued. Chapter 10:10. Shadow Sect also came earlier? Feng Yuan looked at the sky, speechless. Although he wanted to act earlier after putting it into practice, he realized that the plan was perfect, but the reality made him helpless. In his previous life, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals only appeared after the Southern Border Gu immortals resisted several waves of calamities and tribulations. But in this life, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals also set up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation ahead of time. Since this formation was formed, Feng Yuan was no longer in a hurry to retreat. The reason was simple. The worst situation had already occurred. Like in his previous life, Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel immortal Gu was also ineffective in this formation. A 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Even the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage would have to spend a lot of effort to break out. Feng Yuan had resolved many battlefield killer moves, especially in Eastern Sea's Yulu Blessed Land. He had broken many of them. But the battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land were exquisite. But without anyone controlling them, they were inanimate objects. Even if someone was controlling them, their strongest state could not compare to even 1% of this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Feng Yuan was not a formation path Gu immortal, nor was he proficient in formation path, but he still had this level of insight. If he went out now, he would definitely become the target of everyone. The Southern Border Gu immortals would not let Feng Yuan off, and the Shadow Sect Gu immortals would not let the immortal Gu house be taken away by Feng Yuan. Suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie, then look for an opportunity to use the immortal Gu house to forcefully break out. Feng Yuan placed most of his attention on the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The sudden appearance of the Shadow Sect Gu immortals helped Feng Yuan to a certain extent. If not for their appearance, the Southern Border Gu immortals would have placed their attention on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's mental and physical pressure eased. He had more energy to deal with the great strength true martial immortal zombie. What shocked Feng Yuan was that this immortal zombie still had a lot of strength left. Facing Feng Yuan's relentless attacks, he activated his immortal Gu and roused his battle intent. The resistance was extremely firm and intense. For a moment, Feng Yuan was actually at a loss for words. This immortal zombie is very astute. Earlier, he used battle will to refine the immortal Gu house. The result was a failure. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he fell into a deep sleep. He was accumulating power in his slumber, probably hoping to awaken one day and make use of his previous accumulations. Fang Yuan guessed. He couldn't help but admire his opponent. If it was a strength path great strength true martial immortal zombie, it would not have this method. But this immortal zombie was very different. He had such great talent in strength path, but he actually abandoned it and cultivated wisdom path. No one knew what he was thinking. But Fang Yuan was clear that it was his wisdom path methods that allowed him to forcefully create a loophole in this situation where he was bound to lose. Maybe this immortal zombie woke up. He had woken up and fallen asleep many times. That was how he managed to accumulate so much fighting spirit. But in his slumber, the immortal goo house purified his fighting spirit. If not for Fang Yuan's interference, according to this development, this immortal zombie would definitely be able to escape. Not only could he escape, he could even obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Unfortunately, his plan had failed. Fang Yuan had gotten it first. While Fang Yuan was dealing with this great strength true martial immortal zombie, the situation on Etian Mountain was also developing rapidly. Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation, Profound Dark Flying Frost, Desolate Beast Calamity, Dragon Roar Tribulation, For Blazing Clouds Tribulation, Snow War Tribulation Lightning. A series of calamities and tribulations. Just like in his previous life, they were getting more and more terrifying. Southern Borders Goo Immortals suffered heavy losses. It was not that they did not try to break out. But how could they break out of the 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation? Just like in his previous life. They thought Ing Wuxia was the greatest weakness, but in the end, they were hit by Lead Soul into Dream Immortal Killer move, and had to return in defeat. Afterwards, they placed their hopes on the calamities and tribulations, hoping that they could destroy the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. But Shadow Sex Goo Immortals took the initiative to attack. As time passed, under the Immortal Goo House graceful chaotic dual stage, the great strength true martial immortal zombies' resistance became weaker and weaker. When Fang Yuan gradually saw hope, the Southern Border Goo Immortals were already in complete despair. Almost all of them were dead. If they were not killed by the 10 extreme immortal zombie battle formation, they were drowned by the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Only 2 rank 8s were left. They were heavily injured and were running around like headless flies in the gaps between the calamities and shadow sex attacks, struggling at death's door. At this point, Fang Yuan was also helpless. It was not that he did not try to help these Southern Border Goo Immortals. He had not completely suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie yet. He naturally hoped these Southern Border Goo Immortals could stall for some time. Not long ago, he had secretly transmitted to these Goo Immortals, trying to inform them of Ing Wuxia's power. But the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already covered the surrounding 10,000 li of Etian Mountain. Not only did it restrict space, it also muted sound. Fang Yuan could not think of a way. Fang Yuan also tried other methods, but they all failed. After a few attempts, Fang Yuan wisely gave up, focusing his attention on the great strength true martial immortal zombie again. At the same time, at a higher place in the sky, there was a tall and pure white tower floating quietly. Immortal Goo House. Heaven Overseeing Tower, Tower Lord. The Southern Border Goo Immortals are almost all dead. Should we make a move? Bai Chun Tian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. Using Heaven Overseeing Tower, his gaze penetrated the battlefield below and reflected in his mind. Such a powerful formation. This formation looks like an ancient battle formation, but it is actually set up using the Tao marks of the 10 extreme physiques. It uses humans as the formation, but its essence is a battlefield killer move. But this formation has a weakness. It lacks the final strength path 10 extreme immortal zombie. If the 10 extremes gather, it will be troublesome. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord evaluated. No wonder these people from Shadow Sect are trying all sorts of methods to obtain that great strength true martial immortal zombie below the mountain. Lian Jiusheng realized at once. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stroked his beard. It is not easy to obtain the great strength true martial immortal zombie. We need to get past the obstacle of graceful chaotic dual stage. Let's not rush to make a move. Bo Qing and the rest have not appeared yet. We have 13 Goo Immortals. and one immortal goo house heaven overseeing tower. But we have to travel through the 5 regional walls in White Heaven. Our conditions are not complete yet. The other party has yet to make a move, let them be busy for a while. Even though the southern border goo immortals are exterminated, aren't there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? That person did not stay down there and wanted to come out. He has angered Providence. This grand calamity and earthly calamity will be even more terrifying towards the end. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, he saw the great strength true martial immortal zombie appear. He had no choice but to kill it quickly. But in this life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was suppressed by Feng Yuan and could not move. It did not appear. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Even though he had 12 companions with him, they were all like-minded people with rank 8 cultivation level. But Heaven overseeing Tower Lord did not dare to be rash. Celestial Court is not making a move yet. Far away, Boqing looked at the sky with a solemn expression. In his previous life, he was forced into a corner and could not attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could only attack Combat Immortal Sect, but Shadow Sect's arrangements were all useless. But in this life, there was a difference. Envoy Blue, 7-star child immortal zombie was not dead. Together with him, Yu Chun and Song Zixing, they formed an immortal killer move, allowing Boqing to quickly appear in Heavenly Lotus Sect. Attacking this sect was also Shadow Sect's plan. Boqing and the rest stalled for some time before retreating. But Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was not easy to fool. He felt uneasy. Once he returned to Celestial Court, he used Heaven overseeing Tower to make deductions. He also deduced the crucial location of Etion Mountain. He quickly gathered Goo Immortals, and even brought out Heaven overseeing Tower, rushing here without stopping. Since he is not making a move, we will go first. Song Zixing's voice came through an information path Goo Worm. Boqing nodded. Let me go first. At the next moment, bright light soared to the sky. A huge immortal goo house appeared in everyone's vision. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was surprised. This immortal goo house was hidden in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. He did not know what method it used, he had not detected it earlier. Under everyone's gazes, the immortal goo house flew to the sky and crashed towards Etion Mountain. Feng Yuan's expression was ashen, his eyes were shining with a cold light. Immortal goo house Sacred Feather City. He gritted his teeth. To think that at the crucial moment, Sacred Feather City, which originally belonged to the Featherman Goo Immortals, would appear here. The moment this city appeared, Feng Yuan felt uneasy. Now that he saw this huge immortal goo house pouncing towards him, Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He was extremely unwilling. He was about to succeed. He only needed a bit more effort. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was already in danger. He could not hold on for much longer. But now he had to stop. Sacred Feather City directly crashed towards him. Feng Yuan had to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to resist it. If the immortal goo house was not activated, its battle strength could not be displayed. The degree of activation was different, the amount of immortal essence expended, and the battle strength was also different. Even Heaven overseeing Tower, a rank 9 immortal goo house, would be sliced off by Boqing's sword light before it was fully activated. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage Rise. Feng Yuan shouted in his mind. He stopped disguising himself and showed his true body. Etion Mountain instantly collapsed. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was like a crimson meteor, flying towards the sky. It was also a space path goo worm. It burst out with an intense formless force. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan was sucked into Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. At this moment, Feng Yuan was officially in control of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. A mere Sacred Feather City. Feng Yuan snorted inwardly. He waved his hand and a cloud of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence flew out. Rank 9 immortal essence from Giant Sun Immortal. This was not just for show. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was originally covered in crimson light. After the yellow apricot immortal essence was expended, this crimson light was like a volcano erupting, shooting out 50 to 60 feet. What? Boqing, who was controlling Sacred Feather City, cried out in shock. With an earth-shattering explosion, Sacred Feather City was sent flying by graceful chaotic dual stage. Large numbers of city wall bricks fell down, turning into goo worm corpses in the air, scattering with the wind. Without any suspense, Fang Yuan defeated Bo Qing in one move. Chapter 10-11. Fang Yuan repelled Sacred Feather City. He naturally did not know that immortal zombie Bo Qing was controlling it. Using this chance, Fang Yuan maneuvered graceful chaotic dual stage, making a turn in the air before crashing down on Etian Mountain. Along the way, calamities and tribulations rained down on graceful chaotic dual stage, creating loud noises. Graceful chaotic dual stage's defense was enough to withstand the calamities and tribulations. It charged down without a care. Right now, Etian Mountain had already collapsed, turning into ruins. The demonic Path Goo masters on Etian Mountain naturally suffered heavy casualties. As far as the eye could see, it was a tragic sight to behold, and it was a scene of misery. Fang Yuan glanced at them, not looking at these ant-like mortals anymore. His eyes shined with a cold light. The situation was already like this, he could not let it go. He had failed to suppress it earlier, but Fang Yuan still had a chance. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie, you are mine. Graceful chaotic dual stage was about to charge down, when suddenly, a second immortal goo house blocked Fang Yuan's path. This immortal goo house was black in color, emitting a metallic luster. Its appearance was also that of a castle. But it was not a glorious sacred city like Sacred Feather City. It was a battle fortress made of steel. For example, if Sacred Feather City was an elegant royal noble young master, then this immortal goo house was an iron-blooded general in heavy armor. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. He gritted his teeth and charged forward. He had to make full use of every second. The more time he had for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, the more he could recover to his peak state. Boom! With a deafening sound, the two immortal goo houses collided fiercely. A majestic wave of chi suddenly exploded. It swept in all directions. As the air wave spread, mountain rocks were shaken. The corpses of goo masters were mixed in. The two immortal goo houses fell into a deadlock. Despite graceful chaotic dual stage's momentum, this iron fortress immortal goo house was barely able to resist it. Both sides were competing. The iron fortress immortal goo house was slowly retreating. Graceful chaotic dual stage was losing strength. Graceful chaotic dual stage is a rank 7 immortal goo house. This one is likely also rank 7, and is specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had a flash of realization. He sighed, knowing that the golden opportunity was fleeting. Although he tried his best to grasp it, he was unable to do so due to the enemy's obstruction. This period of time was enough for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie to break free from Fang Yuan's suppression and recover. Fang Yuan's attempt failed. He immediately decided to retreat and leave this troublesome place. Turning around, the graceful chaotic dual stage soared into the sky. Fang Yuan did not fly directly into the sky. Instead, he fiercely crashed towards the southeast. The third and fourth immortal goo houses appeared one after another. These two immortal goo houses were small. One was covered in bloodlight and was shaped like a war chariot, while the other was filled with eerie energy and had gray tiles and white walls. 4 immortal goo houses surrounded Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan charged left and right. Obstructed by the 4 immortal goo houses, he could not use his full strength and could not charge out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had not expected this. Shadow Sect actually made such a huge move. An immortal goo house was already a rare item. Shadow Sect actually took out 4 immortal goo houses at once, not sparing any price. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Fang Yuan was still as calm as ice. The enemy was extremely strong, but the situation had not reached despair yet, because one side had not made a move yet. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky from time to time. He was waiting. Since Shadow Sect made their move in advance, would the Celestial Court not be able to deduce it? Even if they did not, according to this time, it should have arrived. When the celestial quartz goo immortals make a move, the situation would become chaotic, and Fang Yuan would have a chance to take advantage of it. But why are the celestial quartz goo immortals still not making a move? Fang Yuan's thoughts changed, and he took the initiative to suppress graceful chaotic dual stage's power. The immortal goo house that was erupting with red light was like a strong and vigorous man, gradually turning into a withered old man. At once the situation changed. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage was suppressed by the 4 immortal goo houses. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the dazzling white light in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes gradually faded. He had just used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make a deduction, and it had just ended. There was a cold smile at the corner of his lips. The one controlling the graceful chaotic dual stage is an otherworldly demon. Surname Guyue, name Fang Yuan. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land, and the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, was actually done by this person. This person seems to have an unclear relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Don't look at how he is being suppressed now. He is just putting on an act to lure us into making a move. Oh. Then it seems that this Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect are friends or foes. Is their intense battle just a show? Lian Jiusheng asked in confusion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I am not interested in the relationship between Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect. It is not important at all. Since he wants to lure us into making a move, then let us make a move. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation below is the crux of the enemy's plan. I have already deduced that they have already obtained the final crucial immortal zombie. Everyone, follow me to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy the formation. We will foil the enemy's scheme. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's call was filled with battle intent. The celestial quartz goo immortals beside him had solemn expressions as they moved together. A pillar of light burst out, directly attacking the 10 extreme formation. I had wanted to use Fang Yuan to numb the celestial quartz goo immortals and stall for time. It seems that this shallow scheme cannot deceive the celestial quartz goo immortals. Let's move. Envoy Blue, 7-star child immortal zombie, ordered after observing the situation of the Shadow Sect. Good, the celestial court is finally making a move. Fang Yuan was just about to be happy when he saw 3 immortal goo houses appear. A pavilion with red bricks and green tiles. A pavilion with white light fluttering in the wind. An altar with golden light flickering in the wind. The 3 immortal goo houses worked together to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Since when were immortal goo houses so worthless? They were moving out one by one. What were they trying to do? The bad feeling in Fang Yuan's heart intensified. He had thought the Battle of Etian Mountain was a deep pond, but he did not expect this was actually an ocean. The waters here were too deep. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a battle of this scale could only be counted on one hand. Good. Sacred Feather City, Indestructible Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar. 7 immortal goo houses were forced out by my attack. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded from within Heaven Overseeing Tower. He revealed the names of the Shadow Sect's immortal goo houses one by one. His voice was like thunder that resounded in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. Now, I will show you the true power of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, shaking the heavens. Rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Activated at full force. Without any warning, the sky turned white. The world turned white. Even Fang Yuan, who was inside graceful chaotic dual stage, could only see white at this moment. It was all light. White light. It filled the world, the earth, all directions, the universe, and the sky. This light seemed harmless. Fang Yuan did not even feel a trace of danger. What kind of attack is this? When the white light dissipated, Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He took a look. His whole body shook. In the sky, the broken walls of the immortal goo houses were falling down. These broken bricks and tiles gradually turned into countless goo worms as they fell. Not a single goo worm survived. the corpses of these goo worms. They floated in the wind and scattered everywhere. The most peculiar thing was from the outside. These dead goo worms had no injuries, but they did not have any aura. The 3 immortal goo houses closest to Heaven Overseeing Tower, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, and Golden Altar had already collapsed. As for the remaining immortal goo houses, they were all heavily injured. But overall, Feng Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage suffered the least damage. Did the Celestial Court purposely stop attacking me? A thought flashed in Feng Yuan's mind before he denied it. Otherworldly demon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a look at graceful chaotic duel stage, before turning his gaze to the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. That attack earlier was a peerless attack formed from the activation of Fate Immortal Goo. This was an attack that contained the power of fate. Fate. If it was not fated, it could not be obtained no matter how hard you tried. Don't beg for it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be blocked. Originally, it could have broken the 10 extreme formation, but the 3 immortal goo houses disregarded their own sacrifices and endured the attack. In contrast, Ing Wuxia had already flown out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. His original position was taken by the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After being suppressed for so many years, such a huge commotion came out the moment I escaped. Ha 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 ha, I like it. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie raised his head and laughed. Suddenly he pointed at Heaven Overseeing Tower in the sky shouting, "Little bastards of the Celestial Court, come and entertain me with my rebirth." The 100% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completely activated. Dark clouds appeared, covering the entire battlefield and spreading out rapidly, as if there was no end to them. The 10 extreme immortal zombies were hidden in the dark clouds and fog, vanishing without a trace. Countless immortal apertures were drawn out by the mystical power of the formation like specks of starlight. These immortal apertures were left behind by the southern border goo immortals after they died. The immortal apertures went deep into the dark clouds and gathered together. Countless goo worms, both immortal goo and mortal goo, flew around in the dark clouds. At this point, Feng Yuan finally realized something. So this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation's true essence is a refinement path formation. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They are actually using the immortal apertures of southern border goo immortals as goo materials. This method was simply unheard of. The high and mighty goo immortals were now ants, casually executed and used to refine goo. Even Feng Yuan, with his previous life's 500 years of experience, had never seen such a scene. Shadow Sect was a mysterious organization, hidden in the back of history. Its true objective, the plan that had been plotting for countless years, was finally revealed at this moment. Chapter 10-12. You actually activated this formation right under our noses. Even if you were once invincible in the world, you are already dead now. So be it if you do not care about us. Such a heaven-defying action. Providence is clear. How can we let you succeed? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, once again combining the strength of the Celestial Court's immortals, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. Hold on. The Shadow Sect immortals, who had expected this, activated their immortal goo houses and charged into the sky. The world turned white. An attack from fate could not be defended. After regaining his senses, Feng Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face turning purple and gold. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he was still restricted by this world. The injuries he suffered were only slightly less than others. Looking again, Feng Yuan found that Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, and Nightmare Castle, these 3 immortal goo houses, had completely broken apart, turning into fragments that fell from the sky. Feng Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage, even though it was inside the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, also suffered heavy damage. Over 1,000 mortal goo died, 2 immortal goo were heavily injured and on the verge of death. They could not be used anymore. 3 of the 7 stage corners were also destroyed. But Feng Yuan was cheering in his heart. He hoped that Celestial Court's side would continue to exert their strength and break this 10 extreme formation. Once there was a gap, he could escape. The situation was becoming clearer. Evidently, Celestial Court's Gu immortals were here to target Shadow Sect. If Feng Yuan escaped now, Celestial Court's Gu immortals might not be able to make a move. Under Feng Yuan's anticipation, Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was floating in the sky, once again shone with white light. The light became thicker and thicker. When it reached its limit, it would erupt with Fate's attack again. By then the 10 extreme formation would be broken without a doubt. A gust of wind blew as Sacred Feather City charged towards Feng Yuan. You are not going to deal with Celestial Court's Gu immortals, but instead come to deal with me. Feng Yuan sneered but did not fight the other party head-on. He craftily controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, dodging all around, waiting for the Celestial Court's Gu immortals to attack again. Suddenly Heaven Overseeing Tower shook violently. All of a sudden, the accumulated white halo exploded and completely disappeared. Heaven Overseeing Tower's body was covered in wounds. The Celestial Court Gu immortals inside the tower. They even vomited blood, suffering from the backlash. Within Sacred Feather City, 7-star child immortal zombie's voice resounded. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you fell for our trap. At this moment, in Sacred Feather City, there were more than 10 Shadow Sect Gu immortals, led by 7-star child immortal zombie, Boqing immortal zombie, and Yingwu Xia. Even though the other 6 immortal Gu houses were destroyed, Shadow Sect's Gu immortals used some space path methods to escape. They gathered in the final immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. After all, they had the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, and the Shadow Sect had been planning for a long time. They had the geographical advantage, so it was not surprising that they could achieve this. How can this be? Feng Yuan was bewildered at this sight. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Celestial Court Gu immortals reacted one after another. Heaven Overseeing Tower is a rank 9 immortal Gu house. How could it be so heavily damaged? Earlier, Shadow Sect did not make a move. Heaven Overseeing Tower itself had a problem. There is a traitor in our Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was grim. He stared at Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After Sword Immortal Boqing awakened, his sword light rampaged in Central Continent, cutting Heaven Overseeing Tower. To prevent the sword chi from corroding more Gu worms and causing greater damage, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower with Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord himself had no problem, but the person who had the problem, it was definitely Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After getting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's reminder, the other Celestial Court Gu immortals reacted in time. They pulled away from the 2 suspects and surrounded them. Wait! How can I be a traitor of Shadow Sect? Bai Chen Tian was furious. He tried to explain. To join Celestial Court, we need to go through layers of tests and tests. Celestial Court has been established for 3 million years. When has there ever been a traitor? This might be a method of Shadow Sect. The most urgent matter now is to destroy this refinement path formation. We need to hurry and destroy this refinement path formation. We cannot fall for Shadow Sect's delaying plot. Bai Chen Tian had a sincere expression. He could not conceal his anxiety. Ha ha ha. Lian Jiusheng suddenly laughed out loud. His eyes darkened as he scanned the surroundings. His tone was frigid as he said, "It's precisely because it was created 3 million years ago that even the strictest tests and tests are outdated. How hard is it to infiltrate Celestial Court?" Lian Jiusheng you, Bai Chen Tian shouted, taking a step back in shock. So Lian Jiusheng is a traitor. Are you Lian Jiusheng, or him? The Celestial Court Gu immortals felt like they were facing a great enemy, but no one acted rashly. In this world, there has never been a Lian Jiusheng. Even if you want to stop me from being a rank 9 immortal Gu house, you will have to get past me first. Saying this, Lian Jiusheng died. A gust of fresh green wind blew out from his body. Winds of assimilation. After his identity was exposed, Lian Jiusheng actually committed suicide and destroyed his immortal aperture, forming the winds of assimilation. Such a heroic act, just like Qin Baisheng. The winds of assimilation could assimilate everything. It was no small matter. But thankfully, this was the interior of the rank 9 immortal goo house heaven overseeing tower. The winds of assimilation had not formed yet. Heaven overseeing tower lord and the rest were flustered as they suppressed the winds of assimilation. But Lian Jiusheng's death was not as simple as this winds of assimilation. Since there was an enemy traitor in Celestial Court, was it just Lian Jiusheng? Was there someone else? The United Celestial Court Goo Immortals were now facing a crisis of trust. Celestial Court's inspection methods have not been improved for many years. With that person's methods, it is not impossible to sneak into Celestial Court. A Celestial Court Goo Immortal said solemnly. Is Heaven Overseeing Tower heavily damaged? More people were concerned about this question. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head. 40% of Heaven Overseeing Tower has already been destroyed. The previous attack cannot be used again. If we use it forcefully, Heaven Overseeing Tower will collapse first. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said this and heaved a long sigh. If not for Fate Goo's incomplete state, Shadow Sect would not have succeeded in this. Needless to say, this traitor planted by Shadow Sect was truly amazing. Lian Jiusheng had concealed himself for 1,000 years. Nobody suspected him. Once he took action, he temporarily erased Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method. Of course, Shadow Sect still made use of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's battle results. If Fate Immortal Goo was intact, Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack could be unleashed at will. There would be no backlash. Everyone, the traitor has been exposed. Why are you still surrounding me? Bai Chen Tian said impatiently. The immortals reacted at this point. They apologized and dispersed the encirclement. But the Celestial Court's immortals did not let go of their wariness towards Bai Chen Tian. They even glanced at the other Goo immortals with faint suspicion and wariness. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw this and was shocked. He quickly tried to maintain the situation. Everyone, listen to me. Don't be suspicious of the traitor. Lian Jiusheng was just exaggerating. If he could really continue to conceal himself, why would he expose himself? If Celestial Court had many traitors, they would have destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower long ago. Why would they only do this? The immortals were shaken. They reacted. So close, we almost fell for that person's provocation. Tower Lord is right. This is already Shadow Sect's limit. If Lian Jiusheng could really resist our Celestial Court's investigative method, why would he expose himself and use a suicidal attack? He had no confidence in it. This shows that our method is effective. Let's not think about how Lian Jiusheng infiltrated Celestial Court for now. The urgent matter now is the formation below. Right now, even though Heaven Overseeing Tower has lost its strongest attacker, we still have hope. As long as we cooperate sincerely, the power of a rank 9 immortal Goo house can still destroy the enemy's scheme. The immortals were all experienced people. After the discussion, they were united as one and their morale was high. Heaven Overseeing Tower was activated by the immortals. It crashed down like a meteor. Shadow Sect did not block it. They opened a hole in the formation and let Heaven Overseeing Tower enter. Feng Yuan wanted to go out but was obstructed by Sacred Feather City. Thus, inside the formation, the 3 immortal Goo houses fell into a chaotic battle. Even though rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower was heavily damaged, it was still the Overlord. It charged around with unstoppable momentum. Shadow Sect's Goo immortals used Sacred Feather City and the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation to barely contend with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, focusing on dodging from beginning to end. Compared to before, Feng Yuan's situation was much better. Because Shadow Sect and Celestial Court both suffered heavy losses. Because Feng Yuan was an otherworldly demon, he suffered the least losses among the 3. No rush, Shadow Sect and Celestial Court have irreconcilable conflicts. They will fight intensely in the future. When they weaken each other, that will be my chance. Right now, preserving our battle strength is the most important task. Feng Yuan thought. No need to be anxious. As long as we are inside this formation, the other party will need to focus their strength on Heaven Overseeing Tower. The longer we stall, the stronger the calamities and tribulations, the higher our chance of victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the situation and said to the Celestial Court Immortals. Stall. Inside Sacred Feather City, 7-star child immortal zombie shouted. Yumu-chan added. That's right, we having Wuxia. The longer we stall, the stronger his cultivation level will be. The more powerful his Dream Path killer moves will be. Dream Path transcends this era. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot defend against it. Against Dream Path attacks, it is almost defenseless. You are talking about me. Wuxia stared with wide eyes, pointing at himself. Yumu-chan nodded. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would not be able to calculate your true situation. The only worry is that the higher your cultivation level, the higher the level of lead soul into dream you can use. But this immortal killer move, the stronger it is, the more goo worms it requires, and the more complicated the activation process will be. You need to use it properly, you cannot make any mistakes. Wuxia took a deep breath and waved his hand nervously. Uncle, your entire body is covered in hair. Now that you mention it, I'm a little nervous. Coincidentally, Shadow Sect, Celestial Court, and Feng Yuan's side all wanted to stall for time. But who will have the last laugh? Search the color, read the following chapters. Chapter 10-13. Bam Bam Bam. Bolts of lightning struck down incessantly. The previous wave of lightning had yet to dissipate when the next wave of lightning shot down. The entire sky was like a deep blue forest. Dark clouds filled the air in this forest that was completely formed by thunder and lightning. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already turned into a lump of dark clouds. There were no traces of the 10 extreme immortal zombies inside. Feng Yuan's plan to attack the formation core was also foiled. In this dark cloud, 3 meteor-like immortal goo houses revolved around each other, colliding from time to time or unleashing powerful attacks. Both sides were patiently waiting for their own opportunity to appear, to see whose tactic would succeed. The power of the calamities and tribulations continued to increase. The 10 extreme formation was gradually unable to hold on. The dark clouds were continuously bombarded by the tribulation lightning, and a lot of it was destroyed. But it had not weakened to the extent that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord wanted. Because of the 3 sides restraining each other, the opportunity that Feng Yuan was waiting for was still nowhere to be seen. Alright, I have rank 7 cultivation level now. Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia spoke happily. Good, deal with Feng Yuan first and seize graceful chaotic duel stage. 7-star child immediately replied. Wuxia nodded. Shadow Sect had specially designed this lead soul into Dream Path for him. They had also prepared a set of goo worms. Every level of cultivation would have a corresponding lead soul into Dream. Why did they deal with Feng Yuan first, and not the Celestial Court's goo immortals? Firstly, Feng Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. He was easier to deal with. Moreover, he had graceful chaotic duel stage. If they dealt with him and seized graceful chaotic duel stage, they would be able to fight Heaven Overseeing Tower. Secondly, the Celestial Court's goo immortals were also stalling for time. They did not exert much pressure on Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's immortals gradually realized this and decided to make use of it. Thirdly, quickly deactivate the system that teaches you how to be a human. Wuxia was only rank 7, but this rank 7 lead soul into Dream was not enough. Against rank 8 goo immortals, it was still lacking. If the Celestial Court's goo immortals received the move in advance, they would have more time to understand this killer move. They would be able to break it more easily. Wuxia had a serious expression on his face as he slowly activated lead soul into dreams. Don't be nervous, take your time. You can do it, good luck. The Shadow Sect goo immortals were even more nervous than Wuxia himself. Rank 7. Dream Path killer move. Lead soul into dream under the immortals' expectant gazes. Wuxia did not disappoint them. He successfully activated a Dream Path killer move. The power of soul lead into dreams was formless and incorporeal as it charged straight towards the graceful chaotic duel stage. Feng Yuan was caught off guard. He fell into a dream realm after getting hit. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable played the zither, and played softly. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out. It is difficult to stop the road of misfortune. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages. The endless heavenly river surged. Sorrow, the night is long and the soul is dreaming. Where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn, just like the previous 2 times. This time, Feng Yuan inexplicably received a new piece of information in his mind. The night is long and the soul is dreaming. Where can I find peace? Spectral night is dreaming. So this is the true face of Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan's body and mind shook intensely. Strange. At the same time, in Sacred Feather City, Ing Wuxie scratched his head, showing a strange expression. What is it? Did it not succeed? The other immortals quickly asked. Ing Wuxie's performance affected everyone's hearts. Ing Wuxie shook his head. The other party has indeed fallen into a dream, but the effect of this immortal killer move, it seems to be different from what I expected. The Shadow Sect Gu immortals relaxed. Ing Wuxie, this is the first time you are using the rank 7 level lead soul into dream. It is normal that the actual result is different from what you expected. Since it succeeded, let's seize this opportunity and seize this immortal Gu house. Sacred Feather City suddenly moved, changing directions and directly charging towards graceful chaotic duel stage. At the same time, the dark clouds rumbled intensely. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation also cooperated with Sacred Feather City's movement. However, just as Sacred Feather City was about to collide with graceful chaotic duel stage, Ing Wuxie suddenly opened his eyes wide, shouting, "Oh no, he broke free." Let soul into dream would have a miraculous effect on other Gu immortals. But against Feng Yuan, it was not very effective. Why? Because among the immortals present, only Feng Yuan's dream path attainment was second only to Ing Wuxie. It was because he had reborn from his previous life 500 years ago, and had the ultimate immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. But this move was only rank 6, Lead Soul into Dream was rank 7, a level higher. According to common sense, Feng Yuan should not be able to break free. But the dream he had fallen into was very strange. His heroic wife was about to counterattack. It seemed that because of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, the difficulty was very low. If Unravel Dream could not be used once, he would use it many times. In any case, Feng Yuan had a lot of Dream Path Mortal Gu. He could use them many times to form the killer move Unravel Dream. The action of collecting the spring dream fruits, at this moment, gave Feng Yuan a huge reward. But when Feng Yuan broke free from the dream, it was already too late. At the next moment, the Immortal Gu House, graceful chaotic duel stage, was sent flying. Feng Yuan could not stand steadily, he directly fell inside the Immortal Gu House. But he had already regained his senses. He quickly activated graceful chaotic duel stage to fly up, causing Sacred Feather City's suppression of the Immortal Gu House to fail. What's going on? How could he escape? This is Lead Soul into Dream. The Shadow Sect immortals shouted. Many of them looked like they had seen a ghost. This situation was really unexpected. Ing Wuxie scratched his head, saying anxiously, "Let me try again." Immortal killer move, Lead Soul into Dream. Feng Yuan was hit again. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Feng Yuan. Her eyes were like pools of water. She had a faint and mysterious smile on her face. She stroked the zither with both hands. This time he did not recite a poem. The sound of the zither was ethereal and clear, beautiful and pleasant to listen to, but Feng Yuan had no time to enjoy it. He knew that he was in a dream again, so how could he dare to stay? He quickly used Unravel Dream several times to leave this dream realm. What's going on? Ing Wuxie cried out within Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City had just approached the graceful chaotic duel stage when Feng Yuan had already woken up. He controlled the Immortal Gu House and escaped. Sacred Feather City's situation was much more serious than the graceful chaotic duel stages. In terms of speed, it was slightly weaker. One more time. Seven-Star Child's face was gloomy. He had a guess in his heart. However, he did not give up so easily. Ing Wuxie hurriedly nodded and began to prepare again. Damn it, so troublesome. The other party's dream path attainment is ahead of us by a generation. Even if I am inside an immortal goo house, I cannot defend against it. It hits me every time. Feng Yuan's expression was not any better than 7-star child's. The times were always progressing. During the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and remote antiquity era, the overall strength of the human goo immortal world. Not stronger than now. Of course, Rank 9 venerables were a special case. They were not counted. In Feng Yuan's previous life, dream realms emerged endlessly and dream path flourished. Many superforces immortal goo houses also added dream path goo worms. They were quite effective in defending against dream path. But the graceful chaotic dual stage that Feng Yuan had now came from that mysterious goo immortal of the past. It was even more ancient than now. It naturally could not defend against lead soul into dream. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Inside Sacred Feather City, Ing Wuxia shouted, "Ethereal extreme path. How is it?" The immortal's gazes were gathered on Ing Wuxia's face. Ing Wuxia nodded with certainty. He went in. Kill. Bo Qing shouted. Sacred Feather City approached graceful chaotic dual stage again. But graceful chaotic dual stage was extremely dangerous. It actually dodged again. What's going on? Didn't he go in? Why is his reaction faster than last time? 7-star child frowned. He went in. No, he came out again. Ing Wuxia stammered. The immortals were speechless. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage. Old Bai, at the crucial moment, we still need to rely on our own people. Feng Yuan had just escaped from the dream realm. He patted Tai Bai Yunqing's shoulder. It turned out that at the previous moment, Feng Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would not let this go. They would definitely drag him into the dream realm again. Although he could escape from the dream realm, it would take some time. And during this period of time, graceful chaotic dual stage could not be controlled by anyone. This gave the other party a chance. Thus, Feng Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunqing over to help him. The reason why graceful chaotic dual stage escaped earlier was because Tai Bai Yunqing was controlling it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless had both space path and fixed immortal travel could not be used. But before Feng Yuan came, he had already placed Tai Bai Yunqing into his immortal aperture. As for He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, they were hidden in Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture. Feng Yuan, you really went too far this time. Tai Bai Yunqing controlled the immortal goo house as he clicked his tongue. Even though he had already observed the entire battle through Feng Yuan's eyes and ears, this involved Shadow Sect and Celestial Court. This old man was still shocked beyond words. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. The other party has dream path methods. They might try to deal with you. Call Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan out. At the next moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan appeared. The expressions on their faces were very complicated, and most of them were shocked. Looking around, He Lulan said, Feng Yuan, you really know how to court death. Her tone carried faint admiration. Fairy Li Shan said, Oh Feng Yuan, you have dragged us into the fire pit this time. Feng Yuan laughed loudly, waving his hand as he said boldly, What are you afraid of? When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. With you guys helping me, the other party cannot do anything to me. With the protection of the immortal goo house, there might be a chance to reap some benefits. After this, you will all be rewarded. He Lulan nodded, not saying anything else. Her eyes flickered with bright light as she sized up graceful chaotic dual stage. Fairy Li Shan held her breath. Because of the new alliance agreement, her movements were restricted. Earlier, Feng Yuan had used Etion Mountain and graceful chaotic dual stage to deceive them into Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture. But to think that the development had far surpassed Fairy Li Shan's imagination. Looking at the battle outside through the immortal goo house, this famous goo immortal who had made a name for herself in northern plains felt her heart pounding. Just like what Tai Bai Yunqing had said, Feng Yuan had gone too far this time. How could Fairy Li Shan's heart not pound? Countless goo immortals lost their lives because of this. Their immortal light faded forever. This was something that goo immortal experts would always remember. Constantly thinking about it, guarding against the difficulties of cultivation day and night. As for the 10,000 tribulations, there was a saying in the cultivation world. It was called beyond 10,000 tribulations. There was basically no Gu immortals who could pass them. Once they passed one myriad tribulation, it would be a supreme glory. Gu immortals would admire them. In the long history of humanity, there were only 10 people who had passed 3 myriad tribulations. They were the 10 venerables. Sword immortal Boqing had passed 2 myriad tribulations. He was favored by the Gu immortals of the 5 regions. He had a chance of becoming a sword path immortal venerable. During the 3rd attempt he failed once. He narrowly escaped death. When he tried again he died. The current old ancestor Shui Hu of Northern Plains. He wanted to pass the first myriad tribulation by all means, thus he did not hesitate to pay any price. He refined fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu bitterly. As for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, they were still a distance away from the first myriad tribulation. Even though they were not young, they actually had time path methods to slow down their immortal apertures. Some Gu immortals feared heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. They could even pay a huge price to completely cut off the tributaries of the river of time in their immortal apertures. This way, the time in the immortal aperture would stop completely, the calamities and tribulations would not approach. But this way, the immortal aperture would not be able to produce immortal essence. If they did not pass calamities and tribulations, the Gu immortals' Dao marks would not increase greatly, their cultivation level would also stagnate. Furthermore, time path methods to slow down time had drawbacks. They could not stop the time in the immortal aperture for a long time. They had to pay a huge price. But in the current Gu immortal world, in order to prepare for tribulations, most Gu immortals would use time path methods to slow down the time in the immortal aperture. Even the experts among Gu immortals were no exception. This was because the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the calamities and tribulations they faced, they were even more dangerous. The rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court were usually in deep sleep. This sleeping method was one of the best delaying methods in the world. For rank 8 Gu immortals, they would face a huge test of life and death every 50 years. This was a grand tribulation. Right now, the first grand tribulation was descending from the sky. Relic Vajra tribulation, even though it was not targeted at them. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were overjoyed. They could not help but show wariness. The Vajra pearl smashed into the dark clouds. The dense dark clouds immediately thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the top layer of dark clouds melted like snow being splashed by boiling water. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's immortals had grim expressions, they frowned deeply. Amazing! The Celestial Court's Gu immortals smiled. They had also used the delaying tactic. It was finally effective now. We don't need to make a move, we might be able to defeat the other party. Ah! Bai Chun Tian laughed loudly. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a deep gaze. He spoke in a respectful tone as he sighed. Even though the other party was extremely strong for a time, how can he be stronger than this world? Humans should revere heaven and earth. Compared to heaven and earth, even a Gu immortal's ability is nothing. Even rank 9 Gu venerables, which one can obtain immortality. Revere heaven and earth. Follow the will of providence. That is the path of cultivation. Facing the might of the Grand Tribulation, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was gradually unable to hold on. The cannot block formation was controlled by someone. It was naturally more flexible than those battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land. The dark clouds opened, letting the Vajra pearls enter the formation. Clap clap clap. The Vajra pearls hit the 3 immortal Gu houses inside the formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord snorted coldly. He knew that his side had fallen into the Shadow Sect's trap, so he made Heaven Overseeing Tower share the burden for the Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was naturally unwilling. But there was nothing he could do. Inside the formation, there was nothing he could do. He could only activate the Immortal Gu House to dodge. Heaven Overseeing Tower has Fate Immortal Gu, one of the main materials to refine fate. This was providence, and these calamities and tribulations were also the will of the heavens. Heaven Overseeing Tower monitored the world. It was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Therefore, it was under the calamity. The damage it suffers is naturally much less than other immortal goo houses. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He was still carrying out the delaying tactic. When the 10 extreme formation revealed a flaw, he would activate the immortal goo house and deal the decisive blow. Regarding this, the other celestial court goo immortals had no objections. This is bad. Right now we need to share more of the pressure, otherwise the 10 extreme immortal zombie formation will not last until the end. So what if it is a myriad tribulation? We are already on Dongfang Naganori for this heaven-defying action. We have foreseen many things. The appearance of the myriad tribulation is also within our expectations. Sacrificing the other immortal goo houses and leaving only Sacred Feather City was used for this moment. Shadow Sect's goo immortals revealed a resolute aura. They had resolute expressions. Above Sacred Feather City, a hazy light shone. This kind of light seemed to be pink, but in reality, it was pure white light with a slight pink halo at most. The strange thing was this light. Anyone who saw it would feel warmth in their heart. But in essence, this was not a type of light. Instead, it was the situation when the wish power dissipated. Every immortal goo house, even though they took care of all aspects, they all had their own specialties. For example, Immortal Goo House Dark Prison. Its specialty was to capture, raise, and enslave desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. If it could raise its rank, it could also subdue immemorial desolate beasts. Rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower could use the offensive of fate. No target could defend against it or be immune to it. Unfortunately, it was restricted by Rank 9 Immortal Goo Fate. It could not be activated now. As for Sacred Feather City, the immortal goo house that Shadow Sect wanted to take over by all means. It naturally had its own specialties. Its specialties were that it could absorb the wish power of the Feathermen. It would automatically refine wish power mortal goo. This Sacred Feather City had existed for a very long time. It was occupied by the Feathermen. Generation after generation of Feathermen lived in the immemorial green heaven fragment world. They had a vast amount of wish power mortal goo. Even though the immortal killer move Heaven's wish power was expended a lot, there was still more than half that could not be used. Or rather, the Feathermen had no other way to use it. They did not. But Shadow Sect had a huge origin and a long history. They naturally had some. At this moment, the wish power mortal goo in Sacred Feather City were being activated without caring about the consequences. Wish power goo was a one-time expenditure goo. With the support of wish power, all aspects of Sacred Feather City rose greatly. It flew around and blocked the Relic Vajra tribulation, helping the 10 extreme formation to bear a huge burden. Such a powerful tribulation. In just a short time, graceful chaotic dual stage is about to collapse. Hey Lulon cried out in shock. Fairy Li Shan's face was pale, her gaze wavering. Such a terrifying tribulation. If she faced it alone, she would only be able to endure 2 or 3. And in this tribulation, there were tens of thousands of Vajra pearls, and there were still more to come. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I was waiting for this moment. I will let you see the true power of graceful chaotic dual stage. Absorb it. At the next moment, thoughts exploded in his mind like fireworks. Starlight shined brightly. All his attention and concentration was placed on graceful chaotic dual stage. This immortal goo house could temporarily seal external attacks using time path methods. It could then use it to deal with the enemy. But this method needed to be used wholeheartedly. It involved a huge amount of the goo immortal's mind. Feng Yuan could not understand the situation of the immortal goo house earlier. He could not be distracted and control the immortal goo house to move and deal with enemies while activating this method. But now, with the help of Tai Bai Yunxing and the others, and Sacred Feather City was busy dealing with the Grand Tribulation, Feng Yuan could finally find the time to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's special ability. Chapter 10-15. Under Feng Yuan's control, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage burst out with dazzling red light again. The red light was dozens of feet long, burning like a blazing flame. A mysterious power spread within the fire. Any Vajra Tribulation pearl that landed on the immortal goo house was swept away by the red light and sealed inside. With the rank 9 immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, graceful chaotic dual stage could unleash its greatest strength. Crack, crack, crack. The entire immortal goo house shook intensely, cracking noises could be heard. Absorbing the relic Vajra tribulation was still very difficult. After all, this was a grand tribulation. But in the end, Feng Yuan still succeeded. More and more Vajra pearls were controlled by him, and sealed inside graceful chaotic dual stage. But Feng Yuan also paid a huge price for this. After fighting for so long, I did not even use 30% of the Giant Sun's immortal essence that I used. After absorbing 100 Vajra pearls, Giant Sun's immortal essence was completely expended. Giant Sun's immortal essence was expended rapidly, causing Feng Yuan to be inwardly shocked. But now was not the time to feel heartache. He used another handful of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Graceful chaotic dual stage was full of power. Not only was it unscathed in the Grand Tribulation, it even absorbed a lot of Vajra pearls, increasing its strength by a lot. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house. Not only did it have shocking defense, it also had Fate Immortal Goo guarding it. It had a defensive effect against calamities and tribulations. And Feng Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage also displayed extraordinary power under the support of Giant Sun's immortal essence, displaying the profundities of time path. Its strength increased instead of decreasing. After this wave of grand tribulation, only Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City suffered the most severe damage. Even if they lost a huge number of wish power mortal goo, they could not compare to Feng Yuan and Celestial Court. Relic Vajra Tribulation. It lasted for half an incense stick's time before coming to an abrupt end. The three goo immortals had no time to rest. The second wave of tribulations descended. Rings of light lit up in the sky, and countless giant deer galloped out of the rings of light. Each of these deer was the size of an elephant, and their bodies were translucent, seemingly made of white light. Immemorial desolate beast Heaven Fate Light Deer. This was a calamity formed by a primordial desolate beast. Each immemorial desolate beast could battle rank 8 goo immortals. There were a total of 22 light deer that had pounced down. That was to say, they had 22 rank 8 battle strength experts. Without a doubt, even on these deer of light. Without any wild immortal goo, this wave of grand tribulation was much more terrifying than the first wave. The deer herd galloped towards the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless array. Instantly, the expressions of the Shadow Sect immortals changed. The 10 terminal formation quickly opened up and let half of the deer herd in. The Destiny Luminous Deer has 9 colors, corresponding to the primordial 9 heavens. These light deer are all white light deer. It seems like they live in the daytime. The Destiny Radiant Deer originally had a gentle temperament. There are often wonderful legends of carrying people into the sky. I didn't expect that under the influence of Providence, these light deer are full of fighting spirit and madness. Even though the Celestial Court's goo immortals did not want to get involved, they were involved and could not avoid it. He was also affected. Feng Yuan controlled the graceful chaotic dual stage, retreating as he fought. These light deer were living beings. He could not use an immortal goo house to seal them. Graceful chaotic dual stage could seal attacks. They were all objects of earth, water, wind and fire. Using the profundity of time path, graceful chaotic dual stage. That was how it came to be. Thankfully, Feng Yuan had collected many Vajra pearls earlier. He used them now. The light deer were forced to retreat. In the second wave of the heavenly tribulation, the Celestial Court situation was the best, followed by Feng Yuan. The Shadow Sect, however, had the heaviest pressure. They were in a dangerous situation. At the crucial moment, Immortal Zombie Boqing stood up. He activated ancient and modern sword path killer moves like Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Their power was unstoppable. It made people's hearts palpitate. More than half of the Destiny Light Deer fell under the sword lights, dying on the spot. Even wild immortal goo were of no use. Even though Boqing was dead, his immortal zombie body was filled with unimaginable sword path Dao marks. With the amplification of these Dao marks, even if it was the same killer move, Qin Bai Sheng and Boqing would have completely different effects. The difference was like heaven and earth. Immortal zombie Boqing persisted bitterly, finally allowing the shadow sect to survive the second wave of the Grand Tribulation. But the dark clouds in the sky were already extremely thin. The 10 immortal zombies could no longer hide, they could be vaguely seen. This formation has already been weakened to its lowest point. Charge out! Feng Yuan shouted. Graceful chaotic dual stage shot out Vajra pearls. They crackled as they tried to break the formation. On the other side, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord also saw this was a good opportunity. He added fuel to the fire. Heaven Overseeing Tower also activated. What do we do? Inside Sacred Feather City, Ing Wuxia held his head, feeling helpless. The other Shadow Sect Gu immortals also had grim expressions. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. They were at the juncture of victory or defeat. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completed without regrets. Whether it was success or failure, there was no third outcome. Once the formation was broken, it would definitely crumble. There is no other way, we can only sacrifice Zombie Alliance. 7-Star Child heaved a long sigh, making his decision. Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was actually only a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent meant to the Celestial Court. It was just that Shadow Sect was extremely mysterious. Many of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups might not know about this secret hidden in the deepest part of Zombie Alliance. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was the greatest plan that Shadow Sect had painstakingly and meticulously planned. At this moment, the Shadow Sect immortals had no choice but to sacrifice Zombie Alliance to maintain this situation. Their backup plan was activated. Figures after figures flashed out of the 10 extreme formation. They were the immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance. Rank 6, Rank 7, Rank 8, and so on. Their numbers were astonishing. This is... In graceful chaotic dual stage, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest stared with wide eyes, exclaiming in unison. Zombie Alliance is indeed backed by Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord frowned, his killing intent surged as his gaze turned cold. Good. Let's get rid of these things that go against Providence in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, these immortal zombies that flashed out did not have any consciousness, they were like puppets. Before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord made a move, they actually sacrificed themselves and turned into a part of the 10 extreme formation. Big sister. Fairy Lishan cried out. Among these immortal zombies, she saw blazing Heaven Demoness figure. But this rank 8 immortal zombie was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no consciousness and was expressionless. Under Fairy Lishan and He Lulan's eyes, blazing Heaven Demoness also turned her body into immortal material along with these immortal zombies, and fused into the formation. After obtaining these immortal zombie bodies filled with Dao marks, as well as countless immortal goo and immortal apertures, the 10 extreme formation's dark fog instantly surged, surpassing its original peak and reaching an unprecedented state. It almost covered the entire sky. Fairy Lishan shed tears of sorrow on the spot. He Lulan was silent. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. The rank 8 reinforcements that he was looking forward to had already died in front of him. Who could have thought that Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect had such a relationship? Even if someone had seen through the truth, who would believe it if they said it? The overlord of super forces that were spread throughout the 5 regions, the huge Zombie Alliance was actually just a setup that Shadow Sect had placed on the table. Earlier, Shadow Sect issued a mandatory mission to refine the goo formation. I'm afraid it was to plot against Zombie Alliance's members. Tai Bai Yunxing realized at once. He felt a chill in his heart at the sinister intentions of Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan's expression was unsightly. Earlier, I had also guessed the relationship between Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. But I did not expect it to be like this. My previous life's memories misled me. After all, Zombie Alliance was a super force that was still alive during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Such a huge move. Almost all the immortal zombies of the 5 regions were killed. They were used as immortal materials to fill this 10 extreme formation. What is that person trying to refine? Could it be the legendary Eternal Life Goo? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was also extremely unsightly. The immortals of the Celestial Court behind him also had worried expressions. Even though they were knowledgeable and had high authority, they could not help but be stunned by the shocking move of Shadow Sect. From this moment onwards, the superforce with the most immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. From this moment onwards, the superforce with the most immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. A sharp sound pierced everyone's eardrums. The time was up. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. Providence was ferocious. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, it was clearly a heaven-defying item that had already incurred the wrath of heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth would not allow its creation. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation was even stronger than the previous 2 waves added together. In the sky, sharp raindrops started to fall. Chapter 1016. Everything is over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood proudly in Heaven Overseeing Tower, overlooking the entire battlefield. In his vision, Shadow Sect's sacred Feather City was already in ruins. Immortal Zombie Bo Ching, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, and others were lying on the ground. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was also in ruins. The Immortals' corpses inside were all in pieces. The Een fog dissipated, and pillars of light shot down from the sky, dazzling and shining brightly. This is the result of going against Providence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed towards the sky. But after laughing for a while he frowned, feeling suspicious and uneasy. That's not right. Heaven Overseeing Tower was already plotted against. It could no longer use its strongest attack with the power of fate. Why did it clearly erupt again earlier? Also, I could not help but laugh earlier. This is not my usual behavior. What is going on? Right at this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord faintly heard some faint calls from the horizon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, wake up. Quickly wake up. Wake up. Am I not awake now? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very surprised. Doubts rose in his heart. Suddenly, his body shook as he realized the truth. Oh no. I was plotted against. Everything that happened earlier was not real. I am currently in a dream realm. The moment he thought of this, he felt even more uneasy. The enemy had been defeated too easily. Especially Shadow Sect. After all, they were backed by that person. Furthermore, the other Celestial Court Immortals had also disappeared. He was the only one left in the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure, I am in a dream realm. But how do I leave this place? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very anxious, even though he knew he was in a dream. But he did not have Feng Yuan's unravel dream method, thus he was unable to extricate himself from the dream realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fell into a deep sleep. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He was snoring loudly. He was lying on the floor, surrounded by a group of Celestial Court Immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not only old. Furthermore, he was very tired. Earlier, in order to repair Fate Immortal Gu, he had to refine Gu consecutively. Next, he rushed to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Next, he had to defend Heavenly Lotus Sect and engage in an intense battle with Bo Ching and the rest. Finally, he discovered the mastermind behind Shadow Sect and mobilized Celestial Court's Immortals. Activating Heaven Overseeing Tower, he entered the day. Without rest, he rushed towards southern borders Etian Mountain. Furthermore, he controlled the Heaven Overseeing Tower to engage in continuous battles. Therefore, once he entered the dreamland, his entire body would relax, and his snoring would be especially loud. His sleep was extremely deep. Celestial Court's Immortals surrounded Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, pouring water and burning him. He shouted himself hoarse and used all sorts of methods, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord still could not wake him up. This was the power of the Dream Tao. He was ahead of the rest of the world by an era. Even this group of rank 8 Heavenly Court Immortals felt a sense of helplessness. The scene was quite comical. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the battle was in full swing, the sky was dark, and the calamity was rolling. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated in mid-air, motionless. Inside the tower, Celestial Court's Immortals were extremely anxious. while Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's soul was deep in the dream. There were no effective methods. At most, they could use some wisdom path methods to transmit to his mind. Let Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord awaken by himself. On Shadowsek's side, the solemn atmosphere from before was swept away, becoming much more relaxed. Ing Wuxia, well done. This is the power of Dream Path? Truly amazing. After enduring for so long, your cultivation level has finally risen to rank 8. Shadowsek's Gu immortals surrounded Ing Wuxia. Some relaxed, after all. The situation earlier was too dangerous. Some sighed at the power of Dream Path. Some patted Ing Wuxia's shoulder, praising him. After fighting for so long, pure dream reality seeker physique Ing Wuxia's cultivation level had undergone a qualitative change, becoming a rank 8 Dream Path Gu immortal. Thus, he could use the rank 8 immortal killer move Lead Soul into Dream. After 2 failed attempts, he used this killer move for the 3rd time and finally succeeded, putting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord into a dream. The effect was immediate. Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving, and Shadowsek's pressure was greatly reduced. 7-Star Child asked, "How long will Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord be trapped for?" Ing Wuxia replied, "He is a rank 8 Gu immortal who has passed 1 myriad tribulation after all. The dream realm can only trap him for 5 minutes. But even if he comes out, I can use the killer move to lead his soul into dream." Very good. Yenshur didn't waste his efforts in creating you. 7-Star Child sighed. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to move again. What is going on? Shadowsek's immortals were shocked. Someone looked at Ing Wuxia. Did Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord come out? Earlier, Ing Wuxia's attack on Feng Yuan failed, and Feng Yuan entered and exited the dream, causing Shadowsek's Gu immortals to lose confidence. But this time, Ing Wuxia shook his head, saying with certainty, "Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is still in the dream. It seems that other Celestial Court Gu immortals are controlling him." That's right, Celestial Court's Gu immortals saw that they could not wake up Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, so they took over Heaven Overseeing Tower. Although Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping, the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower did not belong to him alone. Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, this Heaven Overseeing Tower became Celestial Court's public property. Now that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping and unconscious, the other Celestial Court Gu immortals naturally had the authority to control this Heaven Overseeing Tower. But soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving again. This scene was witnessed by Feng Yuan and the rest. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan showed puzzled and angry expressions. What is Celestial Court doing? Feng Yuan had a heavy expression. It seems that Shadowsect is using Dream Path methods. Like how they dealt with me earlier, they are targeting Celestial Court's Gu immortals. But why didn't they target Celestial Court's Gu immortals directly? What is the point of thinking about this now? We no longer have immortal Gu houses to protect us. Shadowsect has also lost Sacred Feather City. Only Celestial Court still has Heaven Overseeing Tower. But they are also being obstructed by Shadowsect. We are in a precarious situation. Feng Yuan, try activating fixed immortal travel again? Tai Bai Yunsheng had a worried expression. It is useless. Feng Yuan shook his head, sighing deeply. It seems that we are going to die here. He Lulan smiled bitterly, but her eyes shined with a sharp light as she clenched her fists. It is a pity that He Qing is not dead yet. I have not been able to avenge my mother even in death. Feng Yuan glanced at her, but did not say anything. After the 3rd Grand Tribulation, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage and Sacred Feather City were destroyed. Only Heaven Overseeing Tower remained. Celestial Court was Feng Yuan's hope. But now that hope was gone. Not to mention the 4th Grand Tribulation. Even if the 10 Extreme Formation was activated, Feng Yuan's group would not be able to withstand it. Are we truly at the end of the road? Feng Yuan inspected Spring-Autumn Cicada. The time was too short. It had not recovered much and could not be activated a second time. At this time, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard in the sky. It was clearly daytime now. But the sky was suddenly filled with countless starlight. The zither sound directly entered the formation, and entered the Gu Immortals' hearts. Oh no! The 10 extreme formation also supports sound path, but even the formation cannot block this zither sound. This is the 4th Grand Tribulation, Zither Heart Tribulation. And the starlight in the sky is so bright even in daytime. This is the 5th Grand Tribulation, Star Flow Tribulation. How can it be so dangerous? The 4th and 5th Grand Tribulations are actually here. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals cried out in shock. Celestial Court and Feng Yuan's group were all thrown to the back of their minds. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power of the Grand Tribulation. The power increased as it was activated. The 4th Grand Tribulation, Zither Heart Tribulation, in terms of power, surpassed the first 3 Grand Tribulations combined. And the 5th, Star Flow Tribulation. It was even stronger than Zither Heart Tribulation. Absolute Thorn Rain, Immemorial Light Deer Calamity, and Relic Vajra Tribulation. What in the world is Shadow Sect refining? To actually incur the wrath of heaven, sending down such a terrifying calamity. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Feng Yuan, and others were all puzzled. The 2 Grand Tribulations had not descended yet, and were still brewing. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals had grim expressions. They had barely survived the first 3 Grand Tribulations. But now the 4th and 5th Grand Tribulations had arrived. Anyone could feel the deep malice of the heavens. It did not want to give Shadow Sect any chance of survival. What should they do? For a moment, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were at a loss. Their immortal Gu houses were already destroyed. The 10 extreme formation was also dealt a heavy blow in the 3rd Grand Tribulation. Even if they sacrificed all their Gu Immortals, they might not be able to block these 2 Grand Tribulations. It seems that we are going to die under the Grand Tribulations in the end. He Lulan sighed deeply. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes, but he did not think so inwardly. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, they first formed the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, then killed the southern border Gu Immortals, using their immortal apertures and immortal bodies as refinement materials, then sacrificed all of Zombie Alliance's members, turning them into nourishment. Of course, there was also the loss of 7 immortal Gu houses. The price Shadow Sect paid was simply unheard of. If Feng Yuan had not seen it personally, he might not have dared to believe it even if he heard about it. Since they paid such a price, Shadow Sect would absolutely not let this go. Feng Yuan did not know about Reverse Flow River, but Feng Yuan knew that Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were both in his hands. Feng Yuan made a bold guess. The final 3rd round, Reverse Flow River, was probably not a road of death. Without these 3 obstacles, after a person dies, their soul can easily return to the world of the living, right? From this point, it was not hard to understand why Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul could return to the world of the living. Regardless of what happened in the depths of the door of life and death, or what the truth was, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul had charged out of the door of life and death, reappearing in the world of the living. So all of this was really Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangement. No wonder Shadow Sect was so mysterious and powerful. No wonder Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were not afraid of death. Did they already grasp the method to revive the soul? But what is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable trying to do? The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was protected by Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals using all sorts of methods, disregarding all sacrifices. What is it trying to refine? Feng Yuan's suspicions arose again, like the dense dark clouds above his head. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you finally could not endure it anymore. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Lord sighed deeply. Back when he was in Celestial Court, he had used Heaven Overseeing Tower to deduce Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's identity. That pair of eyes in the darkness, filled with killing intent. It was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. After knowing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trying to defy heaven and revive, to escape fate, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly summoned the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals to launch a thunderous attack and destroy Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's plan. forcing him back into Obsession Death Realm, and protecting Providence and Fate. Because these two paths to Obsession Death Realm were personally created by Fate Immortal Gu back then. Life and death were all living beings. It was the greatest fairness in this world. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable revived, it would no doubt be unfair. Breaking fate was the greatest defiance against fate and providence. Fate Immortal Gu might not be able to recover any further because of this. They had to punish Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before he revived. If this Demon Venerable with the heaviest killing nature in history was allowed to revive, he would definitely cause a huge massacre. The world would descend into chaos. Not to mention restoring their former glory, Celestial Court's side might not even be able to protect themselves. Thus, in this Battle of Etion Mountain, Celestial Court's side disregarded the price and activated the Rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower, carrying the main force of Celestial Court, and attacking with unwavering determination. Spectral Soul. Rank 9 Demon Venerable. What is there to fear? He is already dead. His soul is hiding in the door of life and death, struggling at death's door for so many years. He is no longer the Rank 9 Demon Venerable of the past. That's right. Everyone was well aware of the weakness of the soul. If he really had the strength of the past, why would he need to create Shadow Sect and set up so many Soul Path clones? Why would he need to use such schemes? In my opinion, he is at most a Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He is not Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court conversed. They encouraged each other, and got rid of the fear in their hearts. Against a Rank 9 existence, even these Rank 8s of Celestial Court could not help but feel uneasy. The 10 Extreme Formation is Spectral Soul's weakness. We need to stop this giant hand. After that, we can focus on breaking this formation. Bai Chen Tian shouted. That is a good idea. The Celestial Court's immortals nodded. A portion of them flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated immediately after, shining with white light. Immortal Killer Move. Lead Soul into Dream. Ing Wuxie used the only method he had. One move to dominate the world. Damn it. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stomped his feet in anger, but he could only fall into the dream realm again, unable to get out. Shadow Sect had painstakingly created Ing Wuxie, and at this moment, he obtained extremely good results. Even a Rank 9 Immortal Gu House was restrained by Ing Wuxie alone. Even if there was a successor to take over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position. But soon he succeeded. As long as Ing Wuxie set Heaven Overseeing Tower as his target, these temporary Tower Lords would rise or fall together. They would fall into his trap. Do you think the Great Celestial Court only has one Immortal Gu House? Right at this time, some of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals who had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier suddenly created a second Immortal Gu House. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Embroidered Tower. This short pavilion had overhanging eaves and glazed roof tiles. The red walls and jade tiles were exquisite and beautiful, but they lacked half of the foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the Immortal Gu House. Even though this was a Rank 8 Immortal Gu House. But it was only a damaged object. It was not complete. The so-called Celestial Court only has these antiques left? The things that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable destroyed back then. It has been hard on you guys, you still want to take them out to embarrass yourselves. Immortal Zombie Bo Ching stood up. He raised his right fist above his head. At the next moment, an unparalleled sword path killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. He erupted with all his strength. Embroidered tower shook from the impact. 7 embroidery needles made from faint light shot out. These 7 needles were like nimble sparrows flying in the air. They were extremely fast and hit the giant ghostly hand in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the embroidery needles pierced between the ghostly hand and the ground over 10,000 times. Spectral Soul wanted to raise this ghostly hand, but it could not move at all. The 7 embroidery needles were like invisible threads, tightly sewing this ghostly hand and the ground together. This embroidered tower Immortal Gu House. Even though it is only Rank 8, it was once the dowry that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable prepared for his disciple, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Even Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, When he barged into Celestial Court back then, after being hit by this move, he had no choice but to give up 3 bodies of blood and skin. Within Embroidered Tower, the leading Celestial Court Gu immortal sneered. Logically speaking, even if the ghostly hand was sewn to the ground, the ghostly hand could lift the ground with immense force. But this move of Embroidered Tower was the strongest attack of this immortal Gu house. The threads used were not ordinary, they were true Dao marks. It used the Dao marks as threads to sew the ghostly hand and the ground together. If Spectral Soul wanted to raise his hand, he would need the strength to lift the whole of southern border. Perhaps Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had such strength. But Spectral Soul, who was only left with his soul, could not reach this standard. The foundation of Celestial Court was unfathomable. Even if Spectral Soul faced them, they had methods to deal with him. Seeing the ghostly hand being tightly sewn, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest were stunned. The Shadow Sect Gu immortals also showed worried expressions. But at the next moment, the pitch-black ghostly hand that was almost solid and had thorns suddenly turned limp, turning into a pool of black water. Whoosh! A vast amount of black water gushed out of the door of life and death. In an instant, the surrounding mountains were submerged, the surrounding 10,000 li of soul water surged, turning into a Black Sea swamp country. Feng Yuan and the rest quickly flew into the sky. But at the next moment, a vast amount of black water soared into the sky, turning into a huge monster that was thousands of meters tall. Spectral Soul. The Celestial Court Gu immortals were shocked. The huge ghostly hand swept over. It was so fast that it could not be dodged. Embroidered Tower shattered on the spot. Another hand grabbed. The huge heaven overseeing tower was grabbed by the ghostly hand. The ghostly hand increased its strength. Heaven overseeing tower was covered in cracks. At this rate, the entire heaven overseeing tower was going to be crushed. The Zither Heart Grand Tribulation and Starflow Grand Tribulation attacked at the same time. Spectral Soul roared towards the sky. The Zither music was suppressed. He raised his other 2 arms and tore them apart. Space shattered. A huge starlight tsunami rushed into the void. The 2 Grand Tribulations were easily resolved by Spectral Soul. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, Feng Yuan and the others were dumbstruck. Chapter 10:18. The immortals present could not believe their eyes. Zither Heart Tribulation and Starflow Tribulation. These 2 Grand Tribulations were easily resolved by Spectral Soul. It was as easy as drinking water. This is the power of a rank 9 demon venerable? Feng Yuan's heart shook. Spectral Soul was already dead. What appeared in front of the immortals was only his soul. This huge soul was no longer in the shape of a human. He was over 1,000 feet tall. He was indomitable. The dark cloud formed by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was only at Spectral Soul's waist. Feng Yuan and the rest were in the air. They were like mosquitoes. Looking at Spectral Soul's leg, they felt like they were looking at the peak of piercing cloud. Spectral Soul's chest had already reached the clouds. He was standing shoulder to shoulder with the sky. There were as many as 3 of his heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had cloudy hair, lightning eyes, fiery ears and a golden mouth. He had 1,000 arms, 500 on the left and 500 on the right. Black as ink, bulging muscles, firm lines and dense demonic aura. He also had 1,000 ghost hands. Earlier, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals used Embroidered Tower to sew the ghost hands on the ground, but it was only 1,000th of them. Ah! This image! Could it be? Impossible! Impossible! Fairy Li Shan recognized Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She screamed. She held her head with both hands, shaking her head as she retreated in panic. She no longer had the demeanor of a rank 7 Gu immortal. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's image was not a secret. It was widely known in the Gu immortal world, and even in the mortal world. Especially in southern border, many villages and countless mortals had the custom of worshipping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. People used clay to make a statue that resembled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and during festivals or sacrifices, they would worship and hold a memorial for him. Lolan's pupils shrunk to pin size. She was so shocked she could not speak. Her whole body was trembling slightly. With a gulp, Tai Bai Yunqing's throat moved. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His body was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's face. Excitement and yearning appeared on his face. The shock from before had disappeared without a trace. This is the pinnacle of the soul Tao. The soul returned from the void to reality, interfering with matter and condensing into a physical body. It was inconceivably powerful. Such a soul foundation. It definitely surpassed 100 million man soul. Compared to it, my soul is like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. But such a powerful spectral soul demon venerable still died. His soul returned to the door of life and death. Now that he has broken out of the door and defied fate, what exactly is his plan? When will I be able to reach the same level as him? But even at this level, death was inevitable. My pursuit, eternal life. Does it really exist? Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. At this moment he was excited. Even as an immortal zombie. But he had an illusion that his blood was boiling. The accomplished are the teachers. Spectral soul demon venerable was a sage. He was undeniably at the forefront of Gu cultivation. Even though Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life, in front of spectral soul, he was as insignificant as a fly. However, Fang Yuan's fear had already completely vanished. He was even more excited, almost fanatical. It was like a person who aspired to climb to the highest peak, seeing a very tall mountain. Even though it was not his goal. But his body was filled with energy, he wanted to climb and surpass it. Death. Fang Yuan had already thrown it to the back of his mind. Die on the way up the mountain. Not even a corpse was left, even the soul was destroyed, so what? This is what I've been pursuing all my life. Boom. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with a grand light, shattering spectral soul's ghostly hand. He regained his freedom. After all, it was a rank 9 immortal Gu house. Inside the tower, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. The celestial court's Gu immortals pursed their lips. Looking at this towering giant in front of them, they felt extremely stifled. As expected of spectral soul, his demonic might is truly terrifying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly. His aura surged as his silver hair and beard fluttered in the wind. His sleeves fluttered like battle flags. His battle intent was like fire. It quickly spread to the other celestial court Gu immortals. The immortals' eyes burned with fire. Providence cannot be defied. Heaven cannot be defied. Even you, spectral soul demon venerable, who once slaughtered the world and slaughtered all living beings. Your era is over. Even if we die today, we will protect the great Tao of heaven. Come, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower together. The immortals were united. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with an unprecedented dazzling light. Spectral Soul's left head looked down, growling as he waved his arms rapidly. Spectral Soul's entire body had a speed that did not match with his body size. In an instant, several ghostly hands grabbed onto Heaven Overseeing Tower, wrapping it tightly in their palms. Ghostly hands stretched out one after another, overlapping and suppressing Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The celestial court's Gu immortals were unwilling. Heaven Overseeing Tower's light passed through the gaps of the ghostly hands, shooting out like sharp swords. More than 10 ghostly hands overlapped, but they started to shake slightly. At this point, Spectral Soul ignored Heaven Overseeing Tower. His 3 heads looked up at the sky with a solemn gaze. Even though he was thousands of feet tall, the sky was taller. It was still above his head. As if enraged by Spectral Soul's arrogance, a powerful thundercloud storm was brewing in the deepest part of the sky. The feeling of the end of the world enveloped the immortals here. This is no longer a grand tribulation. This is a myriad tribulation. Eternal damnation. The Shadow Sect Gu immortals were speechless. Above the grand tribulation, there were myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations were terrifying beyond compare. If a rank 8 Gu immortal passed 3 of them, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Heaven was furious. It seemed to know that the grand tribulation was useless against spectral soul. So it directly created a myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation wind lightning prison. Fast, fast, fast. The myriad tribulation suddenly erupted. It was out of everyone's expectations. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Countless tornadoes coiled around Spectral Soul's body like dragons and pythons. Spectral Soul's 3 heads roared at the sky. 6 pairs of eyes shot out surging blood-red light. Killing intent surged and gave off an imposing aura. 1,000 arms and 1,000 hands waved at almost the same time. Ghostly hands tore apart the wind dragons coiling around him. Giant fists and palms the size of small mountains resisted the lightning in the sky. Lulan and the rest had already lost the ability to speak. The scene in front of them was like the reappearance of an ancient legend. The myriad tribulation was targeting Spectral Soul and the 10 extreme formation. Feng Yuan and the rest were trapped by the formation. It was safer instead. This myriad tribulation's power is far beyond ordinary. My main body can still hold on. What about the 10 extreme formation? It has already been refined to 60%. Only 60%. The following tribulations will be even more terrifying. Saying this, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals fell silent. A true enemy. Not the Celestial Court, not Feng Yuan, but the Great Tao of Heaven. If they were in their complete state, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals would have some confidence. But now, because of the Celestial Court, Feng Yuan, and other factors, they were in an incomplete state. In fact, the 10 extreme formation was on the verge of collapsing. They had to sacrifice the whole of Zombie Alliance to save it. Sacred Feather City is lost. Our main body is out. We have no use now. Right. Enter the 10 extreme formation. It is good to save some time. Then, what about those people? Leave it to us. Ing Wuxie said as he glanced at Bo Qing. The following tribulations would be even more terrifying. The Shadow Sect Gu Immortals could not do much against the tribulations. They might as well sacrifice themselves to activate the formation. These Shadow Sect Gu Immortals were actually split souls of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect remained mysterious and hidden behind the scenes. After developing for so many years, they were not exposed. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect Gu Immortals were not afraid of death. They did not care about sacrifices. They were united. This huge force was actually just a one-man show of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After the discussion, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals, including 7-Star Child and Song Zixing, made the same choice as Inkstone. They entered the formation and sacrificed themselves. Only 2 people were left. One was Ing Wuxie, pure dream reality seeker physique. As time passed, their cultivation level would also increase. At the last moment of their lifespan, they would become rank 9. They were Spectral Soul's final trump card. The other was Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing was also one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, but he was only a corpse now. The remnant soul inside was not Bo Qing, it was Mo Yao. Even if Mo Yao's remnant soul entered the formation, it would not have the effect of directly activating the formation. It could only be refined as an immortal material. The loss outweighed the gain, so it was left behind. In the overall situation, Spectral Soul controlled the situation. He resisted the myriad tribulations while suppressing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Immortal zombies Bo Qing and Ing Wuxie had no worries. They charged towards Feng Yuan and the rest. Feng Yuan and the rest were not their match. They quickly retreated. But they were surrounded by the formation and space path was restricted. Where could they escape to? Bo Qing waved his hand. Sword light flashed as Fairy Li Shan's head flew out. Blood was spewing out of her neck. The might of a sword immortal could not be blocked. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunqing activated Man as before Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal. She touched her neck, her eyes filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back. He smiled arrogantly. How can a mere rank 6 time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide. The sword chi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant. Lulan cried out in pain. Her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Ing Wuxie blocked Feng Yuan. He stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, you could actually leave my dream realm. Interesting. Now that I have rank 8 cultivation level, I want to see if you can escape the dream realm again. You know my name? Feng Yuan growled. He felt something amiss. You are an otherworldly demon. You are still useful to my shadow sect. I will spare your life. Don't even think of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. This rank 6 immortal goo has already been deduced by Old Man Inkstone. In my current state, I cannot use it anymore, right? Ing Wuxie was confident of victory. He approached with a smile. What? Feng Yuan's body shook intensely. Chapter 1019. 100,000 years ago. Southern border, Xianxi Mountain. Night fell. It was pitch black. Wind and thunder rumbled. Lightning illuminated the battlefield from time to time. At the waist of Xianxi Mountain, over 10 Gu Master corpses were lying on the ground. The rain was pouring, but it could not wash away the thick smell of blood. An intense battle was about to end. There were only 2 people left on the battlefield. The victor was obvious. Ha ha ha. A young man laughed loudly. His eyes were red and filled with bloodlust. He walked towards another Gu Master step by step. The other old Gu Master was heavily injured. He could not fight anymore. He retreated in panic, but tripped and fell on the muddy ground. The young Gu Master slowly walked out of the heavy rain. Standing in front of the old Gu Master, looking down at him with a cold gaze, without a trace of warmth. But the old Gu Master's gaze had no fear. Instead it was filled with disbelief and hatred. The old Gu Master growled. Why? Little Nethery, I am your grandfather. You were brought up by me. I taught you everything you have. Your achievements today are all because of the clan's nurturing. Why did you attack the clan's higher-ups? Why did you bite the hand that fed you? Why? Facing the old Gu Master's intense questioning, the young Gu Master's eyelids drooped. He laughed lightly. Why? I have never thought about it seriously. If there is a reason, it might be because I am unhappy. Unhappy? That's right. Saying that the clan is not as strong as the other party, we have to swallow our anger. Saying that we should respect the old and love the young, we have to be courteous and not talk back to the seniors. Saying that the clan needs me to support it in the future, to protect its reputation, to think for the clansmen. Only then can I become a wise clan leader. It is really irritating. I have felt irritated since I was young. I thought I could endure it, but after enduring it for so long, I finally could not endure it. The young Gu Master said, his lips curling into a smile. Just because of this? Just because of this. The old Gu Master was furious. He sat up in anger. He stared angrily, scolding. How did you become like this? What are you thinking in your head? I was really blind. I nurtured you for so many years, hee. I actually wanted to hand the village to you? Towards the end, the old Gu Master's voice carried a sobbing tone. He actually started wailing. Enough, enough. The young Gu Master had a ruthless expression. The old man's cries made him extremely irritated. He raised his right hand. It slashed down. Puff. With a soft sound, the old Gu Master was cut into 2, blood spewed out and his organs fell, dying with everlasting regret. The young Gu Master suddenly calmed down, motionless. Dressed in a black robe, he stood in the rain like a stone statue. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse at his feet. Memories of the past involuntarily appearing in his mind. During his childhood, Grandpa took him to ride a bamboo horse and fly a kite. After being tested to have a superior aptitude, Grandpa was beaming with joy. After becoming a Gu Master, Grandpa seemed to be teaching her step by step. She also took care of the family affairs for him and taught him patiently. After a long while, the young Gu Master let out a breath of turbid air and laughed lightly. Very soon laughter filled the air. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, his arms wide open. His tears flowed freely, his heart was filled with sorrow, but at the same time his face. They all had extremely satisfied expressions on their faces. He felt that he was like a drowning person. Suddenly, he broke through the water surface. He struggled to get to the shore. He breathed in deeply. The thick smell of blood seemed to be mixed with the hatred and anger of his clansmen, assaulting his nose. If Feng Yuan woke up, he would be able to use fixed immortal travel to escape. But Feng Yuan was in a deep slumber. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with sharp killing intent. He was about to activate Sword Path Immortal Goo, but he found that the thoughts in his mind were sucked away by the ground. Evidently, the power of the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse had a wide range. Not only could it deal with the Goo Immortal's body, it could even affect thoughts, wills, emotions, and others. Just like this, Bo Qing could only watch as He Lulan and the others successfully slipped away under his nose. To be continued. Budding Wuxie did not know the answer. Is this gray memory? That celestial quartz Goo immortal who recognized it shouted. What is gray memory? The celestial quartz Goo immortal fell into his memories. When I was young, I had once inherited a rank 8 Goo immortal's inheritance. Back then, this rank 8 Goo immortal encountered the myriad tribulation gray memory and lost miserably. Before dying, he barely managed to leave behind his inheritance. This myriad tribulation does no damage to the body, but it directly draws out the deepest memories in the heart. These memories, they are all the trauma to the Goo immortal who underwent the tribulation, or the shadow of their lives. Don't underestimate this myriad tribulation. That rank 8 ancestor could not even last 30 minutes under this myriad tribulation before losing his will to fight. He was dejected and had no more battle intent. There was no more interest in living. As the saying goes, you are your own greatest enemy. For example, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world. Then isn't his greatest enemy himself? People live in this world. Even if they become rank 9 Venerables, there will be times when they are weak. They will always cultivate step by step from being weak, becoming stronger and stronger. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered the world. His killing nature was extremely terrifying. Later generations guessed that he had been stimulated by something when he was young. Who does not have pain hidden in the deepest part of their heart? Who does not have shameful things that are hard to talk about? Who has not made decisions that go against their nature? Growing up, who has not made mistakes? Amazing, amazing. This myriad tribulation is truly amazing. I'm afraid Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is going to die here. Myriad tribulation, gray memory. Because he recognized this myriad tribulation, Spectral Soul did not move. He knew that no matter what attack he used, this tribulation could not be resolved. Only by immersing himself in it and facing the past, the shadows, the shame and anger, could he pass the tribulation. The gray fog around him suddenly had light. It even emitted sounds. What appeared in front of the immortals was the scene of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's childhood. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. A group of Goo masters surrounded the family of 3. Their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted with malevolent expressions. Father! You can't kill mother! A boy protected his heavily injured mother as he shouted with all his might. Everyone in the demonic path deserves to be killed. Killing family for the sake of righteousness is the way of the righteous path. Why can't we kill her? Not only can we kill her, we must kill her. Only by killing her can we cleanse the humiliation of our clan. The leading Goo master was an elderly man. He spoke righteously and shouted angrily. It was the boy's grandfather, the clan leader. Chapter 10:21. Tai Bai Yinxing carried Feng Yuan and flew away. He Lulan took one last look at the gray fog in the sky. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's tragic childhood made He Lulan, who had similar experiences, sigh with emotion. For some reason, the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse did not make things difficult for them. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan tightly grasped this chance. They were overjoyed as they escaped. The 10 Extreme Formation had also entered a crucial period. It could not restrict the surroundings. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan escaped very smoothly. Soon, they threw the Battle of Etian Mountain to the back of their minds. A few minutes later, they could no longer see the gray clouds in the sky. Feng Yuan, wake up. He Lulan slapped Feng Yuan's face, But the latter still had no reaction, he was sleeping soundly. Without Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel, they could not leave southern border. Unless they crossed the regional wall. But that would be a huge loss. Northern Plains Gu Immortals? A voice came from the sky. Shortly after, 3 southern border Gu Immortals descended. Seeing He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunqing's battered appearance, the leading Gu Immortal was shocked. Looking at your injuries, did you come from Yitian Mountain? Speak, what happened there? Tai Bai Yunqing had a guarded expression. He Lulan sneered. If you want to know what happened, go and take a look. The 3 southern border Gu Immortals snorted coldly. Their cultivation level was not high. The reason they came to investigate was because the Gu Immortal experts of their respective clans were near Yitian Mountain. There was no news of them. No matter which superforce, they were very concerned about the ownership of graceful chaotic dual stage. Moreover, right now He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunqing's aura were weak, they were covered in injuries. They looked extremely weak and battered. I told you to speak, so speak obediently. Northern Plains Gu Immortals came to southern border. They are also so arrogant. Attack. Take down those 3 first. Thus this sudden battle broke out. On the battlefield of Yitian Mountain, the gray clouds were still spreading. It was a stalemate. No matter how hard the Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried, they could not get rid of their phantom state. As for Ying Wuxie and Bo Qing, they were trapped on the ground, unable to move. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. It was very strange. Inside Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, there was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. No one knew what had happened during Bo Qing's tribulation. But when the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. Mo Yao's remnant soul was also in the gray fog, revealing the deepest sorrow in his heart. Humph. Immortal zombie Bo Qing laughed coldly. Mo Yao's remnant soul displayed its resolute side in the face of the unbearable past, and its shadow. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray fog? Bo Qing looked at Ying Wuxie who was beside him. Ying Wuxie was looking at the gray fog image beside Bo Qing. I don't know either. Ying Wuxie scratched his head, pointing forward. But this is quite interesting. Bo Qing snorted coldly. It seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan. You have no time to experience these things. Saying so, Bo Qing had a worried expression. Myriad tribulation gray memory had no threat to someone like Ying Wuxie. Because Ying Wuxie was too young, he did not have much experience in life. But to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it was a completely different concept. This second myriad tribulation is extremely sinister. The Beastman Gu Immortal stopped. He sized up Spectral Soul. His tone was full of praise. You are not afraid at all. You know, I created the food path. I have done a lot of research on food. Many people wanted to inherit my inheritance. They forced me to eat them. They looked unyielding on the surface, but their hearts were filled with fear and pain. Don't think that your emotions can be concealed. Others cannot sense them. Actually, this flesh is full of sourness. It is not tasty at all. I know it clearly when I eat it. Then is my flesh tasty? Spectral Soul asked plainly. The Beastman Gu Immortal frowned, recalling. To speak the truth, your flesh is cold like ice, your bones are tough, they are not tasty. It is like when I was young, I was hunted by you humans. I had to run around in a world of ice and snow. I ate those ice shards and icicles when I was hungry. But forget it. Haha. I have been trapped here. I have not eaten anything fresh for a long time. Am I still not satisfied with this? Not to mention now. This is my favorite food, the heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys of you humans, as well as the greasy intestines. I love them the most, ha ha ha. Lad, if you want to inherit my inheritance, you will have to pay a price. Don't fail at the final moment. Saying so, the Beastman Gu Immortal grabbed. He broke open Spectral Soul's abdomen, pulling out his intestines. They were all pulled out. The Beastman Gu Immortal pulled out these intestines. Next, in front of Spectral Soul, he slurped them into his mouth, shouting that they were delicious. Spectral Soul's face was pale, but his expression was still indifferent, as if they were not his intestines. Panic flashed in the Beastman Goo Immortal's eyes. He laughed cruelly, rubbing his monstrous claws as he reached into Spectral Soul's chest. Next, I will eat your lungs. You need to endure it. What's there to be unable to endure? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. In this special environment, even if I am eaten until only my head is left, I will still survive. And if I reach this standard, I will inherit your inheritance. By then, you will have no value to me. You should worry about yourself. The Beastman Goo Immortal's movements froze. He became furious. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Lad, you talk big. I want to see how long you can endure this. He purposely slowed down his movements, rubbing Spectral Soul's body, letting him feel the coldness and fear of his organs being squeezed and his bones being scratched by the monstrous claws. The Beastman Goo Immortal took out Spectral Soul's organs and devoured them slowly. Moreover, he purposely opened his mouth in front of him, letting Spectral Soul see the terrible state of his organs after they were torn apart. Spectral Soul's calm gaze started to change. He became interested in it. The Beastman Goo Immortal felt this gaze. His expression changed again. What do you mean? I just find it interesting. I am eating your flesh and your organs. You find it interesting. The Beastman Goo Immortal stared at Spectral Soul with an incredulous gaze. Of course. Eating was a matter of course, but the other side of eating was killing. When we eat meat, we need to kill prey. When we eat vegetables, we need to uproot these plants, that is killing them. Even when we eat wind or drink water, we need to swallow it and digest it. In other words, eating is killing. But killing is not just about eating. Thus, your food path cannot compare to my killing path. I have eaten many things, but I have never been eaten by another existence. You are eating me now, that is killing me. Similarly, I have killed many life forms, but I have never been slowly killed by another life form like this. This made me realize that being killed is also a form of joy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Blindly killing people would not be able to fully understand killing. Every piece of flesh you eat contains a portion of my soul. You are a great expert in food path. Coincidentally, I also have some attainment in soul path. Soul path. When did this path appear? And when your soul is split, the pain you feel is 10,000 times worse than your body being torn apart. Let me tell you, I am the ancestor of soul path. As for the slight pain, if you experience it carefully, isn't the feeling of killing very wonderful? Spectral Soul had just finished speaking when the Beastman Goo Immortal's face turned ashen. He froze. He was dead. He died with grievances. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the Goo Immortal Spectral Soul, even though the other party only had a head left. But the Beastman Goo Immortal's eyes were filled with fear. To be continued. More than 10 Featherman Goo Immortals flew into the Immortal Goo House, as Sacred Feather City burst out with a dazzling light. The human Goo Immortals were not their match. They were quickly defeated. Even Goo Immortal Spectral Soul could not resist the power of the Immortal Goo House. He was heavily injured and barely escaped death. Soon, the huge veil vanished, turning into countless fragmented images. Tens of thousands of images surrounded Spectral Soul from all directions. Surrounding him tightly, there was almost no way to escape. All the energy he had accumulated in his life, as long as he had emotions, they were all displayed at this moment. The spectators were dazzled and unable to take in all of them. Spectral Soul's entire life seemed to be condensed at this moment. Everyone could see that he was moving further on the demonic path. His killing intent was getting stronger. His cultivation level was also getting higher. A huge veil was pulled open, pushing away the surrounding images. This was at the side of Spectral Soul's left leg. Seeing this, the Immortals understood. The larger the scene depicted by the colorful smoke, the more it showed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's turbulent emotions at that time. Thus, once this scene appeared, everyone's attention was attracted. This was a silver-white space. It was where Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was. Goo Immortal Spectral Soul charged in alone. He had an arrogant expression on his face as he muttered to himself. Thieving heaven, even though you are a demon venerable, you are already dead. Leave behind your inheritance and leave it to me. However, thieving heaven's true inheritance was left for otherworldly demons. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was not an otherworldly demon. He did not have the qualifications to inherit the inheritance. He used all his methods, spitting out blood. His face was pale as he returned in defeat. When Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he dominated the world and slaughtered all living beings. He stood at the peak, his hair was white. Looking afar, corpses were everywhere, living beings were in a state of misery. This was recorded in human history. Spectral Soul attacked a certain superforce and slaughtered countless people just to obtain lifespan Gu. He played with this lifespan Gu in his hand. His gaze was perplexed. He looked at heaven and earth, muttering to himself. Heaven, since you wanted to kill us, why did you create us? He had invincible strength, but his heart was perplexed. His killing Tao could not explain this doubt. Another big screen appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable came to thieving heaven's true inheritance space. This was the place where he had failed when he was young. The will of Thief Providence appeared in front of him. Anyone who becomes a venerable has something extraordinary about them. But I hope you can be merciful and preserve my true inheritance for a fated person. The power of that tribulation was more than 10 times that of the first. Evidently, Providence does not allow us to become venerables. It has been targeting us all along. To tell you the truth, I have felt something amiss recently as well. First it was green, then blue, and I will be next. The immortals were shocked. They quickly said, Purple, don't think too much. This is not thinking too much. This is the premonition of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. After something happens to me, Gu Immortal Dali will take over my position. Also, Providence's power is beyond our estimation, but it is not impossible to deceive it. From now on, Shadow Sect should lay low and accumulate strength in the dark. When it goes against heaven in the future, it will be best if it explodes in one go. Providence will not have enough time to react. Chapter 1025. A moment later, someone stood up. Shadow Sect can be sacrificed. Why can't our celestial court? I am willing to stay behind and control Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am also willing. Sacrificing this body to kill a demon venerable, why not? More and more Gu Immortals stood up. Of course, there were also celestial court Gu Immortals who had different opinions. In my opinion, the urgent matter now is to find out what Spectral Soul is refining. The situation is not irreversible yet. Where there is life, there is hope. Back then, when Spectral Soul was alive, he did not attack Celestial Court. Now that he is dead, he is definitely not as strong as when he was alive. What does our mighty Celestial Court have to fear? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I have made up my mind. Those who are determined to stay behind, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower with me. As for the rest, I will send you to White Heaven. Regardless of victory or defeat, try to gather the remnant immortal Gu houses and bring them back to Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court side finally came to an agreement. Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly shot out a dazzling light. A pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Heaven Overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul was secretly shocked. He tried to control Heaven Overseeing Tower to prevent it from breaking free from phantom form. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not intend to break free from phantom form. In fact, its final counterattack method required it to maintain its phantom form at all times. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded in heaven and earth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will show you the new and stronger strength of Heaven Overseeing Tower. With a loud bang, a subtle change suddenly occurred in the surrounding area. The myriad tribulation bramble dragon was originally coiling around Spectral Soul's body, but at this moment, under Heaven Overseeing Tower's influence, it changed its target, directly pouncing towards the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's expression finally changed. Heaven Overseeing Tower's move was out of his expectations. Even though he had schemed for tens of thousands of years, deduced countless times, and expended the lives of generations of Wisdom Path Gu immortals, the entire plan had been deduced over and over again, perfected over and over again. But he still did not expect Heaven Overseeing Tower to have such a method. It could control myriad tribulations. What method was this? An intense aura erupted. Spectral Soul could no longer remain unmoved. He quickly used his methods to block the attacks of the countless vines. He had experienced countless myriad tribulations. In order to complete the mysterious immortal Gu in the 10 extreme formation, his battle strength had already been greatly weakened. But at this moment, when he attacked with his full strength, his demonic might was still towering, and his might was invincible. He had lost more than half of his soul path Dao marks. However, at this moment, the light of Dao marks lit up one after another, and it was even denser and brighter than the stars in the sky. An unimaginably violent confrontation. One side controlled the myriad tribulations to attack, while the other's soul turned invisible to defend against the attacks of the countless vines. Even though he was alone, even though only his soul was left, Spectral Soul displayed miraculous battle techniques. He blocked all the vines and thorny dragons that came at him. The 10-terminal grand formation was tightly protected by him, and not a single drop of water could enter. Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was still in an illusory state, was disintegrating. Moreover, the speed of its disintegration was getting faster and faster. The countless mortal Gu that made up Heaven Overseeing Tower were slowly disintegrating. Including the immortal Gu, every second, a large number of them were being destroyed. Within Heaven Overseeing Tower, every few breaths of time, a rank 8 celestial court Gu immortal would die, dying on the spot. In order to control the myriad tribulations, Celestial Court side had paid a huge price. It was the same for Spectral Soul. He was already heavily injured, and when he resisted the thorny dragon myriad tribulation, his soul and demonic body were rapidly weakening. The speed was extremely fast. It was like a balloon with a huge hole. The aura that had filled heaven and earth had weakened. The surging demonic might seem to have turned from a prairie fire into a bonfire. Spectral Soul, you are defying heaven. You will not have a good ending. Before dying, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord let out his final curse. Around him, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were all dead. Rumble. Only a small portion of Heaven Overseeing Tower remained. It completely disintegrated, turning into countless fragments. The fragments turned back into mortal Gu and immortal Gu. Following the pillar of light, they penetrated the heavenly wind chi wall, and flew towards the depths of white heaven. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals who were left behind in white heaven took action, and retrieved these immortal Gu. The most important one was Fate Immortal Gu. Spectral Soul's body had already shrunk from thousands of meters to hundreds of meters. He was only tens of meters tall now. Not just that, his soul true body was not condensed. It was very transparent and drifted with the wind. His aura was extremely weak. The Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse, also dissipated completely at this moment. A sword light flashed in the air. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had already flown to Spectral Soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul in his body shouted coldly, "Spectral Soul, return my son to me." Spectral Soul's gaze, however, was fixed on the 10 extreme formation. The formation's dark fog had already dissipated. The 10 extreme immortal zombies had already been sacrificed. Only a round ball was left, flickering with a dazzling 9-colored light. Immortal zombie Bo Qing continued to get closer. "You promised me that you would revive him." Spectral Soul slowly moved his gaze towards immortal zombie Bo Qing's face. The split soul that created Bo Qing was destroyed in the Grand Tribulation. Since the split soul is gone, how can I revive him? You lied to me? Immortal zombie Boqing clenched his fists. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Of course I did not lie to you. I am Boqing's main body. My revival also includes Boqing's revival. I will rule the world in the future. It also means that Boqing has reached rank 9 attainment level. Wasn't this what you hoped for back then? Spectral Soul said slowly. Old fool. Immortal zombie Boqing was furious. He charged toward Spectral Soul. But the sword light had just appeared when it stopped. Immortal zombie Boqing floated in front of Spectral Soul, unable to move. Are you the last obstacle to me? Hehehe, such a pity. Chapter 1026. Let us rewind time to not too long ago. Heaven overseeing tower turned phantom, floating above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick black arms seemed to have shrunk greatly. They became thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed. The spreading dark clouds quickly gathered at the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this, Heaven overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, "Chop off these arms." Heaven overseeing Tower was like a sharp arrow. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would be cut off. Ing Wuxia, quickly go and deal with the Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals. Immortal zombie Boqing quickly shouted. It was easy for them to deal with Feng Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Ing Wuxia gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. Wait, let me sleep with Feng Yuan first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move Lead Soul into Dream. Feng Yuan had nowhere to dodge. He was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, zither music resounded. Feng Yuan met Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Feng Yuan quickly used his Dream Path Killer move. But the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his Unravel Dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Ing Wuxia's killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Feng Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither music reverberated. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Feng Yuan. She started to sing. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost this time. Deep in the dream realm, the only way to unravel it was. With his defeat, Feng Yuan had no way to turn the situation around. But at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's singing entered his ears again. The singing faded away. When a hero is down and out, his life is full of troubles and misfortunes. The broken sword sinks into the sand. The rise and fall of the ages, the endless heavenly river surges. Worry, the night is long and dreamy, where can I find peace? How many spring and autumn does a person's heart change? Providence alone is boundless. Once again, a mysterious message flowed in Feng Yuan's heart. Feng Yuan's soul, which had fallen into a dream, violently shook. Things change in the spring and autumn, but providence is boundless. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of the last line of the poem. It turned out that the mysterious rank 7 immortal goo he obtained from immortal zombie Boqing was changed soul immortal goo. Back then, Mo Yao was worried that her beloved Boqing would fail the tribulation. He decided to use change soul immortal goo at the crucial moment to swap their souls, to deceive everyone and save her beloved Boqing. Boqing also wanted to use Mo Yao to help him transcend the tribulation. But he was afraid that the tribulation would affect his will. Thus, he directly gave this immortal goo to Mo Yao instead of just renting it. Thus, Change Soul Immortal Goo was refined by Mo Yao. It was filled with Mo Yao's will. Next, Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom and Mo Yao's fake will to create a goo formation. While stabilizing these immortal goo that he obtained, he slowly refined them. Because of Mo Yao's will, Change soul immortal goo was refined by Feng Yuan first. As for the other sword path immortal goo, because they were filled with Bo Qing's will, they were delayed and did not succeed before the Battle of Yitian Mountain. They were still in Hu immortal blessed land. According to the last line of the poem, Feng Yuan could not escape by using Unravel Dream. He had to use Change Soul Immortal Goo to swap souls with Ying Wuxia. Of course, it was not so simple. The information in Feng Yuan's heart contained an immortal killer move. This immortal killer move not only used Change Soul Immortal Goo as the core, it also included Attitude Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, and many Dream Path and Soul Path Mortal Goo. Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to do it. From his previous successful experience, Feng Yuan knew that the reliability of this information was quite high. Most importantly, he had no other choice. At this moment, Feng Yuan had no way out. The other party was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. With just his current foundation and strength, he could not shake the other party. Only by following this instruction would he have a chance of winning. Thus, he activated the Immortal Killer move. He succeeded. Feng Yuan and Ying Wuxia's souls were swapped secretly. Feng Yuan's soul was originally hit by Let Soul into Dream. He was trapped in a dream realm. After swapping souls, he secretly entered Ying Wuxia's pure dream reality seeker physique body. And even though Ying Wuxia's soul entered Feng Yuan's immortal zombie body, it was trapped in the dream realm and replaced Feng Yuan. After swapping souls succeeded, Feng Yuan could not help but be dazed for a moment. Seeing himself in front of him, his thoughts moved quickly. He placed his hands on his waist and laughed smugly. Ha ha ha, this time, why don't you try breaking free for me? Feng Yuan. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing shouted. But Feng Yuan was in deep sleep, he could not wake up. At this moment, immortal zombie Bo Qing raised his hand, about to attack He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. He had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing. If he did not save them, he would suffer the backlash of the new alliance agreement. However, if he were to save the two of them, it would arouse suspicion, and he might even expose his identity. But soon, Feng Yuan realized. I was thinking too much. Right now, my immortal goo are still in my body. I have no way to stop Bo Qing. Even if Ying Wuxia has many immortal goo. Lead soul into dream is an immortal killer move. How can I use it? Feng Yuan could only watch helplessly. But a turning point suddenly appeared. An extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard. They were all sucked into the ground, their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restricted them. They could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth collapse. Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting Spectral Soul, there was also a grand tribulation ambushing them. What made them even more shocked was that He Lulan, Tai Bai Yinxing, and Feng Yuan were not affected by the grand tribulation. After He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing landed on the ground, they regained their freedom and could move freely. Furthermore, at this moment, the 10 Extreme Formation had created a mysterious ball. The force that was restricting the surroundings vanished. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing brought Feng Yuan and quickly escaped. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with killing intent, but he could only watch them escape helplessly. Soon He Lulan, Tai Bai Yinxing, and Feng Yuan escaped far away, vanishing from Bo Qing's vision. Feng Yuan can run for now, but can he run for his entire life? As an otherworldly demon, you are the best pawn to deal with Providence. How can we let you go so easily? As for He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing, even though they are not otherworldly demons, they were affected and became people who escaped from fate. Even if we do not deal with them, the Celestial Court will get rid of them. Bo Qing snorted coldly. Feng Yuan heard this and his thoughts moved rapidly, thinking, it seems that otherworldly demons are very useful to Shadow Sect. No wonder Ying Wuxia only wanted to capture me alive and not kill me. Strange. Why did the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse not affect He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing? Providence, forget it. The most important thing now is to familiarize myself with the dream path goo worms on me. If I attack later and I do not know lead soul into dream, Won't I be exposed? Fang Yuan secretly checked, and was shocked to find that he did not only have Dream Path Immortal Goo. There was also Change Soul Immortal Goo, Attitude Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. And other mortal goo were living in his soul, and exchanged with him. And this immortal killer move that he obtained out of nowhere was still working. It allowed Fang Yuan to use all of Ing Wuxie's goo worms. It seems that Attitude Immortal Goo played a crucial role. It allowed me to disguise myself and deceiving Wuxie's will in these Dream Path Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo. Just like how I used Mo Yao's fake will to deceive Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's Immortal Goo. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan glanced at Immortal Zombie Bo Qing who was beside him. If the other party knew that Ing Wuxie had changed, and was the culprit who framed Bo Qing and stole many Sword Path Immortal Goo, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing might kill Fang Yuan without hesitation. The situation was still very dangerous. Even though he changed souls and Fang Yuan left the dream realm, right now he was much weaker than before. Once he was found, there would be no hope. He was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would die without a corpse. Fang Yuan focused his mind and started to move his limbs, struggling endlessly. In the end, his body sank deeper and deeper. He screamed and screamed, showing an angry expression. But in his heart he was rejoicing. This grand tribulation, earth collapse, came at such a good time. I am deep inside, unable to free myself. I can't even move my thoughts. I can't attack. If I don't attack, I won't be exposed. This gives me a chance to familiarize myself with the foreign goo worms in my body. Don't struggle, don't think too much. This will only make our situation worse. It is not something we can resolve now. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing saw this and quickly consoled with a calm tone. Fang Yuan observed his expression. Seeing that he did not suspect anything, he relaxed slightly. He sighed as he looked at Spectral Soul. It seems that we can only hope for the main body to save us. Chapter 1027. The Myriad Tribulation is here. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, waiting for the gray clouds to descend slowly. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing also squinted, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds did not seem to cause any damage. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Fang Yuan was nervous for a long time, but there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. Some of the Celestial Court Goo Immortals recognized this as the myriad tribulation, gray memory. But Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls did not know this. But soon, Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls realized something. Because after Spectral Soul was trapped in the gray fog, the fog moved and the gray parts of his memories appeared. His childhood experiences, the dangers of his youth, in his entire life, Spectral Soul's mental interrogation, as well as the choices he made in his life. At the same time, Tai Bai Yunxing carried Fang Yuan and flew out. He Lulan took a final glance at the gray fog in the sky before following closely behind. Inside Fang Yuan's body, Ing Wuxie was trapped in a dream realm, facing star constellation Immortal Venerable. He gritted his teeth, shouting madly as he pounced toward star constellation Immortal Venerable. In the end, he missed his target. This was a dream realm, so close yet worlds apart. He seemed to be very close to star constellation Immortal Venerable. But no matter how many steps he took, the distance between him and star constellation Immortal Venerable did not change. Star constellation Immortal Venerable played her zither, but she did not recite a poem. The zither music was clear and melodious, like the sound of a mountain spring. It was a stark contrast to Ing Wuxie's exasperation. Let me out, let me out. Providence. You damned Providence. He pointed at star constellation Immortal Venerable, cursing in pain. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was unmoved. She did not show any joy or anger. Ing Wuxie blinked, forcing himself to calm down as he muttered. Don't panic, calm down, calm down. I know everything about lead soul into dreams. This dream hasn't reached the level of manifestation yet. It will eventually dissipate and won't trap me forever. Also, the Goo Immortals around Fang Yuan. I'm afraid he'll save me too. As soon as I wake up, I'll immediately return and reveal Feng Yuan's identity. Now, I just hope that when I wake up, I won't be too far from Yitian Mountain. Budding Wuxie was destined not to get what he wanted. Because next, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing encountered a southern border Gu immortal. Both sides fought while retreating. Not only did He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing not have the time to think of a way to waking Wuxie up, they were even further away from Yitian Mountain. Ying Wuxie and immortal zombie Bo Qing were trapped on the ground, unable to move because of the collapse. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. Umph. Immortal zombie Bo Qing sneered. Facing the trauma of his past, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed a resolute side. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray mist? Bo Qing looked at Ying Wuxie who was beside him. Feng Yuan thought. I want to know the answer to this as well. According to common sense, gray memory affected spectral soul and Mo Yao's remnant soul. There was no reason that it would not affect Feng Yuan's soul. But there was no movement around Feng Yuan. Evidently, this myriad tribulation gray memory let Feng Yuan off. Feng Yuan did not get exposed. But at the same time, it made it easier for Feng Yuan to comprehend the profundities within. Feng Yuan understood. Against spectral soul's main body, I might only have one chance to attack. If I fail this time, even if I have attitude Gu, once spectral soul reacts, I will not have another chance. Spectral soul swallowed Mo Yao's remnant soul as he said to Feng Yuan. Wuxie, protect me. If you protect me, it will only take a dozen or so breaths of time to complete the task. Yes. Feng Yuan had a calm mind. He flew up and stood beside spectral soul, looking around vigilantly. There is no chance. The celestial quartz Gu immortals sighed as they retreated. After tens of thousands of years of planning and painstaking effort, I finally succeeded in refining this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu today. With this immortal Gu, I can surpass all the venerables in history. I will have half a heavenly demon body. I will reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached. All the past immortal venerables and demon venerables are not my match. Even if Renzu revives, he will lose to me. Haha. Spectral soul raised his head and laughed. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu? Feng Yuan had a thought. What is the use of this Gu worm? It can allow spectral soul to reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached. Is this realm the same as eternal life? But at the final juncture, I cannot be careless. Spectral soul squinted as he started to investigate. Feng Yuan's heart almost skipped a beat. But in the end, spectral soul only breathed out to get rid of the investigative Gu worm. As I expected, the final line of the poem shows the true use of ghostly concealment. It is to defend against the senses of ghosts. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable was able to steal Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain. He could travel through obsession death domain without being harassed by countless souls because of this move. Thus, spectral soul did not suspect me. It seems that the soul in Ying Wuxie's body is also his split soul. Only towards myself would he have such unreserved trust. Next, Feng Yuan watched as spectral soul flew towards sovereign immortal fetus Gu. At the final juncture, Feng Yuan calmed down. He was no longer nervous. The poem's hint was for him to destroy this sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Because immortal Gu were fragile, they could be destroyed easily. But for spectral soul, no matter how weak he was, there were risks and uncertainties in dealing with him. But Feng Yuan decided to deal with spectral soul directly and take sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Let soul into dream. He suddenly attacked. He did not comprehend the entire move. This was an incomplete immortal killer move. It was weaker than the original rank 8 version. But at this moment, spectral soul was already extremely weak. Feng Yuan succeeded in one move. Next, he left Ying Wuxie's body and copied spectral soul, letting his soul float into sovereign immortal fetus Gu. At this moment, he got rid of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions. He obtained spectral souls, tens of thousands of years of planning. He sacrificed countless lives and paid a huge price. This was the result of his hard work. Chapter 1028. Feng Yuan's soul flew out of the pure dream reality seeker physique body, entering this mysterious rank 9 immortal goo. The moment he touched it, Feng Yuan felt an unparalleled suction force. This immortal goo that was named Sovereign Immortal Fetus by Spectral Soul seemed to be impatient with his soul. Feng Yuan's soul entered it. It felt like he had fallen into the undercurrent of falling heavenly river. At once, his soul was sucked in by the immortal goo. It started to melt at an unbelievable speed. Feng Yuan could not think. He felt like he had entered a deep and profound darkness. But this darkness was not cold, it was warm. It was like a baby returning to his mother's womb, swimming in amniotic fluid. And outside, after Feng Yuan's soul entered the rank 9 immortal goo, thunder rumbled in the sky. It seemed to be extremely furious but helpless. Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo started to shine. First, it was white light. It turned from a transparent white to pure white, and then to a dense milky white. Next, a bit of red appeared in the white light. The red color spread rapidly, causing the light to turn slightly red, then pink, and finally bright red. It was like fire. After the red light, it turned into orange light. The orange light turned into yellow light. The colors continued to change until it finally turned black. Within the black light, Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo continued to collide. It was originally the size of a finger, but now it was the size of a basin. Inside this pitch-black ball, there was an ink-black ball. A placenta was emitting bright colors. It was faintly discernible. A wave of vitality was brewing within, and it was continuously strengthening and rising high into the sky. The white mist quietly shrouded it. The surrounding temperature fell rapidly. The fog turned into pure white frost, covering the surface of the ball. Next, lightning flashed and coiled around the ball, forming an electric net. The lightning collided and created sparks. When the sparks landed on the white frost, not only were they not extinguished, they ignited the frost instead. The white frost turned into streams of qi. It wrapped around the ball. Green patterns. Gradually, it appeared on the surface of the ball. Soon, it turned from illusory to solid. Countless branches and vine leaves grew. The branches were yellow and withered. The vine leaves were green. Soon, the vines blossomed and bore fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. These purple fruits emitted a very pleasant fragrance. But the appearance of the fruit, however, it was extremely ugly and full of holes, as if it had decayed for a long time. All sorts of changes were unimaginable. At first glance, it seemed to be chaotic and disorderly, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain a strand of the supreme truth of the world. As the outside world continued to change, the placenta in the ball grew stronger and stronger. In the end, after 81 transformations, the sphere turned into soil, and the nascent embryo inside grew to its limit. It turned into an infant with 4 limbs. Suddenly, the ball that was wrapped around him was completely shattered, and the baby was born. The baby boy was full of celestial court. Her eyes were as resplendent as the stars. Her skin was white and tender. Her arms and legs were like lotus roots, and her cheeks were flushed red. She was tender and adorable, exuding an aura of an immortal. An invisible force enveloped his entire body, making him immune to damage and safe and sound. The baby slowly descended to the ground. During this process, he grew rapidly. From birth to 2 to 3 years old, it only took a breath's time. 4 to 5 years old, 6 to 7 years old, 11 to 12 years old. When his feet landed on the ground, he was already a 16-year-old young man. His skin was still white, but it was not the pale white of weakness, nor was it a delicate white. It was clean and plain white. His long hair was black and shiny, reaching his waist. He was slightly skinny. There was not a trace of fat on his body. His nose was tall and straight, but the most attractive thing about him was his pair of eyes. The star-like light had already been completely restrained, turning into a pair of deep jade pawns. His lips, on the other hand, were a little plump, revealing a healthy rosy color. Right now, They were tightly pursed, showing this person's unwavering determination. This young man was naturally Fang Yuan. At this moment he blinked as he looked at his young body, feeling shocked. A brand new body? This body was created by Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect after tens of thousands of years of hard work. It was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The profundities within were yet to be discovered by Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan's first feeling was that this body was incomparably compatible with his soul. For example, his previous immortal zombie body was like a set of clothes made from withered leaves. Then this body would be like soft and close-fitting silk. Everything seemed different. Fang Yuan felt like he had walked out of a dark alley, seeing the blue sky and white clouds. His mind was broadened. This is the effect of sovereign immortal fetus goo that Spectral Soul refined with great effort? Rebirth. And once rebirth, I will have rank 6 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's goo immortal aura was not fake. He had made the right bet. Even though he did not know how to use this immortal goo. But seeing Spectral Soul flying towards the immortal goo, Fang Yuan did the same thing. While thinking, Fang Yuan looked at the sky again. Over there, Spectral Soul was still in a dream realm. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. After all, Spectral Soul was in a bad state earlier. And Ying Wuxie's body was not controlled by Fang Yuan's soul. It was floating in the air with its eyes closed, not moving. Fang Yuan shouted, "Come back." Immediately, a large group of goo worms flew out of Ying Wuxie's body. Earlier, when Fang Yuan's soul entered sovereign immortal fetus goo, the goo worms he carried were left inside the pure dream reality seeker goo. Now Fang Yuan summoned these goo worms back with a single call. Attitude goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal goo, Change Soul Immortal goo, as well as many other Soul Path and Dream Path Mortal goo. Ying Wuxie still has many Dream Path Immortal goo on him. How do I take them out? Fang Yuan frowned. He was troubled. Earlier, he used Attitude goo to disguise himself and activate the Immortal Killer move Lead Soul into Dream. Even though he succeeded in ambushing Spectral Soul, these Dream Path goo worms' wills seemed to have reacted. They could not be used by Fang Yuan anymore. Not just the immortal goo in his body, Ying Wuxie's body also has great research value. Fang Yuan suddenly turned around and saw an immortal zombie in the sky, flying over with an aggressive aura. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, his lips curled up as he thought. You are finally here. It was him. No. More accurately speaking, Ying Wuxie's soul was controlling Fang Yuan's original immortal zombie body. Right now, Fang Yuan had just obtained a new body. He was still adapting to it. The goo worms on him could not compare to the immortal zombie body. But Fang Yuan was not nervous at all. He waited for Ying Wuxie's arrival with anticipation. You are. Ying Wuxie hesitated. He slowly approached Fang Yuan and sized him up. Fang Yuan pretended to be friendly. He placed his hands behind his back and pretended. Wuxie, I have succeeded. A mere Fang Yuan's soul has already dissipated. No. You are not the main body. If it was the main body, wouldn't there be no reaction from my split soul? Ying Wuxie's eyes shined with brilliance. He reacted and exposed Fang Yuan's true identity. Oh, ghostly concealment became a flaw instead. But if I can use familiar face, I should be able to deceive him. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He laughed in spite of himself. He was calm and unruffled, his eyes shining with confidence as if he had control of the situation. You are Fang Yuan. Ying Wuxie immediately understood. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was so angry that his internal organs were burning. His anger was completely understandable. His side had worked so hard for tens of thousands of years. They finally obtained results. From the looks of it, to think that Fang Yuan had succeeded. Ying Wuxie shouted as he pounced towards Fang Yuan. He wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 1,000 pieces. The two were 100 steps apart. Fang Yuan revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Ying Wuxie, don't you find it strange? Fixed immortal travel is my immortal goo. How can you use it? Ying Wuxie's expression froze. Back then, he had been anxious and subconsciously used it. He had not considered this. Now that he was reminded by Fang Yuan, he knew something was amiss. His aura was obstructed and fell drastically. You can use fixed immortal travel. I naturally lent it to you. I wanted you to rush over. Most of my accumulations are with my original body. Fang Yuan continued. Since he knew that he was going to swap souls with Ying Wuxia, with his personality and methods, why would he not make some arrangements? Firstly, he had hidden a large amount of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Because of this, after he woke up, he only wanted to rush back. He neglected many things. Just like in Imperial Court Blessed Land, when Mo Yao's fake will plotted against Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had instilled special will into his gu worms. What was special will? In 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a vast number of special wills. He would take specific actions under specific conditions. Like now, Fang Yuan looked at Ying Wuxia getting closer, his smile becoming wider. He shouted, "Still not coming back?" Swoosh. A large group of gu worms flew out. Most were mortal gu, but there were also immortal gu. Like swallows returning to their nest, they flew into Fang Yuan's embrace. Ying Wuxia stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. In an instant, he was alone and defenseless. In his body, only spring-autumn cicada was left. He could not use it yet. The situation was completely different now. Fang Yuan's original arrangement was like this. As long as Ying Wuxia controlled Fang Yuan's body and returned to a certain range of Yitian Mountain, when someone shouted "still not coming back," these gu worms would fly out and enter the hands of the person who shouted. These gu worms were originally Fang Yuan's. Now that they were back, he could move them freely like before. Back then, Fang Yuan did not know how to use sovereign immortal fetus gu. He could not predict that he would revive and obtain another body. He was worried that it would be inappropriate to use Ying Wuxia's gu worms. Accidents might happen. Chapter 1029. Everything is over. Looking at Ying Wuxia, who was at his feet, Fang Yuan sighed. After realizing that he had been secretly manipulated, Ying Wuxia's heart was filled with despair. He gave up completely. He knew. He had completely lost. There was no hope for him to turn the tables. But right at this moment, a change occurred. Bam! With a light explosion, Ying Wuxia's soul and Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body self-destructed in an instant. The immortal zombie body, the Dao marks, and Ying Wuxia's soul were all turned into nutrients and offered to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada activated. A ray of jade light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Spring-Autumn Cicada entered the river of time again. Fang Yuan turned pale with fright. What happened? What the hell is going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was instilled with special thoughts. How could Ying Wuxia activate it? No. Looking at his expression at that time, he already had no will to resist. How could he activate my Spring-Autumn Cicada? Could it be that he is also acting? Spring-Autumn Cicada is my item. I also put extra precautions on it. How could Ying Wuxia activate it? Fang Yuan was filled with shock and doubt. He could not find an answer to all these questions. Standing on the spot, Fang Yuan did not move. He was like a stone statue. This change happened too suddenly. Soon his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What should I do? How should I face this? Fang Yuan had relied on Spring-Autumn Cicada to turn the tables many times, turning the tides and turning the tides. But now, facing someone else using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he suddenly realized that he had no way to deal with it. His time path foundation was too weak. Without Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had almost no achievements in this aspect. Did I miscalculate? What else did I not consider? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, cold sweat dripping from his forehead to the corners of his eyes, and then down his face. He could not think of an answer. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. There is no other way. I have already done my best. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not followed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions in the dream realm to swap souls, he would have completely failed. He could not turn the tables. There was no way he could have come this far. Don't tell me. This happened because I did not follow Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions and destroyed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu? The Spring-Autumn Cicada has yet to recover. Only death awaits. No, that's not right. Feng Yuan suddenly remembered that the shadow sect still had a backup plan. That was the ghost face Red Lotus in the River of Time. In a split second, a chill ran through his entire body, and his hair stood on end. You have to be prepared for the worst in everything. If he succeeds in his rebirth, what will happen to me? As Feng Yuan was thinking, he felt his vision begin to blur. No, it wasn't his vision that was blurred. Instead, the entire world became blurry under the power of the time path. Because of Ing Wuxie's rebirth, everything was changing. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind blowing into his ears, Ing Wuxie quivered and reacted, exclaiming, How is this the River of Time? What's going on? How was the spring-autumn cicada activated? How can my consciousness replace Feng Yuan and exist in the spring-autumn cicada? His doubts were no less than Feng Yuan's. Although he was the person involved, he had arrived in the River of Time in a daze. The River of Time's water was surging. A huge wave slammed towards the spring-autumn cicada. Ing Wuxie's will. It immediately became chaotic, screaming for its death. The spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak. If it was hit by this wave, it had no chance of survival. So that's it. A sigh. At this critical moment, the voice rang out. A ghost face appeared in the River of Time. The ghost face had a bitter expression. It opened its mouth and spat out a red lotus. The red lotus bloomed, blocking the huge wave. Next, a formless suction force sucked the spring-autumn cicada that carried Ing Wuxie's will into the heart of the red lotus. In an instant, Ing Wuxie's will entered a dark red space. And here, another will condensed into spectral soul demon Venerable's form. He was sitting cross-legged in the air, smiling bitterly at him. The main body is actually still in the River of Time. Did he leave you as a backup? Ing Wuxie's will was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Spectral soul demon Venerable's will nodded, then shook his head. You were once a split soul of the main body, you should remember me. Unfortunately, because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, your memories have dissipated. Sigh. This can't be helped. Do you think I wanted to? Ing Wuxie's will was extremely vexed. Also, what is going on? I thought that I had fallen into Feng Yuan's hands, and was plotted against by him. I was dead for sure. Why did I appear in the River of Time? Also, I clearly can't use the spring-autumn cicada. Why did it suddenly activate? Spectral soul demon Venerables will sighed again. I was a parasite in this red lotus true inheritance and observed the entire process. I only just realized. You were able to enter here because Providence helped you. Spring-autumn cicada was also activated by Providence. What? This answer almost caused Ing Wuxie's will to collapse from shock. This was too out of his expectations. If not for the fact that the person in front of him was Spectral Soul's will, Ing Wuxie would not have believed this. Hasn't Providence been making things difficult for us? Why is it suddenly helping us? Ing Wuxie asked. Your memories have all disappeared. You no longer have your original outlook. Providence has never made things difficult for us because it dislikes us. It has also never helped us because we are pitiful. The Tao of Heaven is heartless. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce excess and make up for deficiency. Thus, all living things are balanced and restrict each other. Thus, almost all beasts have natural enemies. The clouds in the sky will condense into rain. Even rank 9 venerables will be limited by their lifespan. After pausing for a moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will continued. And the Tao of Man is the exact opposite of the Tao of Heaven. An expert would want to become even stronger. A rich person will want to become even richer. A beauty will also want to become more beautiful. A person who seeks longevity will want to improve and obtain eternal life. Man's greed is insatiable. They will never be satisfied. This is the opposite of Providence. I understand a little. Providence is leaning towards me because I failed. Feng Yuan has become a complete otherworldly demon. He has already transcended the restrictions. If he is allowed to do as he pleases. because among these there were no movement goo worms. Do I have to chase him on foot? Ing Wuxia with fixed immortal travel? Or should I take all the dream path goo worms in Ing Wuxia's body for my own use? Among these goo worms, there are movement goo worms. These goo worms did not belong to Feng Yuan's will. Thus, Feng Yuan could not subdue them like unravel mystery and change soul. To use them, he would need to use attitude goo and others. To deceive them. But he had already deceived them once. Feng Yuan did not have much confidence in a second time. But there is no other way, I have to try. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan subconsciously raised his head, looking at Ing Wuxia's body floating in the air. He had never expected that this would be the last time he saw Ing Wuxia. At the next moment, Ing Wuxia's body self-detonated. There was no sound. This was a silent explosion. And the result of the explosion was not bloody at all. It was beautiful and dazzling. Ing Wuxia's flesh, blood, bones, skin, and hair turned into layers of dazzling light. These dazzling lights were colorful and beautiful. But facing this breathtakingly beautiful scene, Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. He quickly retreated and pulled some distance away. Because he recognized this, it was a dream realm. A dream realm had reached a visible level. It was deep and unfathomable. It was rapidly forming in front of him. Did I use lead soul into dream on spectral soul? That's why I ended up like this? No, definitely not. Why would Ing Wuxia's body self-detonate for no reason? It seems to have turned into a dream realm? Feng Yuan was very confused. He did not know that Ing Wuxia's lifespan was only 18 hours. In 18 hours, Ing Wuxia would turn from a mortal to a rank 1 Gu master. 4 hours later, he would become a rank 2 Gu master. Following that, rank 3, rank 4, rank 7, rank 8. Every 2 hours, his cultivation level would increase by 1 rank. At the end of his life, he would even become a rank 9 Gu immortal. But after 18 hours, he would self-detonate and turn into a dream realm. He had created something from nothing, using immortal goo reality to create it from the dream realm. It was not strange that it turned into a dream realm now. The dream realm formed from the self-detonation expanded rapidly, spreading rapidly. Feng Yuan used all his strength to run. He ran for more than 700 li before the dream realm reached him. If he fell into the dream realm, he would be in big trouble. Even though Feng Yuan had unravel mystery immortal goo, he did not have enough mortal goo. He could not use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. The dream realm was still spreading, but its speed was much slower. Feng Yuan had to retreat further, until he was 1,000 li away from Etian Mountain. The expansion of the dream realm gradually stopped. This way, a giant dream realm that was 1,000 li in size appeared in front of Feng Yuan. Along the way, the sharp stones were crushed by his feet. They were not an obstacle at all. Furthermore, he had great strength. With a light leap, he could jump over 10 feet. But what made Feng Yuan disappointed was, as he sprinted, he did not see any traces of Ing Wuxia, He Lulan, or Tai Bai Yinsheng. Feng Yuan followed the traces, slowly changing his direction. When Gu immortals fought, most of them happened in the air. There were not many traces on the ground. Moreover, Feng Yuan could not fly. This made it very difficult for him to chase. As time passed, Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor. With a loud sound, he landed in front of Feng Yuan. Flames spewed out in all directions, instantly burning the surrounding forest within a few hundred steps of them to nothing. Who is it? Feng Yuan frowned. A sharp light shined in his eyes as he shouted coldly. I am Huokong Dong. I dare to ask you, friend. Did you come from Etian Mountain? The person was burning in flames. He did not have a friendly attitude. Feng Yuan's expression turned grim. Change Soul Immortal Gu's aura appeared. He asked instead of answering. You came at the right time. Did you see anyone suspicious when you were flying in the sky earlier? The person sensed Change Soul Immortal Gu's aura. He knew that Feng Yuan was not to be trifled with. His aura froze. There were not many rank 6 Gu immortals with immortal Gu. Even though Huakong Dong was a lone cultivator, he had already joined Southern Border's Chai clan. Chai clan was a super force in this battle of Etion Mountain. Chai clan's Gu immortals died. Chai clan's first supreme elder sent an external Gu immortal, Huakong Dong, to investigate. Hearing Fang Yuan's question, Huakong Dong thought to himself, "Suspicious person? You're running around in broad daylight with your bare buttocks on. You are the most suspicious person." He was silent for a while before replying. "There is no one else in the surrounding 100 li, other than you." "Damn it! Damn it!" Fang Yuan screamed, his face contorted into a malevolent expression. It was as if he wanted to devour someone. Next, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself. "It seems that you ran far away. But even if you run to the ends of the world, I will catch up to you. This humiliation, I will make you pay 100 times, 1,000 times over." Huakong Dong saw Fang Yuan's expression and had a guess. It seems that this person ran around naked because he was tricked by someone. He lost many Gu worms and suffered a loss. This person is ruthless and angry. I need to be careful. Before Fang Yuan explained anything, Huakong Dong explained for Fang Yuan in his mind. Furthermore, he did not want to offend Fang Yuan. It was not worth it to block a calamity for someone else. "I did not go deep into Etion Mountain. Go take a look yourself." Saying this, Fang Yuan left. Huakong Dong was not satisfied with this answer. He wanted to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan stopped and turned around. "Wait! You are Huakong Dong? From Chai clan?" "Yes." Huakong Dong was stunned before replying. Fang Yuan squeezed out an unsightly smile. "Very good. I have a relationship with your 9th Supreme Elder Chai Buta. Has his battlefield killer move Myriad Clan Torchfire been perfected?" Huakong Dong quickly answered. 9th Elder is still in close cultivation. He is being confined by his grandfather. Last time he teased Fairy Ya. After I settle this, I will go visit him," Fang Yuan said as he stretched out his hand towards Huakong Dong. "Lend me some Gu worms." "Ah." Huakong Dong was stunned again. "What you are a grand Gu immortal. You are just lending me some mortal Gu. Why are you being so stingy?" Fang Yuan said impatiently. Huakong Dong thought. 9th Elder is in close cultivation to perfect his battlefield killer move. That is just an excuse. The truth is he really teased Fairy Yi. Since the other party knows about this, they should be related. I am a member of Chai clan. I am a lone cultivator, an outsider. And 9th Elder is not only a member of Chai clan, he is also the grandson of First Supreme Elder. If I meet his friends and don't lend them Gu worms, it would be unjustifiable. Let's borrow them. They are mortal Gu anyway, they are nothing. Huakong Dong took out a Gu worm and handed it to Fang Yuan asking, "I wonder what is this brother's name?" "Sure. I am Dong Fang Xiongji." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Chapter 1032. Whoosh. Fang Yuan flew in the air. He was like a huge fireball. His whole body was burning in flames. There was a long black smoke trail behind him. He was not weak at all. The situation earlier was very dangerous. Fang Yuan encountered Huakong Dong. He had 3 immortal Gu, as well as some soul path and dream path mortal Gu. But they were not comprehensive. If they fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Even if Fang Yuan wanted an immortal killer move to exchange souls with Huakong Dong, he could not do it. Earlier, he had used up a lot of mortal Gu to exchange souls with Wu Xie. He did not have a complete set of Gu worms on him. But Fang Yuan used his outstanding acting skills to not only get out of danger, he even swindled for rank 5 mortal Gu. In my previous life, I participated in the Battle of Etion Mountain. I participated in the huge gambling house. I witnessed the internal conflict of Southern Border's Gu immortals. I obtained a lot of important information. Fortunately, otherwise, how could I know the relationship between Chai clan's 9th Elder and Dongfang Xiongji? I was able to deceive Huakong Dong because of attitude Gu. Fang Yuan had the original familiar face. He modified it into a new version with attitude Gu as the core and 1,000 mortal Gu as support. But of course he could not use this killer move. Earlier, when facing Huakong Dong, he had used Attitude Gu alone. Attitude Gu's effect is to disguise my true emotions, to express a fake attitude, but to make others believe it. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that this Attitude Gu was very useful. Because he had used Attitude Gu earlier, his performance was flawless. Huakong Dong felt that Fang Yuan was in a state of anger. It was better not to provoke Fang Yuan. Another good thing was Attitude Gu's rank was very high, but the conditions to use it were very low. It was just a waste of effort. Fang Yuan had just reincarnated. He had little immortal essence. It was far from his previous accumulation. It is a pity that Attitude Gu is not mine. I will have to return it to He Lulan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was filled with regret and pity. Even though he had reincarnated and changed his body, his soul was still the same. It had not changed. After his rebirth, without stopping, he set up a new alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. This covenant was very restrictive, and there were almost no loopholes. Naturally, it restricted the bodies and souls of the allies. Therefore, even if Fang Yuan had changed his body, he couldn't go against the alliance. But the power of the alliance should be divided into two parts. One was in his soul. The other part is in my physical body. At most, I can only be considered as half an ally. Even so, the damage from breaking the contract is too great. Even if it doesn't affect my body, my soul still can't bear it. There are probably many wisdom path Dao marks in this body. While thinking, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized another point. He deeply remembered. When he had just become an immortal zombie, his brain could not work properly. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. His mind was extremely slow. Later, he used wisdom path methods to make up for this flaw. Now that he had a fresh body, he felt that his mind was as agile as a horse stepping on a swallow. His inspiration was like a spirit spring gushing out. In the process of thinking, a large number of thoughts were generated, like the beautiful waves in the sea. I finally don't need to use wisdom path gu worms to make up for my lack of thoughts. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes were about to tear up. In the past, he still had to use gu worms to generate thoughts to help him think. Now his physical body was alive. He could generate a large number of thoughts on his own. And there were many types of thoughts. After swapping souls, Fang Yuan would return to his body and be able to use gu worms to extract the special will from the gu worms. Here was the relationship between the soul, body, and thoughts. Just the body alone could not produce thoughts. The body provided the mind. The soul could produce thoughts, but they could not last for long. The mind was needed to store them. And the collision of thoughts was called thinking. When gu masters controlled gu worms, they usually used their thoughts. Ing Wuxie's soul's thoughts were naturally different from Fang Yuan's. Thus he could not use Fang Yuan's gu worms. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan had to make full use of every second. Being able to fly in the sky allowed him to have a wide field of vision. Searching was 1,000 times easier than before. Along the way, he found traces of battle many times. Gu immortals mostly fought in the sky. This characteristic was different from gu masters. Gu immortals had gu worms in time. They could train their ability to fly. But gu masters usually could not. Therefore, these battle scars were caused by the aftermath of the battle, which affected the ground of the mountain, and were not very obvious. Thankfully, southern border had many mountains. If it was northern plains with low terrain, it would be even less obvious. If it was eastern sea or western desert, it would be even worse. But even so, Fang Yuan did not catch up to his target. As he watched the sky gradually darken, his heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Sigh. He sighed at the sky. Giving up on chasing, he changed his mind and quickly left. Fang Yuan was taking a huge risk while searching. Etian Mountain had already become a troublesome place. Spectral Soul was refining gu to undergo tribulation. A large number of southern border gu immortals died. The commotion was so huge, more and more southern border gu immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Ing Wuxie and the rest met these southern border gu immortals who came to investigate. Huakong Dong, who Fang Yuan met, was also one of them. But the difference between the two was, the former was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he was suppressed by Southern Border Gu immortals. Feng Yuan had the aura of a Southern Border Gu immortal, he did not raise any suspicions. But if he continued to stay, even if Feng Yuan had attitude Gu, it would not be safe. I left a large number of fake wills in my mind, but Ing Wu Xie did not come. Is it because of the Southern Border Gu immortal's obstruction? Or did he find out my arrangements? Or is there something else? Feng Yuan guessed. Such a huge shadow sect, spectral soul demon venerable has schemed for tens of thousands of years. He should have other arrangements. Even the businesses of Zombie Alliance in the various regions are quite abundant. Will Ing Wu Xie go to one of them? In the worst case scenario, if he uses my identity to take my assets, what should I do? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate. They are in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land respectively. Even if Ing Wu Xie does not know the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, he can directly use fixed immortal travel to go to Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, right? After changing souls, the land spirit should be able to tell. But there are many ways to deceive the land spirit. The other party is a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan gradually stopped flying, floating in the air. The cold wind kept blowing, and it seemed to be blowing into his heart. The night was getting darker. Feng Yuan's face was covered in a layer of darkness. Then, where did Ing Wu Xie, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan go? Fixed immortal travel. The green light dissipated. Ing Wu Xie left southern border, arriving in central continent. Moss Master. Before he could look around, a slightly weak voice entered his ears. It's me. Ing Wu Xie raised his head slightly, replying calmly. Chapter 1033. Master, please exchange a secret code. That weak voice spoke again. Ing Wu Xie spoke. 9 layers of heaven transformation. That voice continued. Land is divided into 5 regions. Ing Wu Xie continued. 1,000 years and 10,000 achievements. That voice continued. Will rule over all life. Next, with a loud thud, he knelt on the ground and spoke with a choked voice. Shernu pays respects to master. Get up. Ing Wu Xie laughed heartily. Looking at the kneeling Rockman Gu immortal, he raised his hand. The Rockman Gu immortal kowtowed 3 more times before standing up respectfully. But facing Ing Wu Xie, his arms were still hanging down, his body was half bent and his head was lowered. His gaze was only focused on Ing Wu Xie's feet, not daring to look at him directly. His Gu immortal aura was dense, he was at rank 7. Ing Wu Xie used fixed immortal travel. He did not return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to snatch Dang Hun Mountain, but went to this secret base that Shadow Sect had set up in Central Continent. Ing Wu Xie's soul was originally a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Earlier, he was straightforward and pure because the pure dream reality seeker physique had erased his soul's memories. Ing Wu Xie's memories had vanished. He was like a newborn baby. His shrewdness was naturally shallow. But intense battles of life and death were the best for tempering a person. And with the infusion of spectral souls will in Red Lotus True Inheritance, Ing Wu Xie had already recovered some of his memories. He naturally acted more maturely. He had experienced rebirth. He already knew of Feng Yuan's arrangements. Not only could he not use his Gu worms, Feng Yuan's fake will was also in his mind. If he was not careful, his thoughts would be affected. He had a lot of Gu worms, and also a dazzling array of immortal Gu, but Ing Wu Xie could only use fixed immortal travel. In this situation, he naturally would not foolishly run to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if he had methods to deceive the land spirit, he needed many Gu worms to use them. If he entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land without any preparations, the land spirit would definitely recognize him and expose his identity. That would be a huge problem. Thus, Ing Wu Xie used fixed immortal travel to come here first. To prepare. Bring me to the earth core first. Ing Wu Xie instructed. Yes, master. Gu Immortal Shernu quickly responded. The two of them drilled into the ground and went down a winding secret tunnel. until they arrived in front of a deep pit. This deep pit was extremely large, covering a radius of 100 miles. The yellowish-brown dust in the deep pit was thick and heavy, and it kept rolling. It was unstoppable. At the periphery of the pit, there were layers of goo formations, healing, concealing, supporting, and so on. Ing Wuxia took a closer look, and could vaguely see a ball of soul floating in the center of the smoke. He observed for a moment and sighed. This soul orb was naturally Bo Qing's soul. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed to pass the tribulation, and was barely saved by the Shadow Sect's split soul yellow. But thousands of years had passed. Bo Qing's soul's injuries worsened. Not only did it not recover, but it also weakened into a ball of soul. Bo Qing's soul was affected by the calamity. The water path down marks lingered around him and continued to be produced. Even though it was suppressed by the dense earth path down marks in the earth eye, it was not a permanent solution. It could only stall for time and not cure the root cause. Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation, he was helpless against this. But Shadow Sect did not give up. To guard this place, Shadow Sect subdued a group of rockmen. With some guidance, they nurtured a Rockman Gu Immortal. This Rockman Gu Immortal was sure new. Although their speed of returning to Central Continent cannot compare to fixed immortal travel, don't forget that they have information path methods. Informing the 10 great ancient sects to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land is such a simple matter. They must have already done it. If we return directly, we might fall into a trap. That's why I came back here first to gather information. Then what did you find? He Lulan asked. Ing Wuxia sighed. As I expected, my identity has been exposed. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects already know that we are the culprits behind the destruction of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has already been surrounded, and the Blessed Land is being attacked. In an instant, Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked. Dang Hun Mountain is still there. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunxing knew that Fang Yuan had already found the method to revive. This way, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value would decrease greatly. What was more important was the cultivation resources in the Blessed Land. Dang Hun Mountain was the most important thing. With it, they would have an inexhaustible source of income. Ing Wuxia sneered. The loss of Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a foregone conclusion. The resources inside. Let the 10 great ancient sects keep it for now. I will take it back sooner or later. The most important thing now is to make preparations and let me recover my human body. Ugh. Ing Wuxia's voice suddenly stopped. He showed a shocked expression. What is it? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly asked. Anger and hatred flashed in Ing Wuxia's eyes. He smiled bitterly as he took out Fixed Immortal Travel's remnant body. I was hit by Shadow Sect's move earlier. I forcefully activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Now it is destroyed. This. At once, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan felt great regret. Fixed Immortal Travel was extremely useful. Now that it was destroyed, the three immortals felt their hearts bleeding. Ing Wuxia was even more shocked and furious. Why did Fixed Immortal Travel self-destruct? It seems that this is a method left behind by Fang Yuan. Damn it. He not only schemed against me, he purposely used Fixed Immortal Travel on me to lure me to Etian Mountain. He even left behind this method. Since Fixed Immortal Travel can self-destruct, Fang Yuan's other goo worms should also be able to do the same. Thinking of this, Ing Wuxia could no longer sit still. He was still thinking of ways to subdue Fang Yuan's goo worms. Fang Yuan's move had caught him unprepared. Intentional. It should be intentional. It seems that I need to use every second I have and borrow immortal goo to suppress his goo worms. I cannot let them self-destruct. Ing Wuxia shouted in his heart. He could not conceal the anxiety on his face. Tai Bai Yunxing felt something amiss. He asked in concern. Fang Yuan, what is it now? Ing Wuxia's expression was grim. This is a huge problem. I need to deal with it quickly, otherwise, the other goo worms will end up like Fixed Immortal Travel. Is there anything I can help you with? Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and felt like a fire had been lit in his heart. He also became anxious. You guys rest first, a Rockman will bring you to rest later. Humph. I can deal with this. After all, Master did not just leave behind this stronghold, he also left behind his connections. Ing Wuxie said this and left. At the same time, Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. We broke through. We broke through. Ha ha ha, who a mortal blessed land has finally been broken through. I want to see how much benefits this kid Feng Yuan has obtained. Everyone, don't be impatient. Don't forget that Danghun Mountain is under the management of our 10 great ancient sections. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects rushed in, charging into Hu immortal blessed land excitedly. Who didn't know that the larger the beast group, the more cubs they would produce each year? Who didn't know that the larger the population, the more variant humans there would be? Who would be willing to remove the plants they planted, to prevent them from growing longer and having higher value? But there was no other way. The immortal aperture space was here. If not for this, he would not have been able to escape until now, and not be captured by the 10 great ancient sections. As time passed, he placed more importance on this organization, and also knew the purpose of this organization. He had many guesses. The code name of this organization usually represents the time one joined, and their status in the organization. Sir is number 1. He is the expert who created the organization Defy. He suddenly wants to borrow Gu from me. Gong Sun Liang hesitated for a long time, before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect. 2 Sword Path Gu Immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the important matters of the sect. At this time, Miao Jun's body shook. He received Ing Wuxie's message. Facing Ing Wuxie's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, "Sir contacted me. He wants to borrow our immortal Gu." Miao Yu frowned. This sir has a mysterious identity. We have been in Defy for a long time, but we have not received any news from him. But now he wants to borrow our immortal Gu. Miao Jun nodded. We joined Defy in hopes that this organization could help us. But earlier, when we left Crane Gate, Defy did not help us at all. Now he wants to borrow our immortal Gu. This sir is really not treating himself as an outsider. Several years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword Sect succeeded in immortal ascension. Thus, this force had 3 Gu immortals. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was originally a subordinate of Crane Gate. After having 3 Gu immortals, Great Heavenly Sword Sect wanted to get rid of their status as a subordinate of Crane Gate. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Instead, Crane Gate poached them and recruited a 3rd Gu immortal. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword Sect was taken care of by Crane Gate. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's days became increasingly difficult. The two wanted to borrow the strength of Defy, but they could not do so. They were quite unhappy about it. Thus, Ing Wuxie failed to borrow Gu from them using his identity as Sir. Crack. Earth Abyss in a secret room. Ing Wuxie smashed the table in front of him. Inf. Miao Jun Miao Yu. Ing Wuxie gritted his teeth. His gaze was dark. The so-called Defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Celestial Court was high and mighty. The 10 great ancient sects under Celestial Court divided up most of Central Continent's cultivation resources, ruling over the world. Among the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces. Everyone wanted to climb higher. Who did not want to go further? Which force did not want to expand their sphere of influence and have more cultivation resources? Especially Gu immortals. They had to undergo tribulations every once in a while. Thus, Gu immortals had to get stronger, otherwise they would die in the tribulations. And to get stronger, it was not so easy. I want to recruit you because I want to deal with Feng Yuan. He Lulan's eyes shined with brilliance. She raised her voice. Oh, it seems that Feng Yuan did not die after all. Not only did he not die, he even gained a lot. Ing Wuxie could not conceal the hatred in his tone. You want to use me to frame Feng Yuan? To help you obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land? He Lulan continued to ask. Humph. Ing Wuxie sneered. Feng Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land should have been emptied. The cultivation resources inside, including Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, were all moved to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land? Ihi, the place where you fought with Fairy Li Shan, Qin Baisheng, He Cheng and Jiang Yu. Why? Feng Yuan did not tell you? Ing Wuxie said. He Lulan was silent. Ing Wuxie continued. Langya Blessed Land was formed from the immortal aperture left behind by Long-Hair Ancestor. It was originally a grotto heaven. Now that it has fallen to a blessed land, its foundation is so deep that it can be called the number 1 blessed land in the 5 regions. Imperial Court Blessed Land has already been destroyed. There are no other blessed lands that can compare to it. Not only did Feng Yuan move all the resources into Langya Blessed Land, he even joined Langya's sect and betrayed humanity, becoming the lackey of the hairy men. He Lulan's gaze flashed. Ing Wuxie seemed to know what she was thinking. He continued to smile. You are right. I still have people in Langya Blessed Land. I know almost everything that happened in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan will not be able to last long. You can only rely on me to survive. The scene of Etian Mountain appeared in He Lulan's mind. Spectral Soul's towering body was deeply engraved in her mind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He Lulan muttered in her mind. She then closed her eyes, saying, The situation is stronger than the person. I will rely on you. However, I need to remind you. You want me to deal with Feng Yuan, but I still have an alliance agreement with him. It is just an alliance agreement. I can help you get rid of it. Ing Wuxie said confidently. But He Lulan said, Is that all right? Back then, when we created this alliance agreement, it was stated clearly, no matter which side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it. Ing Wuxie felt troubled. Oh? This way, if I help you get rid of the alliance agreement, wouldn't I be helping Feng Yuan indirectly? He Lulan nodded. That is correct. Feng Yuan had set up this rule back then because he was afraid that Fairy Li Shan would secretly get rid of the alliance agreement. After all, Fairy Li Shan cultivated information path. Feng Yuan had to be on guard against her. But the world changed. Fate was unpredictable. Fairy Li Shan died. Ing Wuxie wanted to help He Lulan get rid of the alliance agreement. At the next moment, Enai Koan's body shook. The Enai clan Gu masters beside him also stared with wide-opened eyes. The terrifying horde of beasts suddenly slowed down, and then stopped moving forward. An uncountable beast group was tens of thousands of steps away from the village wall. They were restless and staring at the village covetously. Enai clan Gu masters looked at each other, bewildered and uncertain. A hill tiger came out of the group. Hill tigers were mutated beasts. They were huge and extraordinary, like a small hill. Feng Yuan was lying on the hill tiger's back, squinting his eyes as he looked at Enai clan's people. Seeing Feng Yuan, Enai clan's Gu masters gasped. The other three clans did not want to give up. They fought 3 against 2 and forcefully joined the next round of the bet. Thus 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, until now, the 5 Xiong's ancestors have already passed away, but the bet between the 5 clans is still ongoing. So it was like this. This was the first time He had heard of this 1,000-year-old secret. She was tongue-tied. After a long while she accepted it, sighing. That means to say, if not for this bet, wouldn't our southern border have 5 more super forces? But Chizai shook his head. Among the 5 Xiong's, there are lone immortals and demonic path members. Developing clans is something that only righteous path Gu immortals have the patience to do. Our Qi clan is Qi Xiong, then who are the other 4 Xiong's? Qi, he asked. Chizai said everything he knew. Qi Xiong and I Xiong, Bai Xiong, Shui Xiong, and Qi Xiong are collectively known as the Sky Inspecting 5 Xiong's. The place I am going to next is where Enai Xiong's descendants are. Granduncle, why are you going to Enai Xiong? Chizai hesitated before laughing. Forget it, there is no harm in telling you. Recently, a huge event happened in southern borders Gu Immortal World. A large number of Gu Immortals died mysteriously on Etian Mountain. Our Qi clan also had an ancestor who died there. So this time, we are looking for the current generation Enai Xiong. We want him or her to help us deduce the truth. Ah. Etian Mountain. He gasped. Regardless of Feng Yuan's previous life, the Battle of Etian Mountain in this life involved both immortal and mortal worlds. Thus, He had heard of it long ago. But what she knew was that Southern Border's forces had sent mortal experts to attack Etian Mountain, to eradicate the demonic path and defend the righteous path. In Southern Border, the demonic path had never established their forces on such a large scale. Thus, they were attacked by the righteous path. Chizai told He about the bet on Etian Mountain. He understood now, so this was the truth. She muttered. The difference between immortal and mortal is like the difference between clouds and mud. Those rank 4 and 5 experts are merely chess pieces of the immortals. This truth had a huge impact on He, who had just become an immortal. Chizai heard this and laughed in his heart. When a Gu master becomes an immortal, it was not just a change in strength and cultivation. It was also a change in mentality. Right now, Chizai was using the matter of Etian Mountain to speed up Chihi's transformation and adapt to her new identity. He was speechless. Only the Qi Grand Lion continued to move. There was silence between Chizai and Chihi. The surrounding clouds rumbled, heaven and earth shook. Because a Gu formation had already been set up between the seats, there was not even a trace of wind or any noise. How could a mortal witness such a scene? Chihi saw this. She felt that the world was vast. Mortals were like ants. The indescribable feeling in her gradually faded. She thought. That's right, I am a Gu immortal now. I am no longer a mortal. Mortals and immortals are different. I need to remember this. Consoling herself, Chihi's emotions gradually calmed down. A subtle change occurred in her mind. Chizai nodded inwardly, speaking. Actually, after thousands of years, among the descendants of the heaven-surveying 5 Xiong's, our Qi clan is the most prosperous. Shui Xiong's descendants have gone extinct because they cultivate blood path. Shui Xiong's descendants are hiding in their immortal apertures like pigs and dogs. They do not want to improve themselves and are lazy. They are not worth mentioning. Bai Xiong's last branch has also died in recent years. And Enai Xiong's tribe. Even though there are several branches in southern border, there are no longer any Ni clan Gu immortals. He could only ask one question at a time. He had to do it step by step. It could not be too difficult. What is your name? Ni Jian. The mud monster roared again. But Cheese, I heard you, bastard. His eyes shined with a sharp light. He snorted and waved his sleeves. With a loud sound, the mud monster was completely destroyed. It turned into a pile of mud and fell to the ground. These Dao marks added up to 1,000. With so many Dao marks, Fang Yuan could not use Stargate Gu anymore. My next plan is to refine fixed immortal travel. Ing Wuxie said. He Lulan's eyes shined with brilliance. She nodded. She knew about fixed immortal travel. This Gu was very useful. Ing Wuxie's decision to refine this Gu was very wise. Fixed immortal travel has just been destroyed. I have a high chance of refining it now. To refine fixed immortal travel, I need divine travel Gu. To get divine travel Gu, I need 4 types of exceptional wine. Before He Lulan finished, Ing Wuxie interrupted her. Divine travel Gu is in the hands of Land Spirit of Langia. Fixed immortal travel is unique, but immortal Gu recipes are different. A city has at least 4 paths leading to it, north, south, east, and west. The same goes for immortal Gu. He Lulan was surprised. That means you have a new Gu recipe for fixed immortal travel? Of course. Ing Wuxie smiled smugly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible when he was alive. He created Shadow Sect after his death. His foundation was extremely deep. The Demon Venerables will in Red Lotus True Inheritance had formulated a series of plans for Ing Wuxie based on this immortal Gu. Fixed immortal travel. As the core of the plan, fixed immortal travel could not have any problems. Thus, in Ing Wuxie's mind, there were 3 immortal Gu recipes. They were all recipes that could successfully refine fixed immortal travel. Southern border. Fang Yuan was walking in the forest. He had just slaughtered Ni clan's village alone. As he walked, he recalled the gains and losses of the battle earlier. Not forgetting the past was a good guide for the future. Only by constantly organizing the experience and absorbing the essence of the experience to replenish himself would his future journey be more stable. Ni clan's Gu masters were not a threat. Fang Yuan only used some enslavement path methods to summon myriad beasts and flatten the village. No matter how many mortal Gu masters there were, from start to finish, Fang Yuan did not make a move. And what made Fang Yuan fight personally was that desolate beast mud monster that appeared later. This mud monster made Fang Yuan spend a lot of effort to deal with it. From this battle, Fang Yuan realized that he was lacking in many areas. Although I have rank 7 Sword Gu, the immortal essence expenditure is too high. Gu worms had 9 ranks, Gu masters also had 9 ranks. Since ancient times, Gu master cultivation had a common understanding. Gu worms and Gu masters should have the same rank. If the Gu worm's rank was low, the Gu master's strength could not be fully displayed. If the Gu worm's rank was high, the Gu master's strength could not be displayed. Even if he helped the two venerables refine goo, he did not know much about the rank 9 wisdom immortal goo. Forget it. Even if I can use the light of wisdom to think of an immortal goo recipe that does not need the light of the immemorial era, I am no longer an immortal zombie. I might not be able to use it. I should go to Shao Clan first. Xiao Meng's extreme light goo was obtained from tomb robbing. I might be able to find some clues in Shao Clan. Feng Yuan ended his contact with Land Spirit of Langia. He changed his direction and rushed towards Shao Clan. But before ending the contact, he did not forget to give the souls he obtained from slaughtering Ni Clan to Land Spirit of Langia. Next, he asked for a list from Land Spirit of Langia. The content of the list was naturally related to Langya Sect's sword path killer moves. Feng Yuan rushed towards Shao Clan as he looked at these killer moves. Even though there were many sword path killer moves, most of them were mortal killer moves, and there were only 3 immortal killer moves. One of them was an incomplete immortal move, like an incomplete immortal goo recipe. It had great reference value, but could not be used directly. As for the other 2, one was for movement, and the other was for attack. The movement immortal killer move was called Sword Flash Thunder Sound. It had 2 core immortal goo, Flash Sword goo and Rumbling Thunder goo. The offensive immortal killer move was called Dark Assassination. It also had 2 core immortal goo, Flying Sword goo and Dark Limit goo. Looking at the familiar Dark Limit immortal goo, Feng Yuan sighed internally. Long ago, he had tried to obtain this immortal goo, but he did not succeed. After Fairy Jiangyu died, Dark Limit Immortal Goo was also destroyed. If I had Dark Limit Immortal Goo, along with the Flying Sword Immortal Goo that I have, I would be able to use this Dark Assassination. Unfortunately, just as Feng Yuan was thinking, a voice came from the side. Friend ahead, please wait. Feng Yuan turned around and saw a desolate beast Qi Grand Lion running towards him. There was a large red chair on the lion's back. 2 Goo Immortals were sitting on it. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. The Soul Beast raised its head and let out a silent roar. Be careful, Soul Howl Immortal Goo is activating again. Ing Wuxie warned. A formless sound wave created surging air currents, sweeping towards Ing Wuxie, He Lulan, and Tai Bai Yinsheng. The 3 had no choice but to retreat in defeat. This wild Soul Howl Immortal Goo was rank 7. It was a parasite on a soul beast. Once Ing Wuxie, He Lulan, and Tai Bai Yunqing forced the soul beast into a dangerous situation. This immortal goo would sense it and activate, buying enough time and space for the parasite soul beast. How can this be? This soul beast is only a desolate beast. How can there be a rank 7 wild goo parasite on it? Tai Bai Yunqing's 7 orifices were bleeding, he screamed. The other 2 were not having a good time either. They felt dizzy and their souls were heavily injured. Ing Wuxie's expression was ugly. Truly, trouble came from the sky while he was sitting at home. Everything was fine earlier, but suddenly, a soul beast barged into Shadow Sect's territory. Soul Howl Immortal Goo does not need immortal essence to activate. It uses the soul foundation. This desolate level soul beast was probably an ancient desolate level soul beast not long ago. But after an intense battle, it escaped in defeat. Soul Howl Immortal Goo activated again and again, causing it to fall from an immemorial soul beast to an ordinary desolate beast. Ing Wuxie replied to Tai Bai Yinsheng with a hoarse voice. At the same time, the word Providence appeared in his mind. My Shadow Sect's plan failed, and I went against Providence after rebirth. I did not perish together with Feng Yuan. This is Providence coming to find trouble with me. The Tao of Heaven emphasized on the balance of all living beings. Shadow Sect had concealed themselves earlier, trying not to let Providence discover them. They acted in the dark, thus there were few obstructions. But now that Ing Wuxie was completely exposed, Providence finally lured the soul beast to attack. Providence is everywhere. Back then, when Feng Yuan refined fixed immortal travel, it ingeniously sent the light of the immemorial era to Feng Yuan. Now it is trying to eliminate me. Do I really have to destroy the spring-autumn cicada in my body? Ing Wuxie was extremely hesitant. From this, it could be seen that the rank 7 Gu immortal Qi Zai had extraordinary methods. Jian's fist fiercely hit Fang Yuan. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure dissipated. He turned into a lump of clouds. He gasped. She had a surprised expression. She did not expect this. Qi Zai was not surprised. He looked to his right and flicked his finger. Mortal killer move, divine flick. A Qi pellet, only the size of a thumb, but it was too fast. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. He was hit by Qi Zai. This time, he finally revealed his true body. Qi Zai breathed in again. Jian's waist was coiled with a thick translucent qi current. The qi current revolved around his waist, and Jian's speed rose by several times. Hand over your life. Jian shouted, charging towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan frowned. His whole body was covered in a layer of lion fur armor. The divine flick earlier did not cause any damage to him, it only forced him out. He is actually a Qi Path Gu immortal. He thought. Qi Path had a longer history than Strength Path. It had also declined much more than Strength Path. To think that he would meet a rare Qi Path Gu immortal in southern border. No wonder he was caught. The truth of him slaughtering Ni clan was also exposed. Qi Path, which had a long history, naturally had secret methods that Fang Yuan could not understand. But what does my slaughtering of Ni clan have to do with these two Gu immortals? In my memories, Ni clan does not have any Gu immortal ancestors. Fang Yuan was puzzled. Jian attacked again. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He had already fought against the desolate beast mud monster earlier. This mudman monster had no fatal weakness. Even if he used the rank 7 immortal Gu flying sword, it had little effect. But this did not mean that Fang Yuan had no way to deal with it. His body swayed as he counterattacked. He raised both his palms, be it the back or the center of his palms, they were covered in a layer of frost. Fang Yuan's palm lightly landed on Jian's body. Jian's attacks were rough, but Fang Yuan's movements were like falling leaves in the wind, agile and ethereal. Jian lacked battle experience in close combat. He could not even touch Fang Yuan's sleeves. In contrast, Fang Yuan's moves were exquisite and nimble. His frost palms continued to land on Jian's body. Soon, Jian's body was covered in a layer of frost, his attack speed fell, and the translucent qi currents coiling around his waist were dispersed by Fang Yuan's palm. Fang Yuan had immortal Gu, but they were rank 7 and could not be used easily. Thus, he picked up the mortal killer move Lion Fur Armor as a temporary measure. Earlier, white clouds surged and now frost palms, they were both outstanding mortal killer moves. The former came from Tai Bai Yunsheng, while the latter came from Shuesongzi. Tai Bai Yunsheng cultivated Time Path primarily and Cloud Path secondarily. He often conversed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thus grasped his mortal methods. Chapter 1049. Qi Zai's mind was filled with thoughts. Even his expression turned solemn. Fang Yuan was also frowning deeply. He had used Flying Sword Gu earlier to destroy the Yin Qi, but it had recovered in the blink of an eye. The jade-green Yin Qi rope shot towards Fang Yuan again. It seemed like it would not rest until it tangled with Fang Yuan. Flying Sword Gu is strong, but it is not good at dealing with enemies that can gather and scatter at will. Fang Yuan had a realization. Earlier, when he was dealing with the desolate beast mud monster, he had the same feeling. Now that he was facing a Qi Path Gu immortal, this feeling surfaced in his mind again. Of course, this was also because he lacked related killer moves. If he had a sword path killer move that could help Flying Sword Gu spread its attacks instead of concentrating on one point, this kind of trouble would be easily solved. Actually, Feng Yuan had already predicted this situation. Thus, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu to retreat. But he did not expect the enemy to have a movement killer move that could chase after him. Feng Yuan was at a disadvantage. Earlier, when they were probing each other, he used countless mortal killer moves to gain the upper hand. But now he used Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. He was at a disadvantage now. The enemy was a rank 7 Gu Immortal after all. His cultivation level was much higher than Feng Yuan's. It was normal for Feng Yuan to be unable to beat him. It was not easy for him to be in this situation. I only have 2 Immortal Gu, while the enemy is rank 7. His cultivation level is higher than mine, and he has more methods than me. If he had an Immortal Battlefield Killer move, even with Flying Sword Immortal Gu, it would be hard for me to break through. I cannot stay here for long. Sword Escape. Feng Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu again, flying into the sky. Quite vigilant. Qizai snorted coldly. His battle methods were most proficient in expending his opponent's resources. The Yin-Chi rope was torn apart. As the aura spread, as time passed, the entire battlefield would lean towards Qi path. By then, not only would Qizai be able to use Immortal Gu faster and stronger, his Immortal Essence expenditure would also be reduced. There were no disadvantages, it was very good. But Feng Yuan only fought for a while before retreating rapidly. Every time he fired, he moved to a different place. This caused Qizai to have no advantage at all. Gu masters had limited movement speed, and were often limited to one place. But Gu immortals could move freely in and out of the blue. They were very different from Gu masters. Thus, defeating a Gu immortal was easy, but to kill the Gu immortal. But it was very difficult, unless there was an Immortal Battlefield Killer move to trap him. However, this Battlefield Killer move needed time to set up. When Gu immortals fought, they could only set up traps in front of others. Their methods had to be concealed. Only then could it be laid successfully. Or like when Feng Yuan dealt with He Cheng, he set up a Battlefield Killer move in advance. Then he would lure the enemy in. Even though Feng Yuan escaped, Qizai had an Immortal Killer move that could teleport rapidly. Feng Yuan slaughtered the entire Enai clan. Qizai was in charge of this place. If he let Feng Yuan go like this, it would be hard for Qizai to explain himself when he returned. There was a more important reason. Qizai was worried that Feng Yuan was a remnant of the other 4 families. This matter was related to the 1,000-year bet, and the Qi family was already in sight. At this critical moment, they could not afford to make any mistakes. Thus, Qizai had to investigate this matter. He had to get to the bottom of it. He could not let this go. After Feng Yuan escaped for a while, he found that Qizai had chased after him. Secondly, Langya Blessed Land had a lot of cultivation resources. He could develop with peace of mind. But using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them was too costly. Finally, to refine fixed immortal travel, he needed the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. Even though Feng Yuan had some clues, he knew in the depths of his heart that there was little hope. And what he was most worried about was his own calamity and tribulation. There were less than 2 months left until the first calamity and tribulation. Fortune and disaster go hand in hand. His blessed land had such a deep foundation, and his aptitude far surpassed the 10 extreme existences. The might of his calamity and tribulation would definitely be extraordinary. If my guess is correct, I will give up on fixed immortal travel. I will go to Langya Blessed Land and make ample preparations to deal with the calamity and tribulation there. In less than 2 months, he was no longer an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture was extraordinary. the calamity and tribulation were like a sharp blade hanging above his head. Feng Yuan looked at the vast sea of clouds. A sense of urgency lingered in his heart. Chapter 1051. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia looked at the collapse in front of him, his expression extremely ugly. Behind him were He Lulan, Tai Bai Yinsheng, and the rank 7 variant human Shirnu. The battle strength of 4 Gu immortals. Among them, Shirnu was naturally the strongest, He Lulan second, and Tai Bai Yinsheng third. Ing Wuxia was still an immortal zombie, he only had a few borrowed immortal Gu. Feng Yuan's remaining immortal Gu had not been retrieved yet. His current battle strength was the weakest. He Lulan had already been forced to surrender by Ing Wuxia, breaking away from the alliance agreement with Feng Yuan, and becoming Ing Wuxia's helper. Shirnu was the most loyal to Ing Wuxia. As for Tai Bai Yinsheng, although he did not know about it, he had never suspected Ing Wuxia. He Lulan and Ing Wuxia had worked together to deceive him, causing him to be kept in the dark. What is going on? Tai Bai Yinsheng looked in front of him, asking in confusion. Shirnu replied, Earth Abyss is not calm, Earth strength surges from time to time, causing tremors. Tremors can sometimes cause super collapses, like what we are seeing now. He Lulan's gaze was peculiar. This kind of collapse is too terrifying. Shirnu nodded. Yes, every collapse in Earth Abyss covers hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, causing millions, or even tens of millions of lives to die. After the collapse, millions of kilograms of soil and rocks would pile up, combining with the resentment, death aura, and blood essence of the dead. Countless desolate-level blood beasts, bone beasts, and even blood path and earth path immortal Gu would be born. Master, what should we do next? Ing Wuxia stared ahead. After a long while, he slowly let out a breath of turbid air. He felt gloomy, thinking. This route was secretly operated by Shadow Sect. It is the safest and most secretive route to leave Earth Abyss. I was just about to leave Earth Abyss. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the Earth Abyss unexpectedly collapsed. And coincidentally, it happened here. It cut off our path forward. Ing Wuxia sneered internally. This is Providence's doing. My main body is defying heaven and refining Gu to resist Providence. Providence was severely depleted. But from the looks of it now, I'm afraid Providence has mostly recovered. I still have the spring and autumn cicada with me. There is a lot of Providence in it. Therefore, in Providence's perception, it is like a torch in the darkness. If my investigative skills weren't good enough, and I didn't deliberately slow down, I'm afraid I'd be trapped in the landslide now. If they were greedy for the wild immortal Gu that were about to form here, and did not go, they might be discovered by other Gu immortals who came to investigate. Maybe I used the Gu formation earlier. The Celestial Court has long been suspicious of the commotion, and has begun to search everywhere. Ing Wuxia had received pointers from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's main body's will, so he had a deep understanding of Providence. Providence also had its limits and would be greatly depleted. But because its foundation was the 5 regions, Providence would not be completely destroyed, it could recover very quickly. Feng Yuan was still in the dark about Providence, he knew nothing about it, he could not compare to Ing Wuxia. The reason why Providence is so hard to deal with is because of that bitch, star constellation. My body is quite ordinary. I need to refine fixed immortal travel to travel through the 5 regions. After that, I can gather the remnants of Shadow Sect, and form a considerable force. After that, I can try to save my main body. Thinking of this, Ing Wuxia naturally thought of Feng Yuan. Deep hatred surged in his heart again. Back when I designed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu's recipe, my main body had considered the 5 regional walls. Chapter 1052. Normally speaking, southern border, central continent, northern plains, eastern sea and western desert. These 5 regions desolate beasts could not cross the regional walls and go to other regions. These desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts could match Gu immortals. They were the essence of a region. They could not leave the region they were raised in. The 5 regional walls were like shackles to them. In comparison, ordinary wild beasts, beast kings, and mutated beasts had more freedom. They could enter and leave the regional walls. But the ancient cloud beasts chasing after Feng Yuan were not raised in southern border. They came from white heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. The 5 regional walls did not discriminate between them. They treated all of them equally. There was no restriction or rejection. Or maybe it was because no matter which layer of the immemorial 9 heavens, they all covered the 5 regions. This characteristic was already known to everyone. Previously, when spectral soul defied heaven to refine Gu, celestial quartz Gu immortals could reach southern border so quickly because they used heaven overseeing tower to travel through white heaven. And before that, Feng Yuan's Stargate Gu could use the starlight of immemorial black heaven as a guide to travel through the 5 regions. The essence of the two was the same as this group of ancient cloud beasts. They both used this characteristic of the immemorial 9 heavens. Feng Yuan rapidly traveled through the regional walls. Feng Yuan could not manage the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He could only let them follow behind him. These cloud beasts were stubborn. They targeted Feng Yuan. They would not stop until they reached their goal. At this time, Feng Yuan could not help but think of the benefits of fixed immortal travel. If he had fixed immortal travel, he would be able to get rid of these problems easily. Even if Feng Yuan was injured, there was a limit to how far the ancient cloud beasts could chase after Feng Yuan. Using fixed immortal travel, they could go beyond this limit. But Feng Yuan only had one movement immortal Gu. Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Activating Sword Escape Immortal Gu could increase the distance. But the price he had to pay was too high. Most importantly, Feng Yuan did not know the limit of the ancient cloud beast's tracking range. If this distance was too high, even if Feng Yuan expended his entire fortune, it would not be enough to activate Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Although the land spirit of Langia is simple and doesn't lie, he has always been scheming against me. When I was dealing with Chizai earlier, I was tricked by him. Lend me Dark Limit Immortal Gu. But it cost me a lot. If I'm in a hurry to escape the pursuit of the ancient cloud beasts, I'll be able to kill them. He might even take advantage of the situation. After all, Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu are truly tempting. The boundary wall in front of him suddenly turned dark blue. It turned out that Feng Yuan had already passed through southern border's miasma barrier and officially entered eastern sea's blue water barrier. There was nothing more to say. Feng Yuan continued to fly. The journey was smooth and unimpeded. There were no living beings residing in the boundary wall, nor were there any other dangers. Because the boundary walls of the 5 regions were the greatest obstacle. He flew for a while more. Feng Yuan turned around to look. The ancient cloud beasts were still chasing after him. The cloud beasts did not have a fixed shape. When they flew, they moved like moving clouds. They were white like snow and had beautiful postures. But in Feng Yuan's eyes, they were truly detestable. At this point, Feng Yuan's Langya sect contribution points were completely used up. He was starting to owe the land spirit of Langya immortal Yuan stone. If not for these ancient cloud beasts. Only by choosing a rank 7 Gu immortal would he be a threat. As for why he chose Tang Song, it was because Feng Yuan observed him and knew that he was the only Gu immortal with a huge force among the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. Lone cultivator Gu immortals did not want to offend super forces. Super forces were also wary of lone immortals because they had huge businesses. Thus, when Tang Song was in the group, he would have many qualms about his actions and words. It was because he was not writing for himself, but also for the super force behind him, Tang Clan. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting endlessly. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Song was still at a disadvantage. He was breaking out in cold sweat from Fang Yuan's attacks. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Gu was really sharp. Tang Song was a Sound Path Gu Immortal. His defensive methods were lacking. He could not block Flying Sword Immortal Gu head-on. He could only dodge. He was shocked and furious. A Grand Rank 7 Gu Immortal was actually being suppressed by a Rank 6. After being forced to this extent, he had lost all his face. Tang Song's expression was grim, he thought. To redeem my face, I have to use that Immortal Killer move. As long as I capture this Rank 6 Gu Immortal alive, my earlier display of weakness will be seen as a tactic to show weakness. But this Immortal Killer move was not easy to activate. It contained a total of 490 Gu worms. Tang Song had to deal with Fang Yuan's sharp attacks. He could only focus and activate the Gu worms in his Immortal Aperture. Next, he slowly formed the killer move. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is useless against mud monsters and cloud beasts, but it is very useful against Gu Immortals. Once it pierces Tang Song's head or heart, he will die on the spot. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing swept through Central Continent. He was known as the #1 person under rank 9. This can be seen from this Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had the upper hand, but he could not be careless. Tang Song was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. His foundation was definitely deeper than Fang Yuan's. It was just that he lost the initiative and was attacked by Fang Yuan. The current situation was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the harder it would be for Fang Yuan to escape. Most importantly, he could not use Dark Assassination now, because he had to maintain pressure on Tang Song at all times. Fang Yuan had the upper hand by attacking first, suppressing him. If he could catch his breath and use his methods, the situation would not be like this. Thus, Fang Yuan had to use Flying Sword Immortal Gu continuously. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was the core of Dark Assassination. It needed to be used together with Dark Limit Immortal Gu. After some time, it could be used together with other supplementary Mortal Gu to activate Dark Assassination. Immortal Gu are rare. If only I had a few more Immortal Gu. At this time, Fang Yuan sensed something. His movements slowed as he looked behind him. Those ancient cloud beasts were already at the edge of his vision. Seeing these ancient cloud beasts again, Fang Yuan did not feel any disgust. Instead, he was filled with joy. The variable that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. What is going on? What are these things? Their auras are so strong. Those are cloud beasts. Oh heavens, so many cloud beasts. These are ancient cloud beasts. Why are there so many of them? The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals also discovered the ancient cloud beasts. They were shocked and uncertain. Tang Song's attention was on Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan's attacks had weakened, he was overjoyed. The Immortal Killer move that he was preparing in his Immortal Aperture sped up. A third of it was activated in a short period of time. Soon, after I use this move and capture you alive, I will deal with you then. Tang Song gritted his teeth. Originally, there were many afterimages. It was a sure kill move, but Jolie moved most of them back. Only a small portion was left to deal with Fang Yuan. There was a weakness that Fang Yuan took advantage of. I won't be sending you off. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu as he flew into the sky, passing through the gap and entering the Blue Water Regional Wall in a flash of lightning. The three immortals were stunned before flying into a rage out of embarrassment. This lad is so crafty, he is actually bluffing. He was already at the end of his rope earlier, but he concealed it so well. Let's chase. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu were furious. They chased after Fang Yuan again. Zhou Li's expression turned green and white. He was dazed for a moment before slapping himself before continuing to chase. But the good situation earlier was ruined by him. What chance would there be now? Fang Yuan narrowly escaped death. After entering the regional wall, he went deeper into the regional wall. The three immortals complained incessantly. The advantage of cultivation level had become a hindrance here. At this moment, the three immortals wished they could become rank 6 Gu immortals. The deeper they went into the regional wall, the stronger the suction force they felt. Their speed fell sharply. Without a choice, the three immortals could only place their hopes on the rank 6 Gu immortals who were chasing after them. But these rank 6 Gu immortals were also greatly affected. Compared to Fang Yuan, who was unobstructed and could move freely, the difference was too great. Soon, the Gu immortals were getting further away from Fang Yuan. What cultivation level is this person? He is actually so little affected in the regional wall? The Eastern Sea Gu immortals were puzzled. But they did not know that this was the result of Fang Yuan purposely restraining himself. Fang Yuan did not want to expose this secret. He purposely lowered his speed and acted like he was having a hard time, to make people suspicious. Although they could not catch up to Fang Yuan, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not willing to give up. I don't believe he is really hiding here and not coming out. He is a rank 6 Gu immortal. He will expend a lot of immortal essence to fly here. I want to see if a rank 6 Gu immortal's foundation can match a grand rank 7 like us. Even though the Eastern Sea Gu immortals were unwilling, the truth was cruel. Fang Yuan was getting further and further away from them. Even the ancient cloud beasts behind him were catching up. After some chaos, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals could only watch bitterly as the ancient cloud beasts overtook them and chased after Fang Yuan. These ancient cloud beasts came from White Heaven. The 5 regional walls had no effect on them. Gradually, Fang Yuan left the range of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They could only chase after the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts were getting closer to Fang Yuan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu again. His speed rose as he left. Fang Jing's neck was grabbed. He could not breathe. He was already feeling dizzy. He was thrown onto the sturdy platform again. He almost fainted on the spot. His vision was blurry. He felt dizzy. He sprawled on the platform, unable to stand up. "Be careful, you idiot," Kong Ba scolded. The black hairy man who escorted Fang Jing up did not dare to provoke him. He quickly apologized. "Scram," Kong Ba shouted coldly. The black hairy man quickly flew down the platform. Kong Ba's expression changed as he wiped away the anger on his face, changing it into a smile. He pointed at Fang Jing and introduced him to the hairy men below the stage. "This slave is a rare commodity. It wasn't easy for me, Kong Ba, to find him." These words attracted the audience's interest to a large extent. This slave's cultivation level is not weak. He actually has rank 5 cultivation level. Soon, someone sensed the weak Gu master aura on Fang Jing and exclaimed, "Which city lord of Yellow Hair Continent is this?" He was actually captured and almost all of his hair was shaved off. Humiliating him like this? Soon, someone asked curiously, "In this sea of Black Hair Continent, Yellow Hair Continent, and White Hair Continent, the city lords had the highest authority. They usually had rank 5 cultivation level. And in the customs of hairy men, they were proud to have hair all over their body. Being shaved off was the most humiliating punishment for hairy men. In the hearts of most hairy men, it was crueler than death. For example, it was like in Earth's Chinese history, male prisoners were castrated." Kong Ba laughed. "Everyone is wrong. This slave is not a hairy man. He is the purest human." "What? Human? He is a human?" In Langya Blessed Land, Hairy men were the majority, there were very few other races. Many of the hairy men present could not help but exclaim in surprise. This was the first time they had seen a legendary human. Feng Zheng had already recovered. He felt extremely uncomfortable being sized up by these hairy men. Get up, stand properly. Kang Ba hooked his finger. Feng Zheng's body was restrained by a formless force. He was brought to stand on the platform. The hairy men below the platform could see it clearly. They whispered to each other, praising Feng Zheng. Kang Ba smiled. He was very satisfied. He paid a huge price to buy this Feng Zheng. It was to create a commotion. Now it seemed that he had achieved his goal. The hairy men below the platform continued to discuss. Their voices were getting louder and louder. It was also getting noisier. Look, there are human slaves being sold there. Is that so? I want to take a look. Go. Let's take a look. More and more hairy men noticed this place. They gathered from all directions of the market. Feng Zheng stood on the platform, looking at the sea of hairy men below. He opened his eyes wide. There were so many of these hairy men. This was the first time Feng Zheng had seen them. He had seen hairy men in Crane Gate. They were slaves refining goo for Crane Gate. He knew the situation of the 5 regions. Humans were the absolute rulers. Variant humans were suppressed badly. They were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. But now, it seemed that these hairy men were the rulers here. Humans were very weak. Where is this place? The suspicions in Feng Zheng's heart became deeper. He remembered that he was tortured, and from the jailer he learned that his brother had died, and who a mortal blessed land was destroyed. At first he did not believe it, but as he was tortured and tortured, he became skeptical. But now he saw the scene. The suspicions in his heart deepened. Kang Ba, how much are you selling this slave for? Someone shouted. Haha, this price. Kang Ba raised his 2 hands, spreading his fingers. The crowd went into an uproar. Many people shouted. So expensive. Kang Ba, you are robbing us. You really want money, you are going crazy. Everyone. Gentlemen. Kang Ba raised his voice and shouted. This is a rank 5 Gu master. After becoming your slave, he will become a rank 5 fighter. You might not encounter such an opportunity again in your life. But there were astute hairy men below the platform. A rank 5 Gu master. It will not be easy to make him a slave. That's right, to enslave such a strong person, one's cultivation must be at least rank 4, right? Also, this slave has clearly been tortured. He might be half dead already. He won't die the moment we buy him, right? Kang Ba pretended to be angry. What do you think I, Kang Ba, am doing? I, Kang Ba, value sincerity the most when doing business. Look at him, take a good look. With that said, Kang Ba walked in front of Feng Zheng and pinched his chin. Feng Zheng felt intense pain. He opened his mouth, showing his teeth and lips. Look at his teeth. Come, look at his skin and flesh. Kang Ba stretched out his hand and tore off Feng Zheng's tattered clothes. Feng Zheng's body shook. He was completely naked, exposed in front of the hairy men. Although he is injured, these are all flesh wounds, they can be healed. I, Kang Ba, can guarantee it will not be a problem. Feng Zheng gritted his teeth. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Intense anger and shame filled his heart. He wanted to kill all these hairy men. Kang Ba chuckled. Holding a tree branch, he picked up the thing between Feng Zheng's legs. Everyone take a look, this thing has complete functions. In the future, it can give birth to human descendants for you. There will be an endless supply of slaves. Ha ha ha. The hairy men laughed. Feng Zheng's face was red. He was extremely embarrassed and angry. If not for Kang Ba's strength restraining him, he would have already committed suicide. If not for Kang Ba's strength restraining him, he would have definitely committed suicide. I will buy this slave. Suddenly, a voice could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the voice and saw a female hairy man. She was covered in black hair, looking at Feng Zheng with a lustful gaze. Greetings to Lord City Lord. The hairy men knelt down. Even Kang Ba was no exception. Ha ha. The female city lord with 2 muscular hairy men raised her head and laughed, ordering. Kang Ba, heal this slave, then wash him clean and send him to my city lord manor. I want to see him tonight. Understood, beautiful and powerful city lord. Kong Ba was overjoyed. He kowtowed and accepted the order. Fang Zheng closed his eyes. His heart was dead. At this moment, with a loud boom, heaven and earth shook. A 5-colored light shot up from cloud-cover continent, illuminating the entire Langya blessed land. What happened on cloud-cover continent? Heavens, this is the light of an immortal. This is a very auspicious sign. The hairy men's attention was attracted by this change in heaven and earth. They looked up. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, worship, envy. As for Fang Zheng, he was already thrown to the back of their minds. From the dissipating 5-colored light, a figure walked out. It seems you have recovered. Land Spirit of Langya looked at this person and smiled. Yes. The person nodded. I have to thank First Supreme Elder for this. As they spoke, the 5-colored light faded, revealing the person's appearance. If Fang Zheng saw this person, he would be shocked. It was Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Isn't it simple to thank me? Give me Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan also smiled lightly. It is impossible to give it away. But we can make a transaction. I wonder what price the First Supreme Elder is willing to offer. Ugh. Land Spirit of Langya's laughter stopped. This, he hesitated. He had an awkward expression. The Land Spirit of Langya gritted his teeth. He did not dwell on this matter. He continued the previous topic. Actually, in my opinion, the most suitable thing for you is the first true inheritance. Refinement path has 2 paths. Do you know about it? I have heard of it. Fang Yuan answered. The Land Spirit of Langya said slowly. The 2 paths are the hairy man heaven and earth style, and the human isolation style. We hairy men refine Gu differently from you humans. We can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to create the most optimal environment for Gu refinement, thus increasing the success rate of the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan listened patiently. The Land Spirit of Langya definitely had his reasons for saying this. In the past, the reason why Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable sought help from my main body was because my main body cultivated the hairy man heaven and earth style Gu refinement method. The success rate of refining immortal Gu was much higher than your human isolation style. My main body not only grasped the essence of the hairy man heaven and earth style, he even used old immortal Kong Ju's true inheritance to transcend the shackles and reach a higher level. He created an immortal killer move called Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was greatly interested. The Land Spirit of Langya had a proud and pleased expression as he continued to explain. It turned out that this immortal level tempering aperture killer move was a refinement path killer move that used several immortal Gu, and over 100,000 mortal Gu to form. Its concept was extremely ingenious. It used the blessed land and grotto heaven as the refinement body. Through the killer move, it connected with the 5 regions outside the immortal aperture to influence calamities and tribulations, using the calamities and tribulations to temper the immortal aperture itself. The immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations are of all kinds. They are hard to deal with. But using this killer move, we can often restrict the type of calamities and tribulations. Do you know why Langya Blessed Land was placed at Crescent Lake previously? That is because Crescent Lake's surroundings are filled with dense water path Tao marks and refinement path Tao marks. My previous self used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to deal with calamities and tribulations. Normally, they would form water path and refinement path calamities. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Dao marks. 180,000 years ago, Langya blessed land did not have an ocean. But look at it now, there is an ocean, the vast land only has 3 continents left. This is the sign of an abundance of water path Dao marks. Feng Yuan heard this and thought of the scene where spectral soul used myriad tribulations to refine sovereign immortal aperture Gu. This immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move has the same effect as spectral soul's method. No, Shadow Sect had once placed spies in Langya blessed land. Maybe spectral soul's method originated from this killer move. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move? Feng Yuan guessed correctly. Spectral soul's method was derived from immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move. But his method was more refined. He used wisdom path to deduce what the calamities and tribulations were, and made preparations for them. It was not like this immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move. It could only affect calamities and tribulations. There was a chance of failure. Langya blessed land's calamities and tribulations included fire path, lightning path, and others. They were not all water path or refinement path. Alright, you have Luopa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. I also have 3 true inheritances. We can exchange them for 1. How do you want to trade? Land Spirit of Langya asked. This time, it was Feng Yuan's turn to think.